All right, we going live. We starting it off.
If it's too bad, let me know. I'll fucking just switch to my
pause it.
Go back inside. It's way too fucking hot. Last week was worse than this week.
So. It's noticeable, but it's not like bothering me at least. If we get an audience, they can complain.
Yeah. If anyone complains, if anybody actually watches the show and also complains,
then we know they've never been here before. That'd be the key element.
Gaming's the only one that's ever complained. And even that wasn't even the washer. It seemed to be just the dryer that really bugged him.
Oh, man.
He really didn't like that dryer.
No, gaming does not. Like, that dryer is not gaming's friend. He gets shocked, very mad.
I don't know if it was you or Satan that told me. It was like 3 days later, he was still, like, really angry about it.
Yeah, no, it was both of us. It was both me and Satan, because we were both, like... I think we were both in the same call with him for whatever reason when he started going off on it.
Right.
And we were both like, oh, this is fucking comedy gold.
Yeah, it was one thing to complain about it while the show was happening or even that night. But for him to still be like that pissed about it like 2 or 3 days later, like what the fuck?
Apparently he has some sort of thing with that particular kind of noise. So it's like dryers running or like, I would imagine like all sorts of other things. Things that make like a steady low hum just really fucking drive him nuts. I don't know why. I don't think he knows why. Yeah, it just makes him irrationally angry for some reason.
You would think someone Hispanic would be used to dryers. Surely your mom, somebody in your family works in housekeeping. I'm positive of it.
Right. Dude, one of the dudes.
I'm trying to be funny, and I'm just digging myself a bigger racist hole.
Yeah, no, you're just going further and further down that rabbit hole. No, I had a buddy of mine in high school that was like we were like brothers in high school. We were like really really close friends, and his mom worked in housekeeping, but he was a white dude.
Oh, gotcha. It happens. It's rare, but sometimes some non-Mexicans work in non-Hispanic, I should say. It's not just Mexican. Sometimes
his mom's boyfriend was an ex-mortuary worker. And it's an ex-mortuary worker because when you get caught having organ fights with the other workers, they don't let you keep working there. That's not a write you up thing.
Oh, wow.
That's there is a kidney stuck to the wall. You can all leave. None of you have jobs.
Right. Don't bother applying at any other mortuaries anywhere. Or anywhere else, really.
Oh yeah, no, he was completely unemployed loser when we met him. He didn't have any kind of job. He never had a job the whole time. Yeah, he was definitely not going to be working as a mortuary assistant again. What do you call that? The guy that takes care of the bodies? Undertaker's assistant. I think. Yeah,
well, no, a coroner is the one that does like the investigation shit. Mortuary guy or whatever, or maybe undertaker.
Yeah, there's like a specific term for it, but yeah, it's the guy that preps the body for being buried. It wasn't the coroner.
That would be a mortuary.
He was like a mortuary assistant.
Coroner is like a government official that like investigates crime.
Yeah, and figures out like why the person died.
Yeah.
Like, I have a dead body. So, what does this dead body tell me about how it died? Well, it's missing a head, so that's definitely one thing. We're going to put a big plus 10 in the head removed from body column as to causes of death.
That is generally not natural causes. I'm going to go out on a limb and just say that.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's not the guy he was. He was the guy that was preparing him for burial, which makes the organ fights slightly less offensive, but not terribly.
It's still not really excusable, yeah.
You can't just fucking huck a kidney at somebody. And if it's a human kidney, people get really offended by that.
Although I gotta say, I still think it's kind of funny.
I think it's fucking hilarious, and I don't fucking care. if I'm dead, the last thing I give shit one about is what happens to my body. Like fucking parade it around town, dip it in chocolate, and eat it. I don't fucking do it. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, David Cross had a bit about that. He's like, go ahead, fuck me in my ass, fuck me in my mouth, cut a new hole, fuck me there.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to do.
I'm gone. It doesn't matter to me anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how there's some weird sacred thing to a hunk of flesh after the spirit.
Oh, God. So, you know who Mandy Patinkin is? The guy that was in Princess Bride?
Oh, from Princess Bride, yeah.
Yeah. He was in a show called Dead Like Me. That was all about people who died and then came back as reapers. And their job was basically to, like, separate the soul from the body right before a violent death so that they didn't feel the pain.
All right.
So, like, according to the mythos of the movie, you're a reaper until you get a certain number of souls. You don't know how many they are, so you never know when your last one is going to be and that you'll get to move on. But it's like 1 out of, 1,000 or 2,000 people that die comes back as a reaper and gets, like, a temporary body while they're being a reaper, and that's all their job is, just to make sure that the people that die after them don't suffer.
Mm.
And Mandy Patinkin was talking to this lady about death, and he was describing this. I don't know if this is a real tribe that actually does this, or if this is like a thing. But he was describing a tribe that would leave the bodies out. Just open and exposed in the middle of town to be like taken back by nature, like eaten by birds and shit like that.
Right.
And he just describes it as this wonderful, beautiful thing, and it's like it's so heartening and like it's a wholesome moment where he's comforting the mom of this person that he works with, like the mom of the person that died or something, and then it's just like. I always thought that was an interesting concept. Like, just throw the body out. Like, who fucking cares? Like, why are we portioning off giant parts of land? Usually in like places where a lot of people would like to live. Like it's usually in like areas that are really nice. And just sticking dead things in there, and then just being like, nope, that's sacred ground. Cannot cross the dead thing boundary on the sacred ground.
Yeah, man, it's kind of fucking weird.
Yeah. I'm a fan of... Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it's weird the things that people, like, get attached to like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw an Instagram on a video earlier. This guy was... This couple was doing, like, reaction video or whatever. And,
Right.
They came across a video about this guy who has an Instagram that's just him and the dog that he had that died and had taxidermied. So this dude has a whole Instagram devoted to his dead dog that he had stuffed. And he keeps, and like, he's in his car with him, and he's like, it shows him at like parties with this fucking dog drinking a beer. And, like, when you talk about weird shit people get attached to, that right there just says a lot, I think, about humanity.
Yeah.
Because it's a popular Instagram. It looked like it had at least, 40, 50,000 followers. Like this dude and his dead dog hanging out. Not doing anything particularly interesting, just doing normal people shit.
That is an unhealthy attachment.
That is the perfect pet.
Who am I to say, I guess?
That is the perfect pet. You can pet it whenever you want. You can hold it. You can put it in your lap when you want. And then when you don't want it, you don't have to feel bad. You're not neglecting it. You don't have to feed it. You don't have to water it. You don't have to take it to the vet and spend like $1,000 because a fucking foxtail got lodged in its toe.
That's a good point.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good, positive things you can say about a stuffed pet.
Yeah. No picking up the shit. None of that.
Oh my god. Oh, you were... I was so fucking... thought it was so funny that fucking chick has an OnlyFans. The Brittany Venti, that's the one.
Oh,
yeah,
right,
I haven't paid. I'm not gonna even if it's $5 a month, I'm not gonna fucking pay just to find out. But I'm still just dreadfully curious as to whether she does nudity. I assume you're probably right that it's not the case, but you never fucking know these days. Like, there's just no fucking bottom.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
to how low people will sink for money now.
Character.
Yeah, I know, and it's her
like,
character. It's done as her character. I want to.
So yeah, I can't imagine that she's going to be dumb enough, because she's again, she knows how to fucking work the system.
Yeah, I assume it's probably like bathing suit pictures and shit like that, or just regular pictures.
Some cleavage.
So the only thing you get is it's at Brittany Venti, Petals with a Chance of Rain, and it's confirmed, so it is her. And it's showing pictures of my pussy petals with a chance of rain. Is the words. There's no other words there other than a wish list. And her YouTube, obviously.
Yeah.
Wait, what does she want for a wish list? The top item on her wish list is Advil liquid gels. Sorry, that's fucking great. Then it's all a bunch of hair ties. You know what I mean? It's all hair ties with black women in the ads. I'm sorry.
Dude, she's actually, I don't know. For some reason, I don't mind her.
Oh, then there's like Dunkin' Donut gift cards, roasted barley tea, fucking cat treats. That's fucking hilarious. A whole bunch of Rolexes for like $20,000.
I'm amazed that people don't realize that she's,
Yeah, there's people who really think she's legit, like Brittany Venti, that's the real person. Enochian magic for beginners. The original system of angel magic. Oh god, that's funny as fuck. The Rolexes are the part that really fucking rolls me, dude. A $20,000 Rolex watch is up on there. Oh shit, there's one for $50,000. I didn't know Rolexes got that expensive. I thought they were expensive, but not like $50,000 expensive. God damn. Yeah, I think judging from that wish list, you could say she's probably not nude.
The watch that's known for being super expensive, you didn't think it would be that expensive?
No, I knew they were well known for being like like $10,000-$20,000 watches. I didn't think they got above like $20,000. I thought that was the extreme.
Well, I think they get well above that, dude. I think they get.
Well, obviously, yeah. I mean, 50,000 is one on Amazon. How much are the ones in the fucking store? Like, they got to be at least 200-300.
Yeah.
Because if you can buy a $50,000 Rolex watch online at Amazon, in the stores, there's got to be at least 4 or 5 times that amount of money. God, that's a company that prints fucking money. I mean, they probably don't even put out that many watches every year, and they just get that huge profit margin, because the value that goes into the watch is probably the exact same as like a Timex. You know what I mean? Like, it's probably not that much different cost-wise. Oh, man. Oh, but then there was also the OnlyFans girl that won't do nudity, but has pictures, or not pictures, videos apparently of her blowing her boyfriend. Like, just taking a load on the fucking chin.
Yeah, you fucking told me about that.
I don't understand the not nudity, but you'll blow your boyfriend on camera. Like, his dick is out in your mouth. I think at that point, nudity is such a fucking
wildly inconsistent principles, but she has principles.
Yeah, no, I don't even know, dude. That was a trip.
Yeah, that was fucking nuts, dude. When you fucking told me that. Like, holy shit, dude.
Well, and that just, goes to tell you, like, what... Like, this makes me even more curious. Like, I wish you could browse and get some sort of idea of what people did on OnlyFans without having to actually, like, buy it. But you can't see any of their shit without...
Well, there's usually somebody...
I just wish you could, because I'd love to see all the weird shit that goes up there. Like, how many people are like, this is my armpit. And that's all they do.
Show me your feet, that kind of shit.
Yeah, well, I know show me your feet is a given. We know there's feet guys out there, but I'm sure like some girl has managed to make like $30,000 a month off of like just pictures of her armpit.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
You know who I had heard about that had an OnlyFans, and was pretty shocked was, do you know who Gabby Hanna is?
Gabby Hanna. I remember her from YouTube, I think.
Yeah, it was a while
some self-righteous cunt on YouTube.
She's fucking horrible. She's a horrible fucking human being.
Yeah.
But she's also, in my opinion, world class ugly.
Gabby with a Y or Gabby with an I?
I think it's I or IE.
Okay, I'm just curious. Gabby.
But in my opinion, she's one of the ugliest people on the planet. I mean, again, other than non-deformed, ugliest non-deformed people.
Oh, it is IE.
Lena Dunham, in my opinion. Oh, is it IE? Okay.
I don't know. She didn't look terrible. Like, she looks like probably a 5 or a 6 at least.
Dude, I am literally like, it's literally uncomfortable for me to look at pictures of her.
Oh,
how fucking
we have drastically different tastes. Like, I'm not like, oh my god, she's hot, but like, I was like, she's all right.
How many pictures have you looked at?
I just did an image search. I've got like rows and rows of her face.
Oh, all right.
From the right angle, her nose is like massive, but like whatever, dude.
Yeah, no. For me, dude, it's literally uncomfortable to look at, dude. Like, it's that fucking hideous. But anyway, she has an OnlyFans.
That's fucking that's.
There's a lot of people that consider her exceptionally ugly. Like, it's not just me. Maybe not to my degree.
No.
You know, like, I don't think she's like literally like, you know.
Oh, thank God! I don't share my screen. I actually did an image search when I was looking for her OnlyFans because I wanted to see like where it was, or how much it was, and like what it said, what little I could see. I guess it doesn't show her OnlyFans. Oh, tiny URL. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the one that goes to it. Let's see. She goes under the infamous Babs. Did I get the right one?
Dude, I don't know that much.
That's Gabby. Wow, her Instagram actually makes her look far worse than the image search that you get on just searching her on the internet. How do you do that? Like, looking at her on the Instagram, I would totally understand what you're saying, but yet the image search on like just duck whatever, like it didn't seem so bad. How do you? That's her public sheet. She's intentionally putting those pictures up and like sending those to people. Wow.
I think it takes a lot of work to make her not hideous, dude. I think that's why.
Let's see. She says no nudity, which I'm sure you're relieved to hear. I came to OnlyFans to express myself fully and explore my creativity with less judgment. There will definitely be content here that I would never post elsewhere. I love my body. I worked hard for it and love to show it off. But first and foremost, I'm an artist. I want to share a more vulnerable, raw, honest, and more sexy side of me. That sounds like the shit you fucking drink like 6 fucking screwdrivers or like champagne fucking, what are the champagne orange juice things? Mimosa. Like you have 6 mimosas with your fucking girlfriends at brunch and you're like, oh my god, I'm going to do OnlyFans. And I totally am just going to be like an artist that's not going to be gross and like porn.
I watched the video. I don't know how I came across it, and I'm really curious. I still don't understand why I was interested in it, but I was watching this video, basically kind of going over all the fucked up shit that she's done to people, and she's fucking hideous. Like,
I don't remember anything specific, but I just remember really not liking her.
Yeah, well, there was apparently something with this one chick that, like, she just, like, blabbed out all the fucking personal fucked up shit that this girl had been going through.
Oh, wow, that's kind of fucked up.
The bitch's name already, but... Yeah.
That's like a sacred trust, man. Dude. If you're friends enough with somebody that they're willing to tell you some of their, like, weird, fucked up shit they're dealing with... Like that's a sacred trust. You kind of have an obligation to not share that with other people like an asshole.
Yeah, and apparently it was for no other reason than the girl just, didn't like her. You know what I mean? Like
she just didn't like Gabby?
No longer be friends with her.
Gabby
just was no longer friends with her. No, the girl just decided she didn't want to be friends with her anymore. because of whatever fucked up shit she did to not want to be friends with her anymore.
Yeah,
I don't remember what that was. But yeah, that was basically the main gist of why she was leaking that fucking shit out about her fucking mental health.
That was like, okay, so this is sort of a similar thing. It sort of like shows a pattern of behavior for like ladies, apparently. I'm sure dudes do it too. But this chick found out her boyfriend was cheating because like the video, like she accidentally got sent one of the videos that they made together, like him and the girl he was cheating with. So she sent it to her whole family.
Wow.
And it's like, and her justification was nobody would believe me, so I had to take like more drastic steps to prove that he was cheating on me. And it's like, I just get divorced and take all his fucking money in court and use that as evidence. That's what you fucking do. That's
judge. That's enough, dude. Why the fuck would you have to show it to his family?
Well, because the chick isn't the one that fucking cheated on you. Like, it's not cool to fuck her over. I understand being pissed at the guy who was cheating on you, but you don't fuck over the poor lady's life like that. That's kind of fucked up. So she ended up actually, the lady that sent all the videos out ended up going to jail.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, for like revenge porn law.
Right, hey, I gotta grab my spokes. And is that Sheepbot? Is that
Hey, what's up, Sheepbot?
Or not?
Or he's very quiet.
But I gotta run to get my smokes. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Hold on.
Excellent. I think he's probably looking for somebody to game with. But he's not talking here for some reason. I'm not even seeing like a green outline around his thing. He's probably muted too. We're just not talking. Man, we have an actual audience. I'm kind of surprised. I think this might just be me or Daneswa, though. Oh, man.
Right.
Oh, Vark is a lie.
Hey, one other one I wanted to bring up about the Gabby Hanna thing is apparently some Gabby, you know who Trisha Paytas is, right?
No, not offhand. Say that name again?
Yeah. Trisha Paytas?
Trisha Paytas. Nah. What's up, Mr. Gaming?
Okay. She was, I don't even fucking know how to explain her. She's fucking nuts, too, but somehow really good at marketing. Or I don't know. Maybe it's just me, because I also think she's incredibly hideous, too. But anyways, she's pretty well known. She's fucking kind of nuts in her own right. But anyways, Gabby got pissed off at her about something, Gabby Hanna, and basically told the guy that was fucking her at the time that she heard from someone else that Trisha had herpes. Or they never said herpes, but it had to be fucking herpes.
Oh, Trisha Hirschberger, right? Like Hirschberger? I want to say.
Oh yeah, she's married to or not. I don't know if she's married.
Yeah, I remember seeing a lot of these people like a long time ago and being like, "These are just not funny people. How do they have so many people watching them? They're terrible."
She's either dating or married to Ethan Klein's brother from H3H3.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that much about him.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyways, so yeah, that's the kind of shit. And it's like, no, I had just heard from this other person, so I felt like I had the
that's fucking
responsibility to tell them. And I mean, actually, that's if that were true, which I seriously doubt, it might actually kind of be like, you know what? If you're like, hey, this guy's fucking chick that might have herpes, I heard it from my reliable source. I kind of think I might even tell the person, like, hey, this is what I heard. I just doubt that that's what she heard. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I
yeah.
think she just made it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I just stay the fuck out of other people's relationships. Like, man, if two people are dating, the easiest thing in the world is to get them to team up on your sorry ass. So I just stay the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
Because it's none of my fucking business.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be involved.
This is part of the reason why I'm bringing that up too. Is for some reason, and again, she is a raging narcissist, borderline, whatever the fuck, whatever one she is. She's definitely one of those two. Okay.
Oh yeah, borderline personality sounds like for sure.
Trisha Paytas is basically at some point was like, I don't want to fucking hear from you anymore. I don't want anything to do with you. We're not friends. And Gabby insisted on trying to prove to everyone and to get Trisha to admit that they were friends.
Why?
Isn't that fucking bizarre, dude?
Why would you do that? That's so weird. Also, I still can't hear you,
dude.
Sheepbot, if you're talking, sir. Sorry. I don't know what's going on. You don't even get the little green light that says you're trying to talk. So
yeah, I'm not either. So I don't know what the fuck's happening there.
Well, unless he's just not talking.
That's his possibility, but he's not muted or anything, dude. That's what's weird.
True.
I wonder if he accidentally logged on.
No, he was looking for Satan to game a minute ago in another Discord.
He's probably in the wrong one then.
Yeah. I don't know. I just got good and stoned at 9:00 again. I was coming down. Oh man, I definitely have a problem with Legos. You may need to intervene. By the way,
dude,
I ordered fucking $150 worth of Legos.
Jesus Christ!
Oh, I got like 5 little sets that were little Minecraft sets that I put together. I haven't put them all together yet. I've been making it last. And I got that fucking ship in a bottle set that I showed. It's like a really big set. Yeah, I'm waiting for that one.
Although Lego and Minecraft together, that makes like total sense.
It's so fucking satisfying. Let me tell you, man, you get high as balls, and you take a pretty easy set of Legos to put together. None of these are real difficult fucking Lego sets. There's no challenge there. But man, oh man, is it so satisfying to put that shit together.
Yeah, that is kind of a product crossover that was just meant to be.
Yeah, oh my god, Minecraft and Lego.
Minecraft. Yeah.
Well, and it looks like they've been doing it for quite a while, too, because there's a bunch of sets that are old and super expensive now because they're hard to get.
Right. Of course.
Check.
There you are.
Yeah, I don't know what
your Sheepbot. That was weird.
I don't know what the fuck that was about. Yeah, it was, my mic was not being registered at all by Discord, but it was, I could hear it through my own system. It was just weird.
Yeah, Discord changes my settings like every other fucking time I log on. I don't understand. Because I always click don't change whenever it gives me that option. It's like, your sound system is changed. Oh, yeah. I'm like, no, don't fucking do it. Please don't fucking do it.
You're like, stop trying to be helpful, please.
Just come on. Oh my god. Oh, okay. It turns out VARC is a lie. The whole visual, audio, hands-on reading, learning thing. That's all a bunch of hokum bullshit.
I don't know about you, Lyman, but I have no idea what he's talking about.
You've never had that thing where they break you down into, are you a visual learner? Are you an auditory learner? Are you a kinetic learner? You like learn by doing things, or do you learn by reading?
Oh.
No.
Yeah.
You've never had that.
I was raised on hooked on phonics.
It was a big thing in schools when I was a kid.
Yeah, they were about like people who are more like that, they can be told what to do versus being shown what to do, and it's like which one you
yeah, and the way you learn is the way you should try to
by hearing, seeing, or doing. I have difficulty with I have to do it, whatever it is. A little better like hearing it. But
the thing is they actually have done studies to test it, because as it turns out, the guy that came up with it just sort of came up with it. He was like, I observed a class one day, and this is what I think. And then that was it, and everybody was like, no, it's real. But they did studies, and it turns out absolutely no difference whatsoever in like the test scores. So if you're learning according to whatever your method is, you'll get the same test score as if you're learning in a different method altogether. Like, totally the same. Because, as it turns out, the concept you're trying to learn is not really audio, visual, kinetic, or reading. It's a mental concept that you're trying to learn. and it's the same concept regardless of what method it is that's used to teach you that concept. And so it doesn't really matter.
People like I think a good example would be like a math problem, right? Like somebody could tell you the equation and explain the steps verbally, or they could draw it on the board and walk through it. And it's like most people, depending on what
you have to form your learning to the thing you're trying to teach.
But some people aren't as good at following along with.
I assume
it would be like
studies show that there's no difference in the end test scores.
How many studies show that?
The multiple ones that have been done to test it. I watched like a whole 20-minute video on Veritasium. It's on there if you want to watch it and figure out how many studies were done.
Because I'll tell you this, like
the studies that were done to prove that were absolutely zero. So.
Well, and that may be true too. Yes. But the thing is, I would be curious when there's a study that comes out. Like theoretically, anybody can do a study. What really?
It was the one he talked about most was one done by a college because they wanted to see if there was any reason for them to get involved with this.
Well, sure. And at the end of the day, anybody can do a study about anything, like literally anything. But at the end of the day, when they write up their study and they give their hypothesis and all their abstracts and all the evidence and data and stuff like that, what becomes important is the peer review and how many times. Like if
it was like a double-blind study, none of the people knew what was they were being tested on, like what they were testing for.
There's like a million. Yeah, there's like a million.
That kind of stuff. So it sounded like it was a legit study, the one that they did.
Well, of course, but there's a billion ways that it could be like good data or bad data. But assuming that it was done to the best ability, and there was nothing inherently wrong with it, like at that point the study comes out, and then these people that work in a somehow tangentially or directly related field, they will go through it and they will try to verify it or disprove it, and like. As it gets reviewed and used in other things, and it's cited in other people's studies, and like the credibility of something largely is determined by if it's peer reviewed.
See, therein would lie the irony, because VARC has literally zero peer review altogether. Yet everybody seems to think it's set in stone.
Yeah. And the way you were describing it, it's almost like the guy made like an offhand remark. And was like,
it was just an offhand remark in a paper the guy was writing about other things.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
That's how crazy it is. It's just like, whoa.
I wouldn't say in any way, shape, or form it is like concrete written in stone. I think that different people have an easier time being able to visualize something. Like if you didn't know what something looked like, or didn't understand like exactly what you're being talked about, like intro to something.
Yeah, you do have to cater your method of teaching to the subject matter. There are certain subjects that cannot really just be talked about.
If I'm learning about like history, I don't need any kind of visual shit for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I'm like math or something, like I need to see the fucking problem.
Yeah. With math, I would say that's an instance where you kind of have to see the equation in order to fully understand what's going on. It's just similar to you couldn't possibly do a language lesson and not actually speak the language. That seems like I suppose you could learn sort of, but you wouldn't learn any of like the word pronunciations or like all of the things that are really important in learning a language. Yeah, like it would have to have an auditory
have to be specific to what type of shit you're learning.
Yeah.
But generally,
either way, it seems like
the guitar
shit was bullshit.
Like learning to play an instrument or something without actually playing an instrument or hearing what it sounds like. There's certain things that just have to be what it is.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of things that just like you have to cater to the particular subject matter. Like there's no way to really teach it without stressing one particular style according to the setup that they've got. Yeah,
the way that you would have to like really narrow it down, honestly, to even be able to test it, and it would have to be a pretty massive undertaking, like sample size of like people at different places under different controls. It would be like teaching something that can be taught audibly or taught like visually. I mean, the thing is that one goes with the other all the time. Like rarely, you're never gonna have a teacher stand up there and be like dead silent drawing shit on a board. Like it's just not gonna happen.
Well, realistically, like anything you're learning, you're best if you get all of them, if possible.
Of course. Yeah, I think you'd have to find something where there's not like an abstract. Like if I sit there and tell you like, oh, well, this is the E note. Like, what the fuck does that mean to you, right?
Well, and you're also going to get things that are not like a difference in how well people learn, and they're just a preference. You know, I knew a dude who was he graduated like top of his class for computer engineering or computer and electronics engineering, but could not stand to read books and would absolutely avoid it at all costs. Hated reading, hated it so much.
So the question would be, yeah, because there's a lot of people that would rather like either watch something, or be told how to do it, or physically try to do it and then understand like their mistake, depending on what it is, obviously. But there is more than likely a reason why somebody gravitates toward the thing that they not necessarily like makes them mechanically that kind of learner, but the fact that the other thing is an irritant or isn't tolerated that would reduce somebody's ability to retain or learn what they're doing. So it would be interesting to see how much of it is like, which I would suspect is probably low, assuming all things are equal, like everyone can see equally, hear equally, all that stuff. But it would be interesting to see how many people say they prefer a way, but are not necessarily able to pay attention or learn something the opposite of what they prefer, simply because like it's like needing to pee and try to learn something in class. Like you're sitting there like, oh fuck, I gotta pee.
Well, I mean, there's like, definitely gonna be preferential things. You know, like if you really prefer to watch a movie over reading a book, you're gonna learn a lot more from the movie than the book, just because you're gonna pay more attention because you like it.
Sure. But usually, if you boil it down, aside from things that keep us alive, preferences usually have some sort of valid way of explaining why it's preferred or disliked.
Well, there'd be some irony there, because I'm dysgraphic. I can't, my handwriting is fucking terrible. Like, I can't write anything that doesn't look like it was written by a retarded, like, kindergartner.
Sure.
Luckily, I don't have any of the other shit that goes with dysgraphia, because it can get real fucking bad for people. Like, I was like, oh shit, I got it light, I'm good. I'm glad I don't drool on myself and wear a helmet, too, because that would have been awkward in high school.
Well, and that's sort of the thing is like...
But I love reading. Absolutely, my favorite thing to do if I want to learn about something is I read about it first, if I can.
And, it's tough because you have people that... maybe some varied form of like ADHD or ADD, right? Like as an adult or a kid, or like have dysgraphia or be on the spectrum for something, or have
dyslexia. There's all sorts of shit they can have, for various different things.
Like you don't know it's there until you know it's there, and so for a large period of time, you're going through the world with the limitations and advantages that you have, not knowing they are either. And so like if your eyesight's not great, like I prefer generally to sit at the front of the room. You may not even understand that your eyesight's not great until somebody tells you it's not great. It's like humans' abilities to adapt is pretty fucking large.
From being a very small child until like almost the end of high school, I could just make my vision go double whenever I wanted. So I could just make my vision go like double. I would just see two of everything. And apparently that's really not a good thing, and you're not supposed to be able to do that. But I grew up with it, so I just thought it was normal until like in high school when somebody asked and I was telling them like, that's not a fucking, you're not supposed to do that. And then it turned out I needed eye surgery. It wasn't crossing my eyes. I would just like let my eyes unfocus and relax, and they would everything would go double. And it turns out like I had like muscles in my eye that were too strong and had to be cut with a laser. It fucking improved my pool game like tenfold. After the eye surgery, it was much better.
You know what I can do still is if it's like a dark, half darkened room, can basically like completely black out areas that are light, where I essentially can't see at all, but my eyes are still open.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm explaining that correctly.
I know what you're talking about. It's like if you're in a room that's like, let's say, like 90% dark, maybe there's a night light on, a little night light or something, and you stare or maybe like some LEDs on from your DVD player or something that like are just barely throwing some light. Like the light reference, like if you stare into the dark part, like do the 1,000-yard stare, like thing in the dark, that basically it cuts out. It makes everything look black as opposed to having a little bit of light.
Completely block out any light, whatever little light was there, and I can basically have my eyes wide open and it'd be completely black.
Yeah, I can do the same thing, but it has to be very low to almost no.
Yeah, it can't. It's got to be like, I would say at least 80% dark to 20% light. That's the lowest I could probably make it work. Like I can't do it in a fucking totally lit room. You know what I mean?
Now, can you take that
Although
and go to sleep with your eyes open?
Like I have no problem. Huh?
God, I hope not.
You
go to sleep.
Could you take that ability and somehow manipulate it so you could sleep with your eyes open?
Dude, I've never fucking tried, but that would be great. Wouldn't it? I think it really freaks people out, dude.
There is that whole thing about your eyes needing to be wet.
Get a little mister, you know, like you get for your garden, just like hang it over your bed and
oh my god,
a little saline fluid.
Can't imagine doing that, waking up in the morning and physically being incapable of blinking because you have no lubrication on your eyeball.
Oh yeah, you gotta get like eye drops out and fucking like
you have to fucking get some Visine on it before you even close your eyes.
I'm pretty sure that you do that if you
try to close them, dude.
If you manage to do that, which I mean, you theoretically could test it without physically being able to do that, which would be to like Clockwork Orange your eyes open. But I'm pretty sure that your eye would sustain tissue damage on the outside, and that probably wouldn't do a lot of great for your like cornea and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Dust collecting.
Have you ever had your uvula swell up a little bit at night? Like it just gets weirdly dry and it just swells a little bit, and then you like it's almost like you got a loogie in the back of your throat for like the first 5-10 minutes after you wake up.
I get that a lot when I take the sleeping pills, like the next day.
Yeah, when there's some sort of assisted sleep.
Dehydrates you, where it's like almost impossible for me to like swallow because I'm so fucking dehydrated from the sleep meds.
Yeah, that makes sense. Pulls that moisture out.
That's a very uncomfortable feeling.
Mm-hmm.
A couple weeks ago, I woke up with a fucking cramp in my leg that didn't go away for 20 minutes.
Ooh.
Like in your calf.
Yeah.
Dude, Charlie horses are the fucking worst.
Actually, this one wasn't even just my calf. It was like my calf and my fucking hamstring. Like it was two separate areas that were fucking cramped up. I couldn't move, dude.
Sounds like
after about 10 minutes, I finally got to where I could limp along. Like one of my legs was a fucking peg leg. But yeah, Jesus fucking Christ.
Were you dehydrated or something?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I had taken the sleep meds the night before and obviously not drank nearly enough water to compensate for it.
Weird.
Yeah, that totally fucked me up the next morning. Yeah,
dude,
I try to drink a bunch of water when I do that shit. Well, again, to get myself hydrated, and also so I'll get up and piss, and I'll fucking drink more because I know what's going to happen if I don't.
Ooh. Oh, you know what? I
also bought a bunch of bananas.
Yeah, that sounds almost like if you're taking somebody out for their first time drinking. When you drop them off, it's like, yo, go in and just drink a whole glass of water before you go to sleep.
And not a little one.
Yeah.
And make it a big glass. Yeah, exactly. And make it a big glass of water. And you might want to throw in an aspirin. Just take like one aspirin or like one ibuprofen and a big glass of water before you go to sleep. You'll feel 10 times better tomorrow morning. I guarantee you.
pound a giant glass, start on a second glass as you're going to bed. take a couple of ibuprofen or something, and yeah.
Yeah, that's the first time somebody ever goes out drinking. I used to do that when I was younger, and like your friends hadn't all turned 21, so as it goes down the line, each friend gets to finally go out to the bar or whatever, or you buy a fucking bottle and hang out at your somebody's house and do it. But yeah, that was always the thing, because it sounds like exactly what Deitois has to do with the sleeping pills. It's like you got to take a big fucking glass of water right before you go to sleep, take a piss, because you don't want to fucking wake up halfway through the night.
Yeah, no, it's definitely far worse than any hangover, dehydration from any hangover I've ever had.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying that the treatment is the same.
Yeah.
Got to get that water in your system, man.
Yeah, preemptively. Yeah, no, it's like I tell my son too, because he works at the grocery store and fucking he has to wrangle carts at some points, and I tell him, I'm like, dude, you got to drink a bunch of water before you fucking start to be properly hydrated.
Oh,
you can't play catch up, especially if you're sweating.
Yeah, especially in fucking Arizona the day after it fucking rains.
Dude, yeah, like the biggest trick that people play on themselves is like they won't preload the water, and then they'll go out and they'll go hiking. It happens every year, at least a handful of times, up on Camelback Mountain or South Mountain.
So somebody gets like heat sickness or whatever, they get that.
Dude, yeah, and they'll die up there. Like we have at least like 2 to 5 people die hiking every year in Arizona.
How just because Jesus, man.
Because here's the mistake they make. It's twofold. Number one, most people don't drink enough water to begin with. So they're like most people are at least to some degree dehydrated as a normal baseline.
Yeah.
And so they're like, all right, and then they make the decision of when to go. Like you either have to go early morning or toward the evening. Daytime in the middle of summer is like the worst fucking choice. But if you're going to bringing like 30 ounces of water or less is not going to cut it. Like you need water.
No, you want to bring closer to like a liter or like a 2-liter bottle or a gallon, depending on how far you're going.
At least. And the other mistake people make is
I would usually bring like four frozen ones, or no, like 3 frozen ones and one that's like just cold.
That's really smart. Yeah, then the 3 as they defrost, they get real cold.
Well, and the other way that people get fucked up,
you can even pour the one into the other one,
is if they go out, they go on like a big hike, and they might bring some water that might be theoretically okay. It's like borderline, right? And then they go out and they're fine, and they're not really pushing hard, but they're sweating their ass off, so they lose all these fucking electrolytes, and they just drink the water they have, or they have like a Camelback on their back, like the camel pouch, like the backpack that carries all the water with the straw. But what they don't do is they don't bring any kind of fucking like sports drink, recovery drink, and so all they're doing is they're losing all these salts in their.
I'm not a fan of sports drinks or those things. So like you can buy like electrolyte pills.
Yeah.
So you can just get like a little handful of tablets that you just take a couple, every couple of hours to keep your fucking water in your system, or just eat a fucking granola bar. Like you'll get a lot of salt and shit in granola bars. You'll be fine, man.
It'll help, but you do need to drink. Like it doesn't matter if it's like.
If you did nothing else, you should at least have some food on a hike. Is what I'm saying. Like you should be eating a granola bar, and that should make a little bit of difference in your electrolytes, enough that you shouldn't fucking die.
But part of the reason why, if you're not dying just of straight like heat exhaustion and like dropping from straight dehydration, the other way that people die is because they sweat so profusely, they lose a ton of salts and electrolytes, and by just dumping water in their body, like you're not going to dehydrate, but it's diluting and not replacing any of those salts. And what happens, it can cause delirium. Like your brain needs those salts. Your nervous system, neurological system, like lives and dies by those fucking salts.
And I had a potassium shortage that I went to the ER for. It didn't end up being dangerous levels, but it was enough to give me heart palpitations that were very fucking like noticeable.
Oh yeah,
and that was just a small like shortage in potassium. That wasn't a huge difference in like it wasn't even like more than a point below. You know, it was in a bad place, but it wasn't like danger zone yet. So I mean, you'd definitely be aware if your you should be, at least, if your electrolytes are that low.
Well, the people that like go out on these massive walkabouts and shit through the desert, like what happens is it starts to make them start to feel confused and shit like that. And so that's how people generally get lost out in the desert and end up dying, is they either get lost, can't find their way back, dehydrate to a point where their electrolytes go to shit. Wow. And then they're confused. It's like almost think of it as like a form of dementia.
They get disoriented, really.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe this is just me, right? Maybe this is just me. But if I was going to go hiking somewhere in an extreme sort of like climate, whether it's like snow or desert, I'm going to go fucking find somebody to fucking talk to who does that on a regular basis, who can tell me what I need. You know, like, should I take a fucking, like, you know, wear a broad-brimmed hat? You're in the fucking desert, dummy. You know, have some sunscreen and some water and some electrolytes. You know,
the problem is that like, most people think that, and obviously there is a partial truth to it, that, you know, if you go out to avoid dying in the heat or having a problem, you bring water, which there is like, that is true. But if you're out there long enough and you're chugging much water,
I'd bring like an umbrella. Somewhere where I could put myself in the shade if I started to get overheated.
It would help, you know. But
I'll obviously bring the water and the other things too. But the other thing you can do is, you know, pour a little water over yourself, and evaporative cooling will help.
But this is like a chemical problem. Like, think of it this way: you have a jug of like iced tea, right? And every time like somebody pours some out, you pour water into it, and it dilutes it even more. And you just keep doing that to the point where there's like barely any fucking tea left. And that's what happens like if you drink just water and you're sweating your balls off.
Oh yeah, you gotta have some electrolytes in your water if you're working out, for sure.
Yeah, if you're out,
I mean, even when I used to do dancing all the time, like you see people with like gallon jugs of water and a Gatorade, you know. Like,
yeah, no, for sure,
especially in like the summer evenings and stuff. It's like you get all sweaty and stuff, but they're like, no, you gotta have the fucking Gatorade as well. You gotta at least have one of those in there.
Well, and the other dirty trick about overheating in the desert is like, you know, you'll start sweating, but then you won't even really notice it, but you will stop sweating, and you associate that with cooling off. And
no.
That is the opposite of the fact. Like,
yeah, I've been cold enough that I stopped shivering once. That was scary as fuck.
When it's incredibly dry, you're still sweating, but it evaporates like immediately.
Right.
Yeah. You don't really realize you're sweating.
And what the not sweating thing happening, like when if it gets to a point where like you don't even feel like you're sweating at all, it's what little bit you are is evaporating, but it's also the fact that like you are now like in the dehydration zone and your body's not really producing the fluids it needs to
because it can no longer spare the fluids to cool you off. Right. It's like, you know, it's an emergency mode.
It's like I'm gonna maintain my liver, kidney, and heart, and brain, or I'm gonna like try to cool you off on the outside. And it's like, nah, we're gonna go with choice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're gonna go hiking in the desert, especially if you've never been, you should take some sort of sunshade. Make sure you're wearing a big, broad hat. Have some sunscreen. Have some sports drinks and some water and some food.
Yeah.
And obviously, like, you know, get some sort of GPS device or really good mapping system that you can find your way to get wherever you need to get.
Dude, yeah, even an hour out at like the high sun time in the middle of like, not even in the middle of the desert, just like at fucking Camelback Mountain, which is literally like smack dab in the middle of the fucking valley. Like there's a zoo right next to it, like not far away.
Yeah.
It's like, people go out.
Yeah, it's essentially
they're taking it easy.
In the city, dude.
They're not pushing hard. They're just out strolling. They could have all the hats and everything else they want. Most of the time, people make the mistake of like not wearing long sleeves and long pants and a hat. It's counterintuitive in the sun, in the middle of the summer.
Well, there's a certain temperature range where the shorts and the short sleeves are good. But then when you get to a high enough temperature range and it's hot enough and the sun's hot enough, you're better off with the longer sleeves and the longer pant legs. And I don't know where that is because I've never been an issue where I'm at, but I am aware of that. That is one of those things that,
it's covering surface area on your skin.
Yeah, because it's better to cover the surface area on your skin than it is to cool off and let the sweat evaporate quicker.
I used to go on some archaeological digs in up around Payson, and whether it was 115 out or it was 100 degrees or 50 degrees, everybody 100% of the time is like t-shirt, long sleeve, jeans, and then, you know, you can always roll up your sleeves if you need to, but like that's standard stuff because you don't want, like, yes, it's hot, but you don't want the sun getting as much direct contact with your skin.
And also if you're going to an extreme sort of place for hiking for whatever reason, even if you're only going to take a short hike, find a group. Look online, find a group that's going out. You can usually find guides and stuff that'll tell you all sorts of cool shit about the you know, plants and the animals and shit. And like, maybe you can find like a fucking date or something, you know, on one of the fucking dating sites, some chick that wants to go hiking with you. Just find like another person from there or group of people from there that you can go hiking with if you've never been out there. Like, I would never go to the desert unless I was hiking with somebody who had experience out there. Just because
you would feel like the area like where people most predominantly like go hike and get themselves in trouble is, it's not like you're just walking through, like, you can't really get lost because it's literally a trail and it goes up the mountain and then you walk back down the way you came, and I think there's another way to go down. But yeah, people get like going by yourself is not smart in general, because if let's say like you twist your ankle, you get fucked up somehow, like you need somebody to like be able to be there. So at least a buddy system like is number one. Number two, going during the middle of the day is fucking stupid.
Okay, I'm not from the desert, even I know you would never go in the middle of the day.
Yeah, like if it's
like early morning or in the evening is your better option there.
100%. Like, it's incredibly stupid to go out, even if it's only like 105 that day, to go out in the Arizona has like 350 days of fucking sunshine a year. Like, when it's hot, your options are really like super early morning and toward the evening.
I mean, it's like you wouldn't plan yard work for the middle of the day when it's the hottest. That would be like a terrible plan. Like, why in any place, regardless, like not even in the desert, just like anywhere you live, you don't plan your yard work for the hottest part of the day. Why would you go hiking in the hottest part of the day in the desert? It's the fucking craziest thing I've ever heard.
The only time I'm open to doing something in the dead middle of the day that's like strenuous outside is if it's cold.
Yeah.
Because then it's a little better, but it's like, yeah,
well, I mean, there's a reason people in the tropics generally spend like the middle 4 hours of the day fucking napping and doing other things, especially or like in the Mediterranean, you know, places where it's hot like that. They spend the middle of the day doing nothing, and then early morning and late evening doing all the stuff and staying up later. You know, they don't get the 8 hours every night because they're getting like a couple hours in the middle of the day when it's just hot.
Well, and I've seen people like in shopping centers and shit like that in Phoenix, like middle of the summer. I've seen people like fucking pass out.
Yeah,
in fucking shopping
due to heat
centers.
Exhaustion.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, and these are people that like presumably were in their car with AC, like in stores. But it's just like, if you are out and about for long enough, you're like, to give you an idea how hot it gets, like no exaggeration whatsoever. If you park your car outside in the middle of summer, the inside of your car can get in excess of 200 degrees.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Your inside of your car can get fucking hot.
Like, you can, and I used to do this when I was a kid. Like, I would put a cookie sheet.
I mean, I always crack the windows, dude, but.
Yeah, it's that helps, but it's like at best case.
It depends on how much you crack the window. They did a thing where like I think it's like if it's only a half inch, it actually makes your car hotter. But if it's like an inch or more, it actually cools it down a little.
And like,
and honestly, I could be wrong on that, but you double check on that.
But it's still like 150, dude. Yeah, even doing that, it's like over 150.
Yeah,
like I would say that. Oh yeah, and you know, you've got the sun pounding through all this glass, and it's heating up every internal everything inside the car. So then it's like a heat sink, and then like you can literally take a cookie sheet, put it on your dashboard, like cut cookie dough and throw it on the sheet, and it'll cook over the period of like 2-3 hours.
Oh yeah,
like. It's no fucking joke.
Oh, I'm in California, Northern California, close enough to San Francisco, as you know, as it goes. And in the summer around here, you know, you leave something on the dashboard, and it'll probably melt or whatever if you're not careful, you know.
Dude, if you can't,
you can easily cook cookies just here. Yeah.
Dude, you can't walk from the inside of a store to your car, load the car without the chocolate starting to melt by the time you walk to your car in the middle of summer. Like, it's no fucking joke. We're talking like the only place in the country that, like, two places that can rival it is like parts of Nevada.
You're like buying a Snickers
and
bar and you're like throwing a bag of frozen peas. I got to keep this cool till I get to the car.
Dude, note, all joking aside, I had a fire extinguisher explode and fail in my car. Not the whole canister, but like the seal and everything on it.
Oh, the seal pop.
Like, so like I was driving, and because of the heat, it had, like, I was going and all of a sudden it's just like, and I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, and all of a sudden the car's like all this white shit flying all over the place, and like I could not figure out what the fuck it was at first, because like I was driving, I was just chilling.
Well, yeah, because your first immediate thought is, oh shit, panic, I'm driving. Where can I pull over? Yeah,
like if you leave a lighter in the car, like just a regular Bic lighter, like it can explode if it's hot enough. Like, no joke. It's like anything that is heat sensitive, you just don't fucking leave anywhere in your car. Like, I can't tell you.
Oh, you know what the funniest one is? The funniest is gummy bears or gummy worms.
Cheap lighters.
Oh yeah.
And those fucking cheap lighters will absolutely explode. It happened to me a couple times before I realized.
The squared off cheap Circle K ones or something.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about.
Like
I used to smoke.
See-through, like in the
yeah.
The ones you buy for like 99 cents or 89 cents when you're out on the way to the fucking beach or something, and you're going camping, and you're like, oh, I forgot matches, I'll just buy this cheapo lighter.
I can't tell you how many times, when I smoked and like, I'd have a
buy a
friend
lighter because your friend stole yours, or
you go inside a store, you come back out, and you just see like the shrapnel of an exploded lighter laying in the car.
I've never had a lighter explode. That's fucking insane. I think the best is if you get gummy bears or gummy worms that melt on your dash.
I finally realized I needed to spend the extra 30 cents or whatever, extra $1 to buy an actual Bic, or that was going to absolutely explode.
Yeah, I'm all about Bic now. I don't buy anything besides Bic lighters.
In the days of VHS tapes and Blockbuster, I left one of my rental videos in the car, and it literally warped it. Like it was no longer a rectangle. Like, all the edges had rounded and flattened. Like, it started to melt. Like you leave a CD in the car in the wrong spot, and like CDs will start to, like, that shiny coating will start to flake off. It'll like start to like warp containers. Like the CD
anything I leave in my car is either in a container that has some sort of insulation, or it goes under the seat. They don't leave things in the car that are not under the seat or in a container.
Here's like another fun fact about how fucking hot it gets. I used to go on, like, I'd take my lunch break and I'd go like just for a walk around the building on the outside, just to stretch my legs, right? So I'd be outside for maybe like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
15 minutes tops. And if I was looking at Facebook or dicking around on my phone will say, phone is too hot, must cool off to continue operating, and it'll lock itself out until it cools off.
Damn.
I used to have I'd be sitting there with like Google Waze Waze or Google Maps open, and like have it on in my car, and like I'd be driving into the sun, and it will shut my phone off because it's overheating the phone because it's hitting the back of the case.
Oh damn.
Dude, it's like
so then
that's pretty fucking nuts, dude.
I have an emergency kit. You know those big plastic bins that take you gotta hold both handles to carry them? They're kind of like a big rectangle.
Yeah.
I have my emergency kit for like if we gotta fucking run and leave the house, and it's got like food and water and all the fucking little things you might need. And I have everything lined in Reflectix between everything that's in the box and the outside of the box. So there's like a layer of Reflectix on the inside of the box. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm thinking that's kind of overkill for here, but that probably would be, like, not even close to what you would need in, like, fucking Arizona. Like, just the way you're talking about it. You'd need to, like, literally put, like, foam board real insulation, like, an inch thick all the way around your shit if you were going to leave a kit in the car like that.
Yeah, those lighters exploding that I was talking about were not ones that were left out for the sun beating down on them. It would not matter.
It was just in your car. No, it's just in the car.
Yeah, and like most people, I do have a couple of canisters of like cooking fuel in a camp stove.
You
in
would
my
never
emergency kit. See, like I would never be able to leave
never
that shit
leave
there.
that in the car.
Yeah.
You would never leave that in the car. You would have it would be a better option to leave it in the sun outside of the car than it would be in the car, because the car is just like a goddamn oven. Like,
Yeah, it slowly collects and keeps the heat. Yeah.
The average internal temp of a car in Arizona during the summer, parked for like an hour after being driven somewhere, parked in a parking lot, left there for an hour, is like 180 to 195 degrees.
You know what you could do that would probably make some good money if you could figure out how to do it is like a small solar powered ventilation system that you install in cars in that kind of heat, where a panel just runs a couple of fans and it just circulates air from under the car in and out of the car as it's parked. Like the second your key turns off, it just immediately sets like a little thing that just cycles air to keep it from getting quite that hot. I don't know if it would actually work though, but
Teslas have a Sentinel mode, which if everything is turned off, you put it in Sentinel mode, and it'll run the air conditioning at like the car is running, because it's not gas, it's all electric anyway. But if it's in Sentinel mode, you can it'll leave the AC going, it'll leave everything else to maintain the inside, but it won't be running the engine. That's why people. Like there was a lot of debate when that first came out. They'd be like, oh, well, now less people will, leave their dogs in a vehicle that's unsafe or something like that. And there's the argument to be made, you just shouldn't fucking take your dog somewhere if they shouldn't be there, and just take them home.
Why are you taking your dog to the fucking grocery store?
Right. Totally.
Leave it at home in your house with the fucking AC going and go get your groceries. They'll be fine for an hour.
But I believe you can, if I'm not mistaken, it might be more or slightly less, because I first heard of this, it's been a couple generations of cars. You could leave your car in Sentinel mode for up to 11 hours or 12 hours or something like that originally, and then I heard someone say with the newer stuff you can leave it going for almost a full 24 hours, because that car is all battery. And so you can set the AC to where it's as cold as you're driving. Everything else is turned off, but it keeps everything locked.
Yeah, the only time I think I've ever heard of anybody that left their pet in the car was they had a whole thing set up in their van that gave them regular updates on the temperature, and it would run AC and keep the temperature down to a specific temperature, remotely. You could actually, and it would tell you if it had been a problem.
Well,
I was at least he's doing that.
Dude, I've had to smash a car window before because I walked by and there was a dog that was clearly in fucking distress, and it was.
Oh yeah, no. If that's the case, smash the window. Yeah. I just thought it was it's the only time I've ever heard of anybody taking their dog with them around. I'm like, oh okay. Yeah, totally. You have a climate-controlled van with thousands of dollars of fucking electronics to keep it from getting too hot for your dog. That's cool. I get it. That's fine.
It became such a huge problem in Arizona that they legislatively made a law to where if there is a child or an animal that is in distress in the car, and you believe that you are legally, without any kind of criminal repercussions, able to smash the fuck out of that window.
Yeah.
But not all states have that. In some states, there was a whole big debate that
Jesus fucking Christ. You should be criminally liable if you walk by a car with a child in it that's obviously in distress and you don't do something.
Well, I mean,
you know what I mean? Come on.
In Arizona, if it's summertime and there's a kid in a car and there's no grown-up in there, they can be cooking within tens of minutes.
Yeah, you should do something immediately. You don't want to wait and look around. Oh, wait, is your daddy here? No, it's too late if you're in Arizona, the fucking desert. 110 degrees out. Yeah, you fucking crack a window and get that kid out of that car immediately.
If the window feels cold and I first walk up and I know what store it is, I'll go inside and be like, yo, you need to page whoever the fuck owns this car, because they got about 30 seconds before I walk back out there and I liberate their fucking windows. I'll do that. I have no problem with that if it's obvious. But if it's in a Walmart or a mall or some shit like that, and it's obviously fucking hot and you see a dog or a child either
your first thing should be to break the fucking window, get the kid out or get the pet out or whatever. And then your second thing should be just to call the police and be like, hey, you guys need to get here and fucking arrest this asshole.
Yeah. Because it's that is, it was, for a while, people were doing that willy-nilly in Phoenix. when it was rightfully so. Like, it was the right decision, right? But it wasn't legally like permissible. So there were all these like court cases where it's like people were getting charged with like vandalism or attempted this, whatever the fuck the cops decided that, or
trying
like
to
if there's a
stick
kid
them with
inside,
to be an asshole.
Yeah, and it wasn't that the other person who left their kid or dog in the car wasn't charged also, but you don't have the right to just do that. And so there were all these court cases and shit like that until finally it became. And then there were people that were like, there's a couple people that had come across, I forget if it was a dog or a kid, I don't remember, it was a long time ago, and they were calling the police, and like time was going by, but whatever was in there had been in there long enough to where it was like, you need to get them the fuck out, like now. And they ended up dying because it took like 20 minutes, because it took like 20 minutes for the emergency crew to get there. And it's like, at that point it was like, all right, well, if this is going to be happening, which it clearly fucking is for some unknown reason, like, if you see it, the process is do what you need to do to like make the situation like not deadly. Call the cops, let them know what happened. If you have a way to document it, cool. Like pictures or something, great. Not necessary, but like cool. And that was just it. But not all the states have that.
And for like $15 on Amazon, you can get a really easy, really good high quality glass breaker.
Hell yeah, you can.
And those things, you don't have to put any real effort into it. You could be a little old lady that's like 90 years old and just give that window a little pop. Or some of them you ratchet it and then you press a button and it fucking,
There's ones that are spring loaded that are
you can even get those that are even better, yeah.
It's like maybe ½ inch to 3/4 of an inch wide, and then it's like 4 to 6 inches long, and then you just pull the spring back in it, and it has a trigger button on it. You put it up against the window, push the trigger, and it just blows the window out. It just melts.
Yeah, it's fucking great. They're really handy.
Dude, I would keep one in
the
car.
Those are the kind of things you should have in your car, because you never know when you might need to be able to break a window to get out. Yeah.
Two things you should always have in your car. A seatbelt cutter,
and it should have a glass breaker and a seatbelt cutter on the same thing in your center console, or somewhere it can't fly around. So
totally
hang it off your shit handle, hang it off the mirror, somewhere you can reach from the driver's seat, somewhere where it's not going to like fly around the car and end up in the back seat.
I've tested. I've used the icebreaker one time, not in practice. It was on like a junk car, and I've tested the seatbelt cutters, and like seatbelts are super fucking tough. They're like super tough, but the way they have these blades in there and at the angle and the way it approaches it, it's like you're basically sliding it like you would like drag.
It's
like
as
a knife
easy
through a
as
tortilla.
those. You ever get those wrapping paper cutters where the blade's not exposed and you just slide it through and it just cuts like nothing? If you get a good seatbelt cutter, it'll just go right through that seatbelt, yeah. Whereas like a knife through one of those straps will take you freaking 5 minutes.
Dude, you could have the sharpest knife on the planet, and like you'd be sawing at that thing for way longer than you.
Yeah, they're made to resist being cut like that. So yeah, you got to get a seatbelt cutter.
If you drove into a lake or something like that accidentally, or in water, and your car was filling up, you need to get the fuck out.
Oh, even if you just rolled your car on some fucking country road, you might need to break the window to get out because you can't open the door because it's fucked up. Dude.
Yeah, and maybe not even your own. Maybe it's a passenger door or something that's fucked up. But like the speed in which,
or maybe you come across a car and you got to get somebody out who's unconscious, and
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like sawing with a knife, if you have nothing else, is obviously like better to keep fucking trying and all that. But it's like that you could be in a serious situation to where like you aren't going to be able to get out of it in the time you would have to spend cutting the seatbelt. So like having a cutter is like as important as like an airbag in the right circumstance.
Yeah, it's like you should have like some sort of fire extinguisher in your car, and you should have a seatbelt cutter, glass breaker. And I like to always have like a few bottles of like water, some oil, some Fix-A-Flat. Things that you might end up having to like put in the car because something fucked up. A roll of duct tape and some fucking pliers.
If you don't have a lot of space in your car or whatever, the one thing that I think everybody should have, because they're so small, they can be so small now depending on how big your vehicle is the those battery packs that you charge up and you can
Oh
jump off-
yeah.
off the
Those
back.
jump starters are amazing.
Dude.
If you can find them that are solar powered, that's even nicer because then you can just sit them on your dash if you didn't fucking charge it like a dummy. You can sit it on your dash for a couple hours because it's better than not being able to start your car until somebody else gets there.
Dude, and like to give you an idea how like, and obviously money is money, and what you know, how much you have determines what is quote unquote a lot. Like you can get ones that can start an SUV, like a 6-cylinder SUV, 4-door. I think it's either 4 or 5 times for like $40 at like Pet Boys or any of those fucking places.
Yeah, and I would
Like-
stick to the $40 range. Anywhere below $40, and you're getting like cheap bullshit that somebody basically filled with like half the batteries and like sand. So
Yeah, I mean,
you don't want to go under
if-
the $40 on those things. You want to at least $40 one. And
you
you're done.
definitely do not. You definitely do not need to spend like $100+ on.
No. You don't want to go.
That's
You don't want to go
fucking bonkers.
higher than that. I'm just saying, don't go below
Oh, yeah,
the
for like
$40 range because then they turn into trash that won't work. Half
The only
fucking
ones
time.
the ones that I would like to have, but they are more expensive, is the one that does all the jumping, but it also has a compressor built onto it so you can inflate your tire off of it.
Oh, but
as
you
well.
can buy a separate compressor for like $20-$30 for most passenger
Totally.
cars.
But the fact that it is like the fact that it's like a single device, like if you're pressed for space,
It is nice,
and they're
yeah. It
actually
is nice to
small.
have it all in one. That is true. But yeah,
And
like
they
I
are
have
actually
I have a
pretty small now.
compressor, I have Fix-A-Flat, and I have a little battery starter too. Yeah.
Like, and to give you an idea of how big, like the $40, I think it was like $40 or $45 or something like that. That one is. It is like if you bought, it's roughly the size of a 6-pack of soda. Like it's not big, it's real small, and it even has like an emergency light on it and all this other bullshit. And it's like, it has saved me a couple times when a battery had discharged itself and could be jumped but just wouldn't hold a charge. Like it got me out of a bad situation in the middle of fucking winter when it was like 13 degrees out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, cold
So-
fucking kills your battery.
Yeah, it's like it's a toss up whether or not it's cold or hot that fucks them up. I think cold, depending on like extreme cold versus the extreme hot, I think the cold will fuck them up.
I'll say in California, the first really cold day of winter, when I used to work on cars, the first really cold day of winter was always like a ton of people out there with batteries every time.
See, in Arizona, the time for it to all die is like between like the first month of summer to like the last fall, because everybody's like a battery in Arizona lasts, if you're lucky, 2 years. If you're real lucky, 3, maybe 4.
Wow. Okay, you get like 5,
Yeah, I think
6,
the
7
heat,
years in Cali.
prematurely ages them. I think the cold will stop them from working, but like the heat definitely
Right.
prematurely ages it.
The cold can break them if they've been like if you have a 5-year-old battery in your car, the cold can kill it in California.
And see,
But you'll
having a
definitely get like
5-year-old
5-6 years out of a battery easy.
And see, like literally every battery I've ever owned since I was 16 years old has died in 3 years or less. And so like when it comes with the warranty on it, like if it's like, oh, it has a 9-year warranty on it, that's like a bunch of shit. Like to pay for it because your batteries, like the average lucky is 3 years. Because the heat just like you said, it ages the fuck out of it. Now the extreme cold, you're right, it does stop it from like functioning, and that's why
It'll stop it from functioning, and then if it's a really old battery, it can also kill it. So it's like it doesn't prematurely age them or kill them, like just because it's fucking cold.
Reaction, basically.
But it will stop them from functioning in a lot of cases. Yeah, depending on the kind of battery you have.
Even those expensive ass Optima batteries that are just gel, like in Arizona, if you're lucky, you'll get like 4 years out of it, and that's like
that's better than fucking 2. But then again, like you said, it's luck too, which is kind of shitty.
Well, an battery is like $130. Like they are so expensive, and so it's like, okay, yeah, you could pay $150-$200 for a battery, and you might get another year out of it, but you can literally just buy another fucking battery, and it would still come out to, in a lot of cases, like less money than if you have a larger vehicle. Like a small car like a Sentra is like $130 battery, which is crazy, absolutely fucking bonkers. But yeah, it's like they're very expensive because they have no lead and no battery acid in them. They have some sort of weird compound. They have less lead, I should say. They're much lighter. They're smaller, and they can be killed and recharged like way more than a standard lead and acid battery.
Huh.
They're just not good for the desert. The desert hates everything. Like,
which is weird because all the van life people all like living in the desert like all winter long.
Well, yeah, it's because the winter it doesn't freeze. Like a cold winter in Phoenix. Yeah, like a cold winter in Phoenix. Like if it hits, like it might hit freezing a couple times, and people throw blankets over all their plants because they don't want them to frost. Like
like 75 degrees here is jacket weather.
Yeah. Well,
most people.
And here's the thing I figured out, because like on the East Coast here, it's like probably on the low side. We're talking in like high 70s for the humidity percentage. So it's like you can call it 80+%. But it gets like infinitely fucking colder over here. Like we had some days. I think the coldest day I've seen out here in the last 3 years was like 11 degrees, and but even looking at temperatures like 40 or 50, like 40 out here feels not as cold as 40 in the low humidity, which is weird. Like the dry cold feels more bitey than the humid cold.
I would prefer dry cold, honestly. I really don't like humidity all that much, which sucks because I live in California and we get a lot of humidity.
You have like the sea breeze, like that. There's a big difference. Like, yeah, it's humid for sure, and I have the sea breeze thing happening too here in Maryland and DC. But it's like there's a difference between Georgia, Tennessee humid, and like coastal humid. Like, you know, like you probably get a lot of breezy days because you're like pretty damn close to the ocean. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I'm like an hour off of the coast, so yeah, we can get some real nice breezes. We rarely have a heat wave that lasts more than like 3 or 4 days. Like if it lasts a week, that's uncommon.
But isn't there some people up there that still don't have AC?
Yeah, no, there's a lot of people in California without AC. Northern California. Yeah, it's uncommon for people to have AC, I would say, unless they live in like apartments.
Yeah, Stabby, you guys just barely got it, right?
Yeah, we've been without AC until this year. This is our first year with AC. And let me tell you, it's like, way better.
Well, yeah, AC makes all the fucking difference. But
especially cleaning the fucking smoke out of the air because there's fires going all the time now. You know, we had a break from the wildfires in California for a few years, but now they're kind of coming back to roost for a while. And having the AC is really nice because that smoke in the air gets real fucking old real quick.
The droughts are like super fucked up, and they've been talking about the water shortage and drought stuff over in California for like almost 40 years now. Like what, like 35 years, 33 years, something like that. So it's like, it's not going to get better. And I was watching the latest season of Alive, and they were up in northern Canada, like in the middle of nowhere, right? And they had smoke that had traveled from the California wildfires all the way up into like mid to northern part of the west coast of Canada, and then the fires that were like toward the Midwest and stuff like that. There was another part of Canada, like we're talking hundreds and hundreds of miles away, like all the big plumes of smoke got like carried away by the currents in the air. It's not helping anybody. Like it's super bad. It looked like it was foggy, like the foggiest of days. That's how much smoke there was up in Canada from the U.S. forest fires.
Yeah, and Canada's had their own fires going for a while too.
Yeah,
they're having just as much drought issues right now, man. They had that super intense heat wave.
Yeah, dude, it's super fucking bad. And these are like, this stuff is happening in places that like traditionally don't have nearly the fucking size problem, or they never had it before. It's like, it's getting bad. and it's not going to get
Glad I'm
better
40.
on its own.
I'm not going to have to live long enough to worry about it too much.
Well, I mean, I guess
I'm just fucking with you. Like,
yeah,
that's the normal thing people say to fuck with people.
Yeah. Well, and that's also a lot of people's, like, I think either subconscious idea, because it's like, you know, what the fuck? Like, there's a lot of people that are probably like 80 years old right now that probably don't give two fucks. You know? And
oh, like, yeah. Well, I knew a dude who, like, he just genuinely was like, I'm just gonna do whatever the fuck I want until I die. I don't really care. I'm not gonna worry about anything. Not like in a malicious way. He just was sociopathic, so he didn't really give a shit about anything.
Well, and it's like, you know, if we only had to deal with the select people that were him, you know, where they're just like fucking sociopaths, like out in the public, that would be one thing. But unfortunately, we have a lot of sociopaths like trying to make a lot of money by doing what they do.
Oh yeah, and he actually tried to join the CIA, and I got a call asking for references, and I was just like, fuck no.
You're like,
the last thing you guys need is another sociopath. Like, I'm gonna fucking whatever I gotta say to not make this work out.
It's like,
oh man,
just be like, I think he's an agent. Just leave it at that.
Oh man, so earlier,
I'm pretty sure he loves Russia.
Yeah, he's a Russia fan. He masturbates to Vladimir Putin all the time. No, earlier, Daytwan and I were talking about this chick on OnlyFans that he remembered, like from YouTube, Gabby something or other, who $25 by
Gabby
the way.
Hannah.
Yeah, and there's a suggestion box that'll like lead you to other people when you look at somebody's profile. And you can just kind of scroll through a bunch of the things, and it'll show like a little picture. There are a lot of really average and below average chicks on OnlyFans, dude.
I know a lot of.
Like,
I know a lot of
it's
girls
surprising,
that are on
like how
OnlyFans.
many girls who are just like, I don't know why anybody would pay you for that. Like, you can go look for porn for free on the internet; it would be better.
Hey man, sometimes
like, not to be rude,
like,
I'm just saying.
Dude,
you
you're
know?
looking at like how many average looking chicks on Twitch make a shitload of money, dude.
Oh, there's Meg Turney.
Fucking
There's the
bizarre.
fucking the chick. I gotta stop looking at OnlyFans. I have no interest in seeing any of
I
that
think
shit.
like that Pokemon chick is like insanely popular, and she's fucking kind of dumpy looking.
Is she on OnlyFans?
I don't know if she's on
I don't
OnlyFans.
think
No, I don't think she's on
She's a
OnlyFans.
Twitch
She's
streamer.
not. She's not on OnlyFans.
She's a-
She makes so
she's a-
much money
she's a Twitch
streaming.
streamer.
Well, she's a
the-
millionaire. Like she's definitely at least $2 or $3 million worth of
Let
assets.
me put
at
it this way:
point.
out of all, she's literally the top streaming female on the planet.
Is she really?
Yeah.
Because I've watched like 5 minutes of her
Well,
stream here and there because people bring her up, and I'm like, oh, you'll see what this is all about. I'm like, why would anybody give you money for this? This is fucking awful. Like, it's just terrible.
Oh, Belle Delphine. I was thinking of Belle Delphine.
Oh God!
Sure,
Don't watch Belle
probably makes more
Delphine
money
do
than her,
anything
but
other
she
than
also has
porn.
OnlyFans.
Oh my God, her fucking porn is bad enough, but like I'm actually seeing her like in an interview and stuff. She's the most unfucking interesting person on the planet. Don't watch anything else from her.
Yeah, even with the British accent.
And I would
you can't
avoid the
tell
porn.
me.
It's not even that interesting. You know, it's like.
Oh, I have a side.
Literally looks like it's the first time she's ridden a cock, dude. It's fucking bizarre, dude.
I have an aside about. So I stumbled upon. It's a really interesting YouTube channel called Healthy Gamer GG, and it's basically this guy who is
Healthy Gamer GG.
Yeah,
Oh
like,
no!
that's the website. No, but it's a good thing. This guy is literally like Harvard, like he's part of the Harvard staff. He's part of these hospital staffs. He's a psychiatrist, and he's taken like a specific interest in like people who have like severe video game addiction and like mental health of gamers, because he's a gamer also. He's like my age, and so like he goes on there and he doesn't give therapy on there, but he does like coaching, which is the way. Or they don't diagnose anything, but like it's, you know, because there's like liability and malpractice shit. So it's like not officially therapy, but it's like they just call it coaching. And
essentially, he'll give you
there.
generic ways of dealing with certain problems. Is what it sounds like.
Dude, no, that's what I thought too. This guy spends like 2 hours talking to people and like really fucking digs in. He's the best example of what probably all psychiatrists should be. Like, Just sits there,
and
he'll
I'll
sit
tell
there
you
and
what
talk
else.
to
I
them.
looked up his channel. This man has a glorious head of hair. Absolutely glorious.
Dr. K.
If for no other reason you ever check this out, Healthy Gamer GG, that is fucking impressive looking hair.
Dude, I'm telling you, like you will enjoy watching it. But what he does is he'll get
I'm a
sometimes
psych buff, so yeah.
like some of what he does is like he'll have occasionally like random like fans because he streams on Twitch and then he records them and puts them on YouTube. And he'll have random people on sometimes, but he has like all these streamers on. Like he had Asmongold, he had what the fuck is his name? Reckful was on there like about a month and a half before he committed suicide.
You could be speaking another language. I have no idea who any of these fuckers are.
Reckful was a pro gamer that also
familiar with Asmongold, but not the other.
His name was what was it? Reckful Guardian. Reckful Guardian, I think that's what it was. But he went by Reckful. He was a pro top tier World of Warcraft arena PvPer. Really chill dude, really nice dude. But he long story short, like growing up when he was like 6 or 8, like one of his oldest of two brothers like killed himself, and so he's a very troubled individual. But in like a way where it's like sad, and he tries to like kind of cope with it by trying to like help other people. But he was on Dr. K's show a few times, like 2 or 3 times, and then like 2 months after the last time he was on there, he ended up killing himself. And he was like up there in the echelon of all the the big streamers that we talk about and stuff like that. It's but like, dude, Dr. K, like he spent probably like 5 hours like literally just talking this guy down, like became friends with him. He doesn't just give like, well, just think about it, how do you feel? It's like,
I was thinking it was more like life coaching videos where it's like, here's a lot of really good ways to deal with strategy, and if none of these help, you should probably seek a therapist or something kind of thing. I wasn't thinking like that he was like, like I wasn't thinking like Dr. Phil bullshit. I was thinking more like giving a general set of like, if you deal with anxiety, here are some really helpful methods you can use to bring yourself down from that.
Well, this guy, what he does, like if you ever, like when you go to a psychiatrist, he does all the same stuff, like talking to you in depth and like getting to know you and trying to help you figure out like what things in your life of like, or like what is even going on if you don't know. He does all of that. The only thing he stops shy of is diagnosing anybody or like talking about.
Yeah, because you can basically do talk therapy legally as long as you don't call yourself a therapist and you don't diagnose.
Well, and because he's a fellow at Harvard, and he's like, he's a very esteemed.
Well, I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying you could. Yeah, legally.
No, I'm saying, but for him, like because he is of all these places and kind of part of the brass over there, and
he's been practicing as a psychologist, I'm sure, or a therapist for a long time as well.
Yeah, he went through medical school and all that stuff, and then he settled on becoming a psychiatrist. So he is a medical doctor. So everything is done under the guise of coaching, life coaching. But what he actually does is like fundamentally no different than what you would get in a psychiatrist's office. Like, it's really fucking cool. You should watch it. But
I would imagine it's probably similar to what you get from a therapist, because therapists generally don't diagnose or any of that kind of stuff, but they will get real deep into getting to know you and like figuring out what the problems are that you want to work on, and trying to figure out like what's the source of the problem, how can you deal with it, what are the if you get a good therapist, they'll help you out figure out like the behaviors that you want to like change. And
his big thing, one thing I think he's really successful at doing is when he's talking to people, like generally because it's either the streaming community or the gaming community in some way, like he uses things like, because there's like these abstract words that people like talk about, like where it's like like self-awareness and like actualizing and all this shit. He doesn't do any of that bullshit. Those
are not the therapists you want to go see. If people are talking about self-actualization, find another therapist.
But not in the sense that you're talking about.
Behavioral therapist.
Yeah, well, and like
actualization is a real thing, but it's generally not something you're going to do in therapy.
Well, and it's also something that is the word is used to peddle a bunch of woo bullshit.
Yeah.
But like he'll sit there and he uses gaming analogies to try to get the concepts across that are kind of more difficult to like kind of wrap your head around if you're in the middle of it and your brain is kind of like fucked up. He's just really fucking good. Like, and part of what he does too is through his website, he has a team of people that you can sign up for coaching, and they'll do private or group sessions, and like it's really fucking cheap for what it is. I think it like boils down to like, I think it was like $40 for a 90-minute session or something like that, which like most even just basic therapists, like counselors, charge like $125 a fucking hour.
So if we're really lucky, because I work in a nonprofit that helps mentally ill people, if we're extremely lucky, we might be able to find somebody that's only charged $100 an hour for one of our clients.
Which is fucking gross.
Yeah, for like
just
therapy.
Like throwing that out there. Like,
I would 100% agree with you.
So like, they have like a thing where you don't just do one, you commit to like either, I think it's like 8, 12 or 14 or something like that. But if you cannot afford it, they have a thing where you apply for the quote unquote grant, which all the money that he raises on his stream and all that stuff goes 100% to basically funding the grant, quote unquote. So if you don't have money to ask you a bunch of questions,
he considers all of
the
stuff on the stream to be donations towards like paying other people's fees.
Yes.
Essentially.
Yes. Yeah. He doesn't keep any of it. It's all towards like.
Well, I would assume he does keep it. It's paying for his I'm sure he gets a cut of the whatever the work he's doing. He should be getting it at least.
No, he donates all of it that he gets. Because he works at a hospital. He's a Harvard fellow. Like that guy makes severe six figures, like probably mid six figures, I would guess.
Oh, okay. So he hasn't quit his day job. All right, that's different. Then.
No, he does that. This is a passion project for him. Like it's just what he wants to do.
Yeah. That's like, what we always look for when we're looking for people for therapy for the clients. Like we can't always put that much effort towards it. It's not often that the clients even go to therapy. But when we do, we always try to find people that are working just like gratis.
It's what they want to do. Yeah, and like so what he will do with anybody in the world, as long as they're like, and he has a small team of people of other doctors that do the same thing. Is you can obviously commit to like, I think it's $40 a session for like 8 sessions, and it gets like $5 cheaper per session if you get more, or you can apply, tell them about your circumstances. Like if you can't pay all of it, there's a section for like, based on your situation, how much could you pay a month?
Sliding scale.
You know?
Yeah.
And so if people can only pay $1 or like $5 or something, they can put that. But yeah, they have monthly signups for like, I think it's like, God, it's like tens of slots, if not close to 100 slots, maybe a little bit more, that they fill up, and that are completely free. Or paid through like outside donors. And he raises like each one of his streams. I haven't seen a single one that wasn't like in between like in the teens of thousands to like $30,000-$40,000 in donations.
Dude, which makes you really fucking disappointed in how much some of those chicks get for like wearing a fucking yoga pants and, you know, shaking their ass on screen.
But I found out, like, I always thought her name was Pokimane. It's actually like the Imane is actually her first name, her real first name, and you pronounce it Iman. So it's literally Pokemon, but spelled like with a hybrid of her name.
Pokemon.
So she was on there. Asmongold was on there. Someone named Mitch Jones was on there, who was a big streamer for a while.
I'm not watching her episode. I don't really give a shit. I'll watch somebody else's.
I thought it was interesting because like there is clearly a very big difference between like the streamer personality and the person. Because I haven't watched a lot of her stuff. I've seen bits of it, but it's like.
It never fails to amaze me how many people seem to think that like whatever the public persona is of this or that internet person is like how they really are, and it's like you're fucking retarded.
Well, here's the thing: like anybody listening to this or at any other time can think about like this real basic thing. When you're around your friends, how do you act? When you're at work, how do you act? When you're around various types of people, how do you act? And it's like almost none of us act like we have nicer versions of ourselves when we're just like meeting new people or like.
Oh yeah, at work I don't swear anywhere near at all if I can help it. Yeah.
And so we don't even like necessarily consciously even think about it. So to think that somebody who is like literally an entertainer.
Well, I'm sure it starts out in an honest place, but what sells and what doesn't sell is going to change, and you're going to alter your persona based on that. And sooner or later, you're going to be a character as opposed to like a person. And I think that's what probably besets a lot of the anxiety and nerves in a lot of these streamers that start to like break down and have issues. Is that they started out people liking them for who they were, and now it's obvious people like their character, and they don't really care who they are as a person. And that can be psychologically jarring to deal with day after day after day.
Guaranteed. It's like anytime, like when you get big enough to where you're like talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of, which is a lot on Twitch. Like if you have like 50,000 subscribers, that's a fucking lot on Twitch.
Really? Why am I not on Twitch?
It's not the same scale. Like I forget how many she had. She had in the hundreds of thousands, if not like close to 1 million subscribers or some shit like that. But it's like when you get large enough, like it doesn't matter if it's like music or streaming or whatever the fuck it is. Like I think there's like a tendency in general for people to like have to have a version of themselves for the public and then a version of themselves like at home, because like that many people nobody sees those people as people. Like at some point, like even people who don't do it on purpose, like you or me or somebody, if you think about the most famous musician that you love, like there's that like kind of like people call like legendary or whatever, the it thing. Like they're a person, but it's like you have a hard time seeing them as like the person at your Circle K if they're like on a big stage, or doing or whatever it is they do. But it's like I think part of it's a protective mechanism. I think part of it is also like like when you find out, if I wear these cat ears, that I get more viewers and there's like an uptick. It's like it's a business.
Yeah.
And
I've run into a few people who are streamers that are of note on VR Chat, because VR Chat was for when I started playing, it was a much smaller pool of players, and was really hot on YouTube for like a hot minute, and so almost also on Twitch for like a hot minute there, and it was I've met like James Ski, not Pokemon or Pokemon or whatever, but somebody else that has a pokey name. It's like a guy that's in her circle, I think.
I can't really think of his name.
I made fun of that guy so hard he left the fucking room. He was such a dick. But I've run into also there's somebody else. Oh, some big fat guy that everybody makes fun of.
Boogie?
No, not Boogie. He has like black hair. I don't know. I don't really remember his name. But the one thing that they all shared was you could very clearly tell that they did not see any of the people that they were talking to or interacting with as people, but as entertainment sources and potential, like...
You mean like the streamers
product, essentially.
Sources?
Basically, they would just be like... You could tell the difference, because like you go and you talk to somebody on VR Chat and you have like a real conversation. That's very different from the conversations you would have with them. They were very clearly trying to get you to do like some sort of bit or act up in some silly way to make them money and be entertaining for their audience. Yeah. And there was a lot of, there was a lot of people that are super into that. So obviously I don't give a fuck. I'll just, ignore people if I don't really like them. But,
and that's something that
the people that enjoy doing that shit, got really into it. So, hey.
Well, and it's like that sort of thing happens across a large spectrum. Like child actors, like if you could like throw a stone, you could hit a child actor that was big in like the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and they're either dead or damn near like at some point became a junkie and had a real hard time. Like I think the problem is like most streamers are basically teenagers or just barely into their adult years, like 18, 19, whatever.
Yeah, internet fame starts very young, and it can really fuck people up.
Dude, any level of like fame and things like that and notoriety that gets you attention.
Oh, what was that chick that was on TikTok who was like the biggest person on TikTok, and then there was like this very public tantrum she threw when somebody else passed her on TikTok follows, and she was like screaming.
I don't know the name, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like same. That's one of those things, and she's obviously like a 13, 14-year-old kid. You know, like that's just like, I mean, that's just TikTok, where it's not even like a huge thing in most people's, mind.
I think we don't think it's a big deal. I think because part of it is because we're older.
No, I'm not saying it's not a big deal. I'm saying most people just don't think of it as a big deal.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, and that's TikTok. You know, she flew out of control over somebody having more followers than her. Like, that's insane.
I think the problem, like, obviously fame and falling into stuff like that can still fuck up adults, but I think there is, enough evidence to make a very compelling argument.
Perspective in somebody that young.
Look at how many girls get big on like TikTok or YouTube or Twitch and then immediately start doing porn on OnlyFans the minute they turn 18. Like, a lot of them will even fucking like post countdowns and like start chatting with their fans and testing the waters. Like, hey, would you guys be interested in seeing my tits when I'm not illegal anymore? It's like, fucking what?
And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Would I suggest?
I just think that's a function of internet fame fucking people up when they're young. I think there's a lot of those people probably wouldn't do that had they not had their whole personality skewed by internet fame.
I think there's also the aspect of like, there's the reality that, like, when we grew up, when you were a kid, it's like, oh, okay, you can go to college, you can get a good job, and there's like these abstracts, right?
That's true. Like, yeah, you're right. That's a good point. You can't really do that anymore.
Dude, we couldn't even do that. That started falling away. That started diminishing like shortly after like the mid 60s. Like, it was a downward slide, slowly but surely. But it's like the kids now, that were, let's say, born in like 98, 99, 2000, stuff like that. Like,
even like a mediocre chick can make like $2,000 or $3,000 a month take home, like after she's paid all her fucking bills and taxes and fees, doing OnlyFans, like, just showing her fucking feet. Like, I mean,
totally. And
man, it's insane.
I think like kids growing up not fed the bullshit of like, we'll just call it like the quote unquote American dream or whatever, where it's like, work hard and you'll just be rich and everything's fine. It's like, no, I think kids are growing up with a much more realistic view.
We've normalized a lot of porn, a lot more so than we would in the past, because in the 50s or 60s you'd never see a porn star in an actual like legitimate film. No, and then slowly in like the 80s and the 90s you started to see the occasional, like the fucking the hedgehog. He got in the fucking movies, like some big porn stars. Tia Carrera.
I don't even think it's normalized. I don't think it's any more or less normal. You could
there's a big push to you should be pro sex worker and it's the best thing ever. There's a lot of people that push that now, a lot more so than would have 10 years ago, for sure.
But but historically, none of these things were ever a problem. Like, they existed, like adult content, whether it was like,
it's more accessible now than it is, but it's always been there. Yeah.
See, and
a lot of these girls would just be strippers at like the local strip club had they not gone into OnlyFans, I'm sure.
Which honestly, OnlyFans is a much better deal for them.
Probably.
Because they're not dealing with skeezy bar owners. They're not, people that are sex.
Well, they're setting their own limits. They're setting their own boundaries. Right. That's a big part of it.
And they make the money. Like, they don't have to worry about like being around people who are beating them, abusing them, drugs. They don't have to worry about any of this shit. Well, that wouldn't
be a problem if prostitution was legalized. So, fucking.
Well, right, but that's the same thing. Is it's like, if prostitution was legalized, that would make it way safer and way better for literally the clients and the prostitutes.
How many incels could finally go fucking get laid?
I mean,
like, and how many of them would that probably shape up? Because there's some that are probably irredeemable, but there are definitely some incels out there who, if they just got a fucking blowjob, would probably turn their life around and be like, oh, this is what I've been. Yeah, this has been like this is what I've been freaking out about. It's awesome, but yeah, it's just a blowjob.
Well, and it's like, would I rather people like having to strip or be escorts or do whatever, to quote unquote put themselves through college for the next 40 years, like with having to deal with seedy, fucked up people, like having to risk like, legal shit and all that, or would I rather them like turn on their webcam and decide to like?
Well, I'd rather that the people that are into prostitution be allowed to do it legally with the normal protections you would get anywhere else, like STD testing, condoms. They actually run their own businesses. It's not all a bunch of pimps that aren't actually selling their own bodies. They're just selling other people's bodies. That's pretty gross.
That's also what strip clubs do.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah,
I've known a good solid 5 or 6 close friends that stripped either for a long time or during a period of time.
I'm sure some of the stuff gets fucking dark.
Well, yeah, dude, the one common factor is that the owners of the clubs and people putting on the night or whatever, the people that they have to deal with for money and like to interact with as their quote unquote, their boss basically.
Yeah.
Like they're all fucking garbage. they're all garbage. They're shady. They take money.
Because everything is so generally like looked down upon, like it may be more supported now. That doesn't mean it's supported. Like everybody's in love with it. No. There's more of a push to accept sex workers than there ever was before. But you don't get people who are like really nice, decent, good people who are like, you know what I want to do? I want to open up a club and take a bunch of money from a bunch of ladies that are going to dance naked on stage for me.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, they're all fucking garbage. Like, I'm sure there's one somewhere that might.
I'm sure there's club owners out there that are decent. Like, they're not assholes. Like, they're not good people, but they're not assholes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I would say they are a minority. Like most strip clubs,
they're as common as the hooker that gave the money back.
Probably the places that you have to deal with slightly less of that are places like mainstream places that are like on the Vegas Strip because because
they don't want to get fucked over in the news and have everybody just not want to go there.
They're just less fucked up in certain ways. They're just still
they're still bad, but I'm sure it's not as much of like, well, if you want to work on this stage, honey, you better suck my dick,
or like beating somebody in the back room for
they actually I'm not surprised. Yeah, I would have thought that would have been more for hookers, but
it happens there too because a lot of these club owners are not the most sober of individuals in a bad way.
Yeah.
Like I had a friend that stripped at one in Scottsdale, and then she stripped in one that was kind of like Scottsdale Phoenix, and like between the guy that ran the places, like being mentally unstable, being just general assholes. Like one of them had a drug problem, like all this other stuff. Like there'd be screaming matches where he's like throwing shit across like the dressing rooms and like invading their space when they're changing in the back room and just like fucked up stuff that like completely goes away. You can do the same thing on a webcam, reach more people, only pay a little fee to the website.
Oh yeah. For the girls, it's a huge improvement in atmosphere for sure.
100%. And honestly,
well, and up front what you're going to pay in fees, whereas I'm sure in a lot of these clubs, they get ripped off too.
Dude, you get totally ripped off. I've been to a strip club one time, and it was because I was with a bunch of friends, and they ran into somebody who was in town. They were like, "Let's go to the strip club." I was like, "Oh," and I rode with one of them. So, dude, I don't like them either.
The only time I've been is for fucking bachelor parties, dude. It's the only time I've gone.
It's fun the first time you go, and that's it.
See, I hated it. I absolutely hated it. And then we got to the door, right? And I was like, how old was I? I was maybe 22, 21. No, in between 22, 20. It was 21, in between 21 and 22, because I was legal to drink. And so we got there, and they're like $19 cover charge. So you had to pay $19 to the club to walk in to further shell out cash.
Oh, you went to a less prestigious strip club. Mine was $60 to get in.
Yeah, we're just talking about like one of the ones in like Scottsdale that's just considered to be
an okay
the
club.
Place that's least easy. But So you go in there, and Arizona laws are, if you sell alcohol, it can't be all nude. If you sell alcohol, no, if you don't sell alcohol,
they can be fully nude.
You can be nude. Yeah. Yes, and if you do sell alcohol, they can only be topless. And what some places have done, I don't even know if they're still open. It used to be a place called ABCO, which stood for the Alaskan Bush Company, and they had half the club, which was technically its own club, that was sold alcohol. But then there was a door in the middle where you could enter the other club, and you'd have to pay to get in, so it was separate and sole. And so you could get drunk on one side and then go to the other side where they don't serve alcohol, quote unquote, and then watch the girls. Like, there was like Mike Tyson got in an altercation with one of the girls in a place called the Highlighter. That's in Phoenix.
What? Mike Tyson beating on a girl? That's so weird.
I think this was like late 90s or like early 2000s.
I can't imagine that Mike Tyson would ever be inappropriate and physical with a lady.
It's just bad. And yeah, like, if all of the, like, the only reason why any of this is problematic, like, and illegal to begin with, is because, like, people are like very puritanical, very like white Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
It's also kind of like the same thing as the drug problem. You know, the puritanical attitude of like, well, I don't think that that's a good thing, so no one should be allowed to do it. It's like, well, then you don't do it, but why the fuck do you care if Joe down the street does it? Grow the fuck up and realize that what works for you is not what works for other people, and that's not a realistic standard.
And like, the drug stuff was never historically an issue, like up until right around like just after the turn of the century.
Yeah, and the fucking Reagans.
Well, the turn of the century, originally the cannabis was not a problem at all, and then they decided it was
cannabis was openly used commonly for people that had problems with getting drunk and violent. That's what they would tell you, to be like, oh, well, you need to stop drinking and start smoking weed. You're going to be way easier to deal with. People will hate you less.
So, like, literally, the prohibition of marijuana boils down to two things. One is, at the time, paper companies.
I know. Yeah, I know. The whole, like, the fucking
William Randolph Hearst.
Cannabis plants can be used for so many fucking things, making paper, cloth. It would have blown the cotton industry completely out of the fucking water.
But the way it was done was interesting because they lobbied, like DuPont and Hearst and all that stuff. They had, you know, William Randolph Hearst was a huge printer. He was just a huge newspaper magazine guy, and all of his stuff was printed on wood paper. And he also owned interest in the logging and paper industry, so he lobbied a whole bunch. And then DuPont, who has a whole gigantic fucking list of things that they're fucked up for historically, also lobbied. And this was during a time when, you know, we're not that far out of slavery. We're still like
barely out of
we're just barely out of the Jim Crow era, like just at the tail end of it. And they started using it. You can even look up the propaganda posters for it. You ended up getting the idea that cannabis made black people violent and Mexican people lazy. And they conflated those two things alongside when it became a thing later. They started putting like a Mexican guy, like a very generic racist depiction of a Mexican guy or a black guy, like a Mexican guy sleeping under a tree with his dream bubble, a swastika. Like, this is literally stuff that was like out in circulation, or like a black guy
the whole thing with weed got like a terrible name, and like that was the whole reason why they wanted to call it marijuana, because it sounded foreign
Mexican,
and it was going to make people fucking not like it more.
And so basically from all of that,
it's pretty sad.
From all of that, like, it's only some people, like, really now in the more modern time in our lifetime, paint it as like drugs as like a puritanical, like, oh, your body's a temple, like historically, and still largely to today, but there's like a little more veneer over it. It was like 100% about like still finding ways to demonize black people and Mexican people, which historically we've done forever. I mean, that's just the history of our country. But the whole drug thing started with that, and then it became a way to make money. And the way it became to make money after Nixon, was at the time in 67, 68, the Republican Party got heavily in bed with the evangelicals, which at that point, that's when they started caring about abortion. That's when they started talking about drugs and all this other stuff. And then they monetized it. Under Reagan, they got the very first private prison in 1983. And then it just blew up from there. So it's like,
oh yeah, well, yeah,
really
the private prisons have really kept it going a lot longer than it needed to go.
Hell yeah, it has.
Yeah,
and there are still people that...
And then the federal government still uses the federal laws to rob fucking dispensaries and try to fuck over people, even in states that it's legal in. And the federal government has no constitutional right whatsoever to regulate any of that. Like, they don't actually have constitutional grounds to fucking regulate drugs.
Well, they can because the legislators have complete and total right to legislate commerce. And
I'm not talking about which ones are and aren't allowed.
Right. But I mean...
That's what I'm talking about, not like regulating, like, you know, can people buy this or regulating whether people can buy it or not shouldn't fall under their purview. It should fall under the states.
Constitutionally, like the federal government, like the legislative has the constitutional assigned right to legislate commerce, and because commerce falls under fucking everything, like whether it's going to the doctor, they've bent it out of all fucking reality in order to figure out a way to claim it works, but realistically, if you actually follow it as written, they really don't. I could find, if you want, I can find you specifically where it does, because I didn't know about it either. I learned it from a lawyer friend of mine that's a constitutional lawyer, and he did a podcast show about specifically states, and states can legislate their own stuff to a certain degree, but it's always operating under a certain umbrella of rules that come from the federal government. But if they wanted to help the drugs, right? If you really were I want the violent crime to stop with the cartels. I want overdoses to go down.
Oh yeah, legalizing all this stuff is way better because it reduces all that. Yeah. No, I think everybody knows that. I think that's one of those things that probably most people in the country would agree with.
Well, and the thing is, aside from agreeing with it, there's at least a handful of other countries that had a big overdose problem or a big certain type of problem, and the way they handled it was either legalized. They basically legalized it or decriminalized it, depending on specifically which drugs it was. But none of it was a situation where you have people going to prison. It was all. Yeah. I think one of the Nordic countries, they didn't legalize heroin, but they set up a whole thing where if you go here and you talk to the guy at the booth, he'll give you a needle, and you can go to this booth over here, you could do your heroin and no one will arrest you, and you're not going to jail. But you got to hang out at the booth for an hour or something before you can leave. It was all pretty casual the way they set it up. The way it should be is do I think that you should go be able to buy meth off the fucking shelf anywhere? No, I don't. But at the same time, people are gonna make it. Drugs, the idea of using a drug has existed since fucking infinity and beyond. Since
cavemen figured out that you could eat the berries that were half rotten and get real silly,
Yeah, totally. And so it's at the end of the day,
or that those mushrooms over there were awesome,
right? And those other ones you saw Bob eat, and he didn't end up so well, so don't eat those. But it's all they have to do is essentially regulate them. Stop finding ways to throw people in fucking prison for it. And for the people that have problems, actually have a medical system where if you're a heroin addict, I don't know any fucking heroin addicts that at some point don't really want to be a heroin addict. They're just
I do.
They're not really. They're the minority.
I knew a guy when I was in my 20s that I worked with him, and he used to smoke heroin. I guess you can smoke it as well as inject it. Yeah. He never was into the injecting part of it. But he literally was like, he decided to get out of Hollywood. He was in a band that was semi-popular, like playing like the Whiskey A Go-Go and shit like that, hanging out with the named bands that were big in the charts. But he eventually just like got sick of the whole thing and was like, this is poisoning my whole fucking life. Then, you know, left his girlfriend, left all the fucking stuff behind and moved to Northern California and fucking just started smoking weed instead.
I mean,
he didn't go through any program, didn't do anything. He just was like, you know what? I'm just gonna smoke weed and not do fucking heroin anymore. And he's the only person I've ever met. And I work in mental health programs where everybody's a fucking junkie, and I've met hundreds of junkies. So
and it's like,
it's fucking rare.
Let's say, like, okay, if somebody wants, let's just pretend there's somebody who absolutely wants to be a junkie. They're like, yep, this is exactly what I like to do. This is what I'm doing. This is great.
Oh, met a lot of those.
But if you dig down, they actually, like, once their brain is back on track with some counseling, you find out that they're actually pretty fucking miserable. Like, but, you know, their addiction definitely drives them with a fierceness. But it's like, those people, let's say they want to, right?
No, there really are people who just want to do drugs, man. That's all they want to do. It's not
there's
deep-seated,
like
terrible things. That's all they want to do.
There's like 7 billion people in the world. I'm 100% certain they exist out there, but they are not the normal. Most people are either self-medicating, like obviously, as you know, like
we a lot of self-medicating,
or mental health stuff. Like most people do that. Even
because if you're on meth, it's not so weird to hear voices and people don't fucking judge you the same way.
I knew a couple people that had a meth problem, and they initially just tried it, you know, just to try it. Like some people just decide to try stuff. But what they noticed is that with their, they had severe ADHD. It calmed down it was undiagnosed ADHD. And so it actually like made them able to focus more, but obviously like it may do that kind of like how Adderall does that and things like that. But clearly meth comes with a whole metric fuck ton of other problems. But yeah, like if somebody wants to do drugs and they're not endangering other people, like, you know, they're not like shooting up at a stoplight, right? And like endangering somebody because they're fucked up. Like there should be an option for them to get clean if they want to, and they don't have to be fucking rich, you know, to afford Betty Ford. And they shouldn't like.
Well, you tax you let people sell it as a recreational thing. You tax it, and then you use 50% of the proceeds of the taxes to fund the programs to help the people that want to get off whatever it is.
Totally, and like
that's what I would say.
Even if you just decriminalize things like heroin and things like that, just made it to where it's not a big deal. Like it's not that big of a fucking deal.
If you make it to where people can do like heroin or meth or crack or whatever, and still be able to have like a day job and go to work and stuff, you'd have a lot less people that steal shit to fucking get by because they can actually just work at a job.
Well, dude, yeah, and I mean the people that want to get off of it, like, but might have like some fear of legal recourse or lack of, they're worried about talking about it because they're technically on parole or probation or whatever the fuck, and or they just don't want like a medical record of that could affect their future because it's technically illegal and all this shit. Like they should just be able to go to a fucking doctor and like be like, yo, I need some help, and they're like, cool, and then they get it.
Yeah.
Like that, and obviously like there's that part, but if you
better, just call a fucking number.
Right. Like just like, some sort of access at any
such and such hotline. I'm in this city and I need to fucking stop doing this drug, and then they send you to whoever
without
the person they got to send you to.
Without anybody. And the other side is like the illegal drug trade that only exists because when like it's profitable to do it because like they know there's the common sense. It's like, are there humans that want to use a substance? The answer is just yes. And it's like, okay, cool. And when you have the supply, when you have the demand, they're like, well, shit, I'm going to meet that supply and I can charge a fortune for it, down the line of people and sell it to people. Like there's not that many people that are like, I guarantee you the quote unquote illegal pot that gets sold in places that are where it's legal, has
yeah.
dropped through the
You
fucking...
can always find somebody who's going to sell you some pot they grew in their backyard. Sure.
Yeah, and like if I'm a cartel or like a major dealer from somewhere, like you're not the place I'm going to go, because all of a sudden the thing that used to make me thousands of dollars, I might be able to move for like the cost of what it costs people to get it at a dispensary, or the cost that the dispensary pays for it. Like there's no market for it anymore. Or
well, not only will you won't be able to compete with the dispensaries, you won't be able to compete with the people that are selling it illegally as well, from to 20 people that live in the neighborhood next door who can sell you weed for the same,
Yeah, and it's like at the end of the
without
day,
having
even
to
if you
deal
could,
with like some creepy ass drug dealer,
And yeah, totally. And for the drug dealers, why they're like even just like importing it from somewhere in Central America, right? Like the whole big string from where it's grown, processed, and shipped and smuggled. Like there's so much fucking risk involved that the only reason why they assume that risk is because they can sell it for so much fucking money. And usually these people doing the running and stuff like that are poor as fuck. And it's like, but
dude,
ultimately,
I mean, so 420 is obviously a big day in recreational states for pot sales.
sure.
I went down and bought $600 in edibles and concentrates.
How did you do that? Because isn't there a limit of how many you can buy?
Yeah. I bought the limit.
What is the
which
limit
is
there?
a surprising amount. I think I got like 8 fucking grams of, which is the equivalent of probably like almost 2 ounces of weed. Probably, I think they say it's 1 ounce of weed, but it's more like 2 ounces of weed, because dabs are pretty fucking potent.
So in
Arizona, and then edibles wise, probably another ½ ounce to 1 ounce of weed worth of edibles for $600, and this is going to last me probably until the fucking sale comes around again next year on 420.
See, Arizona, like, will let you buy a gram a day, and however that works out, they have equivalents. Like
that's really fucking
like
low. I could go down and buy like 8 grams tomorrow, or just buy a whole fucking ounce of weed for like $200.
I'm surprised that Arizona had legalized it, because they've been trying to legalize it for like 25 fucking years. It took 10 years to get, and like multiple times to pass the medical, because like Arizona's famous stance, like they do something fucked up with like racial profiling or like the border, and the feds are like, yo, you can't do that. Like that's like, you literally can't do that. Like I'm a judge, I'm telling you can't fucking do that. And they're like, oh, states' rights. But then every time the medical marijuana would pass, then the governor would be like, well, it's technically, federally illegal, so I think we need to consult with like our ATF, DEA, and stuff like that. Like they always fucking stopped it, so it kept passing. Because
the prisons are on his fucking case, and they don't want him to legalize it.
Hell yeah. And so it took 10 years worth of elections to get medical passed, where anybody with a prescription can
and a lot of those medical ones, you can grow like fucking up to 4 plants or something. And if 4 plants isn't enough to last you for a year's worth of weed, like you're smoking a fucking lot. You're not growing it right, and you're smoking way too much.
So then you're going to be pissed about this, because I mean, I'm not a big pot person, like personally for myself, but like as someone who is, your like brain's gonna pop on this one. So they passed medical. There were people, I'll use one specific guy in his case. He has his card, he has a cartridge of concentrate, right? He's not using it in the car, it's still in the package, it's like coming from the dispensary.
DUI.
Oh, worse. So they pull him over, and the cop arrests him for possession. He's like, yo, I have my card, I have all this stuff. So they insist on arresting him. He goes to court, and the judge convicts him of possession. And his argument is that cannabis flower is different from concentrates, and that the concentrates were not what was being regulated. So technically anything other than flower is illegal possession. So he's basically arguing that an orange is different than an orange juice.
That's like the bullshit about cocaine having lesser penalties than crack.
What do you mean?
A lot of places, cocaine won't get you in as much trouble as crack, even though they're the same fucking drug.
Yeah, it's also because the predominant thing in the neighborhood, like the quote-unquote inner city,
wealthy people do fucking
crack.
Cocaine, and poor people do crack. But
so this guy got
similar, just the way you're talking about, like trying to separate between flour and concentrate. It's like
definitely
separating cocaine and crack. It's dumb.
So
but they've got a track record. Like they've been doing that shit for years already.
Dude, absolutely. So he gets sentenced to 8 years in fucking prison. Damn. And people are unhinged. They're like, what the fuck is this? Like, you know, everybody's flipping out. Like even people, even like, you know, we're not talking about just the public.
Did he eventually get out, or is he still doing his fucking 8 years? Because I would hope he at least got some sort of pardon.
He spent 2 years, give or take, waiting for appeals, and they finally fucking overturned his conviction.
Oh, I bet he sued the shit out of the state.
Dude, I hope he got solid 8 figures from the fucking state. Like, fuck you. Like, number one, the cop like is a fucking idiot. But you know, that's what cops are. That's what they do. They're like, how can I arrest somebody and charge somebody for some shit?
Yeah, there's a lot of real fucking annoying cops out there for sure. And
then for a judge to sit there and basically say, well, if I see you have orange juice, that's not technically an orange, so it's illegal. It's what the fuck? But yeah, they've been doing that shit. So leading up to that was in the last 3 or 4 years. And so now this last election, they passed recreational, and they had that shit implemented by February or May or something like that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure everybody was raring to go.
But
it usually means a huge economic boom, and especially, goddamn, coming up now with the fucking COVID and the shutdowns and stuff.
Dude, yeah, I've seen some of the tax dollar revenue, the tax dollar numbers from Colorado and Washington State and stuff like that, from when they first legalized it, and they were making I think I want to say it was almost $1 billion in tax revenue in Colorado in a 4-year period or something like that.
Yeah, I think they actually ended up giving some of the money back to the companies. It was that crazy in Colorado. It was only 1 year. It was some sort of weird twist of the law, but they actually, I think, ended up having to give them back money.
Which
and
wouldn't
still had
me.
A huge surplus. But Colorado did it right. They just made it legal.
I mean, I think they still have limits.
Oh yeah. How much you can buy. I think there's nowhere I know of that doesn't have some form of a limit.
Yeah, Arizona's situation right now is you can buy a gram a day. And then each person, it's legal for each person to grow 4 plants, but cannot exceed a total of 12 plants at a single house. So if you
can't have a bunch of people living together to fucking grow 100 plants at your fucking house.
It can be 4 per person, but the location cannot you can't have more than 12 total at a residence.
Yeah, they're trying to basically keep anybody from being able to do a major grow.
Yeah,
that's essentially what that is.
I have to look at how they legislated it out.
That a lot of those states that do that, you also have you can designate growers, because you'll have situations where a nursing home has 30 people that could benefit from medical marijuana that all want it because well, you're already in an old folks home. You might as well be high as balls. That's going to make your stay a lot better. So they have to designate other people to grow for them, essentially.
And I have to look at how they did it, how they legislated it. But I know New York, I know Florida, and there's one or two others that I know for sure that they've, in order to grow. So let's say you want to start your own dispensary, right? In order for you to do that, you have to be basically self-sustaining. You have to be able to grow it, process it, package it, and sell it. So to do it to scale, that's a really expensive thing where most people are not going to be able to do it, right? That's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to have a place to grow, have the harvest.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. If
think
you want to
about-
grow like your own plants at home, you're talking about like $500-$600 to put out for like 4 plants and all this stuff to grow like really good quality weed. You could probably
We're
do it for a
talking-
couple of $100, but I mean, just for like I'm just talking for like a home grow. But when you're talking about like the big massive grows where you're going to make it like a business, yeah, you're putting a lot of fucking money up front.
and here's
Oh,
the
a
thing,
lot
like,
of-
California in particular is really bad about that. Like they basically kind of put it in the law that like minorities were supposed to be favored as far as getting the fucking permits, but they make the cost to start up so prohibitive
yeah.
That nobody can do it except for like
and also you have to document the fuck out of it. Every single plant
has to be tracked from beginning to sale.
Yeah. Well, and
From the point you put the seed in the dirt or the cutting in the dirt to clone it, it's tracked until you sell it. You have to keep track of every single piece of that plant.
So here's one of the problems. Like there's all that like bureaucracy, we'll just call it, right, to do it. But then like I know New York is one. I believe New York is one of them, and I think Florida is another one of them. Where in order to have like, say you want to just open a little shop, right, and sell edibles, right? That's what you want to do. In order for it to be under the statutes and regulations to get a license to do that, you also have to own the grow and everything. You have to be a one-stop shop. I couldn't like have a grow house and then you are the store and you buy my product. Like that's you can't do that. You have to own all of it. And so basically what it's done is it's made it to where predominantly, I mean, basically big businesses, like big corporate investors, like people with boatloads of money are the only people that can do it. Like famously right now, unless it's changed in the last year, like in New York, there's like one black owned dispensary, and it's strictly because they're one of those states where it's like, cool, yeah, you can do this. But like to put it in terms that makes more sense, like imagine you wanted to open a bar and you couldn't buy alcohol from anybody. You had to like grow the crop and you had to distill it and bottle it and ship it and like just to get it to your store. Like that's the setup they're setting up in some of these places, to where they're basically making it to where only really rich people or big corporate investors can actually.
Yeah. Ohio, I had a friend that lived in Ohio when they tried to pass their recreational the first time. It was going to be like only 3 people were allowed to grow. Like literally it was just like 3 friends of the governor were the only ones who were going to be allowed to grow and sell weed.
Clearly
they were like just going to start a cartel from the fucking top. Like, and
yeah, exactly.
Nobody voted for the law, obviously, so it didn't get anywhere near passing, but it was just like, fuck you.
It bothers me, the people that, like, I can agree that decriminalizing it federally is insufficient. Like, it's not ideal. It should just be legalized and regulated like alcohol or tobacco or anything else.
Yeah.
But, like, people that won't support it because they're like, oh, well, decriminalizing it isn't the answer. I'm like, yo, like, there's, like, thousands of people every day that are getting arrested and busted because they have a joint. Or, like, a pipe that's not even used.
And how many times does a state have to legalize it and show that not just drug-related crimes, but violent crimes in general lower by doing that? Like,
yeah.
So all these other crimes that are peripherally related to making that drug illegal also drop drastically. It's such a positive thing for every community that it happens to. And you've seen it happen over and over and over. There's really no way to really argue against legalizing at this point. I mean, I can't.
It is obvious.
I can't imagine.
It is like, it's as sensible as that you're like, oh, it's raining, let's open an umbrella. It's like that fucking common sense and verifiable. It's like it's objectively true. And like,
and it's so easy to be able to do drugs and work. It's like I get stoned off my ass, except when I have to go to work or if I'm driving somewhere or something.
You mean when you have adult responsibilities?
Yeah, when I have
where
adult
it would be a
responsibilities, I don't fucking smoke weed, and it's fine, and I don't have a problem with that. It's really not hard to say, like, I'm just not going to smoke weed today.
And like, and there's a lot of people that their number one argument now, and it has been for a bit, is that, oh, well, edibles means kids are going to get poisoned. And that's like a fair argument. Like, you get a little kid, right?
But
just like anything
else.
else.
Died of an overdose of weed.
No, you're right. But but nonetheless, like, nobody wants their kid getting into their stash.
Oh yeah, they're all childproof. Everything you buy in California is childproofed.
Well,
the concentrates come in these little jars where you got to push the lid down to turn it. It's like a medicine bottle.
Even just buying edibles,
even like the
Arizona,
Ziploc bags, like they have to put like these special rubber things on the outside of both sides of the top of it, because you cannot physically generate the force to open the Ziploc part of it without these little rubber things to give you better traction. Like you can't. Like you can pull on that thing all day long, it's not gonna fucking open.
The ones that Arizona uses that I've seen, they're like the size of a FedEx envelope, and they're black. And so
I'm just talking about like like a bag of chips, or like a bag of gummy worms or something. It's like a bag of gummy candies that are pot candies. It looks like a bag of gummy worms, little small pack, maybe like half the size of a sheet of paper. And the Ziploc on that thing is fucking impossible. Like you'd never be able to open that without these little rubber pads they stick on the outside.
And see, the law in Arizona says, like, because there's like stuff that comes in tins, little plastic hockey pucks, like bags, all kinds of stuff.
Everything locks.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and not everything on the product doesn't lock. When you buy it, they hand you this thing that looks like a FedEx envelope. It is black, heavy plastic, and it has a normal Ziploc at the top. But then you look at it closely, and if you grab it at the top like you're trying to open it or just try to pull it from the sides, you physically can't open it. It takes like an immense amount of effort to like still fail.
Oh, so that's an extra step they throw in then.
There's a flap on the side, which is very flush, that you just stick your hand in, and then you put the other hand like you normally would on a Ziploc bag at the top. And if you pull it those 2 points, you can pry it open. But if you pull it any other way, like you're not getting into it. So yeah, they don't require any kind of childproofing on other than, I believe, the flour itself.
Oh wow, because every single thing you get is childproofed in some way.
They're just required to every time hand you a childproof bag that you're supposed to stash it all in.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, because like there's little Altoid tins that have like a little a plastic locking thing on the front that you got to slide to the side in order to open it. And you really got to be able to get some finger strength. I don't think a little kid would have the finger power to do it. But they have like childproof lids on like the flour jars and the fucking concentrates. The little cartridges you get where it's like you put it into like a battery. Yeah, like the vape kind of cartridges. Those come in like these crazy boxes where you have to like push in and pull this and then you do this other little thing with your thumb. Like there's 3 little points you gotta fucking press in and do to open the cardboard, and it's like super thick, and you'd have to spend a good couple of minutes cutting into it with like a knife or something if you couldn't do it.
And so I wish a lot of these, pro legalization efforts or decriminalization efforts, like for other things, would, like, obviously they make PSAs and infomercials and all that stuff, and like, things to push legislation, and that's cool. But I really believe that they need to, but like they need to see, like, people need to be aware that even just like these fancy Ziploc bags exist. Like, because people think, oh, well, if you can't put a locking lid on it, then some kid's gonna, see a bag of gummy bears and just be like, oh, gummy bears, cool. And
the gummies just look like gummy candy. You would never, there's nothing to differentiate them from normal gummy candies.
And see, the thing is it's like, yeah, that definitely would happen. But like, if you put your shit away and lock it away, or put it like where it's, if you're a responsible
adult and you have children, so you find a way to lock it that they can't get to, like that's what a responsible adult would do. Sadly, or not normal. Sadly, that's what a responsible adult. Sadly, not a lot of responsible adults are out there.
Well, and I think people just aren't aware of some, like, obviously there's options. You don't have to know about the bag to like be like, look, I'm going to get one of these fireproof safes that like is the size of like a 12-pack of beer, and I'm going to put my stuff in it, and that's it.
Go down to your fucking Home Depot and buy a lock and hasp thing that you spend 5 seconds screwing onto a drawer and a padlock for like $10, like.
And like, if the child's small enough, like obviously there's childproofing solutions that just cost a few dollars, like off the internet. But like, I like the idea that when they're selling this stuff, that they hand you a bag that is childproof, so you can. And that is
well.
how
Then
you have
that
to
takes
carry
away
it out.
any sort of excuse that the adult will have later if they're like letting their kids get into their fucking drugs. You know what I mean?
Totally. And
It's
like,
like you were handed a childproof packaging and you chose to take it out and make it available to your kids. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Go directly to jail.
And that, the argument is always aimed at like younger kids accidentally ingesting this stuff, which.
Oh, let's be
like,
fair. The ones you really got to watch are the 15-year-olds. They want to get your stash for a whole different reason.
For sure. But it's like, I like the idea of how Arizona does it, which I think it should be like a across the board thing. Because number one, because I'm sure those locking mechanisms and things like that on the packages you're talking about, like the individual packages, cost a little extra money, and of course they make a lot of money selling this stuff, so it's really not that big of an issue. But
we pay a bunch of taxes. It's like on average, I'd say an eighth is going to cost you about $50.
And see,
for a good quality eighth, you can get them for 20, but they're going to be kind of ditchweed.
But I guess like if you buy it, right, you go to the store, you buy it, and instead of putting it in like a regular bag, they just put it in one of these like childproof, like giant heavy duty Ziplocs that are blacked out.
You're at least more likely to just leave it in there. Most people will kind of like that, yeah.
Totally. And then they have it. They have no excuse. It's just there. It's not an extra step. They don't have to like think of it or remember it if they're going through some shit. It's just there.
You know what? And here's the thing. Instead of making it just like a plain black bag, fucking brand that shit so it looks cool. Throw some stoner artwork on there and be like, here's our courtesy locking sack.
I think they're trying to make it. I think they're trying to make it look boring because I could see kids being fast. I could see a kid being interested in like.
Well, but if it's childproof, then they can look at the bag all they want. It shouldn't be a problem.
Totally. But I think they black it out also just to like make it not interesting.
I'm just saying, if you want people to use it without really thinking about it, make it look cool, and people will be like, I'm totally keeping my weed in this badass sack until I go pick up another one next week, and it's the newest piece of stoner art.
Yeah. To motivate people, absolutely. Like, I really think when you see, like, there's going to be a big opportunity because I think it's just a matter of when, not if, it gets federally legalized. Like, it's kind of it's not taking the same route as alcohol when it was when they overturned prohibition, but it's getting really close to that point where prohibition was going to end because they were going to have a convocation of the governors. Like the governors were going to get together and amend the Constitution outside of Congress, which is not a lot of people realize they can do that. It takes there's a lot of
specific. There's a lot of hoops they got to jump through, but if the governors of all 50 states get together.
It's a
they can amend the Constitution.
It's called.
Well, it's a constitutional convention, but it's also referred to as a convocation of the governors, I believe. The meeting that leads to the constitutional convention. But either way, we're not quite there yet, but it's getting kind of close to it, and that's usually when Congress goes, "Oh shit, we don't want anybody to realize that we're not the only ones that can do this. Let's do it ourselves."
One of the reasons why. We probably won't. There's a very low chance that we'll see it in our lifetime.
Oh yeah.
For it happening, well, there's a specific reason because one of the mechanisms for it. So okay, you meet all the criteria, right? And not all the states have to get a voice into it. There's some very specific fucking convoluted rules, but in a nutshell, in the end, once you have that convention happening, it's not just like, okay, well, we're gonna call this convention to talk about just this. Once that convention is happening, it's like taking the safety. It's like allowing modified changes
opening the floodgates
for the whole thing. Like the whole thing is up to be debated at that point.
They can actually alter more than just adding an amendment.
Yes, they can amend the whole thing.
Oh wow, okay, that's actually really good. I like that.
But it's also a very bad thing because, the way things have to pass is it doesn't have to be everyone agrees. There's a certain level of majority that has to happen, and it doesn't have to include all states.
No, that's good though.
Through it.
It's one of those things that's really, really hard to do. So hopefully it's done very, very rarely, and so far that's been the case.
It's a terrifying thing because
I would say it's
Because-
the kind of thing you need because it's a check on federal power over state power.
Oh no, it
But
exists
you
for a
hope
reason.
that never gets used.
But in our current situation, like the way things work right now, is the only way we would ever see it happen is if there was enough to like overwhelming something like overwhelming amount of like, let's just say like two-thirds of like the Republican Party controlled the states. Like what could happen theoretically is they could call a constitutional convention.
I mean, realistically, if Republicans controlled 2/3 of the states, they could pretty much have Congress do whatever the fuck they want.
Except
so they wouldn't need to do a constitutional amendment. They could really just fuck everything up pretty well with just regular old congressional power.
To pass, it's actually it's
Well,
harder.
I'm not talking about passing an amendment. I'm just saying like just passing general laws. They would have such an overwhelming majority that they really wouldn't need to amend the Constitution because they could just they do a lot with just the laws.
Oh yeah, you can do a lot with it, but you could literally go back and nuke entire amendments and rewrite them. Which
it should be a scary thing. That's the thing, is it really should be a scary thing that is an emergency situation, and that's why like it was getting so close during Prohibition. Because people were dying all the fucking time. It was a horrendous period of time for a lot of people.
Not dying, they were going blind, and like there was.
Organized crime was killing people. That's what I'm talking about. Like there was organized crime killing people. It wasn't that people were dying from the liquor. Yeah, maybe going blind.
Yeah,
but
there was a lot of people.
Yeah, because if you don't get the fucking if you don't get the methanol out of there, if you don't actually distill it, it's real fucking dangerous to drink liquor that you make at home.
And that's assuming your still didn't blow up.
Yeah, but still, I mean, the thing was, that was an emergency situation, which is the only time it ever got that close. So hopefully, as the states legalize more and more, it'll eventually push Congress to be like, all right, fine, let's do it.
It'll honestly, like, as soon as there becomes a benefit politically to have it done, it'll happen.
There is a political benefit right now. Well over 50% of the people in the country agree that it should just be legal.
Oh, I agree that like.
So I think any congressperson who runs on like, hey, I'm going to legalize weed is going to have a pretty big boost in their polls.
Unfortunately, some of the Republicans are good with it. There's a couple Democrats that are not, but.
But I think if you were in the right state and you were a Republican, you would probably sway a lot of Democrat votes your way that wouldn't have gone there otherwise. There's a lot of people out there who will be like, "Oh, weed. All right, I'll vote for this guy." Like, give a shit who he is, what he's done, what he's really gonna do. They just
let's put it this way: some form of universal health care is popular by like almost 90% of people. Like that's been polled in the country. That's like
I think the vast majority of people don't agree that you should have to pay like thousands of dollars if you have to take an ambulance somewhere. That should be something that our tax money fucking covers.
Well, yeah, like. But at the end of the day, this is something that's been being asked for like fucking at least like hardcore a couple decades, and it began like back in the 90s. And there's the overwhelming support for it. Like it's as high a support as I think you can reasonably expect in a country of like 300 million people, and it doesn't get done, and it won't get done for a while, as long as there's the very long story kept very, very, very short of special interest groups, dark money, and things like lobbyists.
Yeah.
That's literally why we have not, because these people that make a boat.
Well, I mean, the thing is, this is one of those things why I don't understand why people trust one party or the other party anymore. Because a lot of these problems, all of the politicians have talked about and tried to talk about how they're going to find solutions for it. Yet a lot of these politicians have been in their position for 15, 20, 30 years. You know? And they still haven't fucking done it, even though they all agree. And everybody on... there's some things that everybody on both sides agree are problems. They don't necessarily agree on the same set of solutions. But they all agree that they're problems. Well, let's be real here. If they actually genuinely gave a shit, they would have figured it out by now. It's not that fucking hard. None of these people care They're in there to get their payoffs and their jobs afterwards. There might be one or two people here and there who are like decent, honest people, but the vast majority of politicians are just in it for the money. It's a job. They want to make as much money as they can, and they don't really give a fuck about anyone else.
I think that is less so with the people that are with. It's less. I think there are people that are in it more at a larger ratio for the right reasons that are starting to run like now than like back in the 70s, 80s.
Because of social media and the increasing reach that you can get without having to spend as much money. Yes. That may be true. There may be more and more people getting into politics for the right reasons.
Well, I think the veil
I think on both sides. To be clear, I'm not going to buy this partisan bullshit from anyone. I think it's all nonsense. The parties are basically a fiction to fuck everyone over. We should abolish parties and just people should run on their fucking merits, please.
Unfortunately,
it's absurd that we have parties like we're going to sign up for fucking teams for how we run the world. Hey.
Well, like originally parties weren't a big problem. Like in the early.
Well, originally there weren't just two.
Well, right, but they were never supposed to be. They would be like you and me sitting down and like, let's say you were going to run for office, right? And like we all sit around like, hey, what are we going to call ourselves? And we'd be like, the Spicy Dorito Party, and that's what we would run with. Like it was just like kind of like starting a guild or a clan in a video game.
Yeah, right? Yeah. People basically figured out ways to manipulate the system and change it so that only, certain parties would really be able to run for any actual office to sort of choke everyone else out of the fucking race so that they could narrow it down who they had to pay off. Is what happened over time, obviously, but
part of what really changed it was the Republican Party and the Democratic Party were, one of the larger parties, but what really solidified them was the Civil War era, and with abolition of slavery and stuff like that. That polarized.
That really did polarize a lot of people. Yeah, I would agree with that.
That was fucking that was fucking everything. And then like after that,
what gets me about the whole slavery thing? One of the things that's always bothered me is the concept that it was everybody that owned slaves. It was the wealthy.
A majority share. Well,
it was the fucking wealthy that owned slaves. The vast majority of slaves were owned by the wealthy. It was not something that the average household would have.
I don't know, like probably not the single average household, like, just a family in like an apartment.
You would have to be at the very least upper middle class.
Well, yeah, but
at the very least. To even be considered to have a slave. No, most people didn't own slaves. That was not a common household item that everybody had, like next to their fucking cookie jar.
No, not to the degree of that, but proportionately, if I'm not mistaken, and I could double check instead of just going off of memory. There's a lot of people that like to claim that only like 15% of people own
I don't
slaves,
know about percentage. I'm just talking about like. It's 1.4% is one of the ones that people claim,
which is nonsense.
I just did a quick
objective
Google.
Nonsense. Yeah, no, that's objective nonsense. Like I forget the precise numbers, but because slaves were counted in the census, we know exactly how many slaves there were. Slaves were counted in the census, and that's where the whole idea of 3/5 of a man starts to come from.
Yeah,
because black people were counted as 3/5 of a human. But
there was fucked up laws. Jesus fucking Christ.
There was a metric fuck ton of slaves in the country, and like it was. I mean, at that time when abolition kicked off, the Republicans were the lefties, the Democrats were the right, and then after that whole situation simmered down later in like the 40s. Like 30s, 40s, 50s, in that period of time, it was still largely Democrat South. Like they were still, polar opposites of what they are now. And there was a thing called the Southern Strategy, which is where basically a very complicated thing that I won't try to explain all of it, but long story short, is the people in the South who were pro-slavery still, and all of that became known as the Dixiecrats. And then later through the Southern strategy, essentially the racist, like the extreme racists that still wanted to keep all of it running, were even gross for the people that were formerly part of their party. And then you had a split. You had the people that you had them basically switch jerseys, essentially same team names but totally different players. But prior to like the 40s and 50s, they were largely opposites of what they are now.
Yeah. Here's an interesting thing. If you counted in today's dollars, like what it would cost to buy a slave back then, but in today's money, it'd be $40,000.
Yeah.
That'd be the average cost.
And another interesting
so that puts it in perspective of like who could and couldn't afford. You know what I mean? Like you know, not a lot of people can afford, just to drop $40,000 on a fucking car. That's why I'm saying upper middle. Like it's not like something that the middle and the lower classes generally would have. It'd be like upper middle and upper class, but not only like the super wealthy elite either.
No, it definitely was not the super wealthy elite, and like businesses, most farming and plantation type businesses were largely staffed, if not partially, but entirely from a worker standpoint with slaves. Not all of them, but an overwhelming amount of them.
Yeah.
And one of the other interesting little factoids is like during slavery, black people in the country owned 1% of the wealth. And today they own 2% of the wealth, proportionately to what the populations are now.
Well, look at these motherfuckers living high on the hog with their 100% gains over. I'm sorry, that's not
right. 100% gains over.
Now we're all just slightly less poor. That's awesome. Actually, I think the wealth gap right now is bigger than it was back then. Substantially larger, actually.
Well, as a whole,
especially with like the fact that the whole concept of being able to go to college and get like a really good paying job is kind of not happening anymore. Like there's a lot of people who have like, master's degrees that are working at the fucking McDonald's. Like I know it's a well, what do you call it? Like it's one of those generic things that people say, but it's an actual true statement. Like that's really happening.
Dude, I know people personally that have master's or doctorate degrees that have taken jobs for under $25 an hour. Yeah. Like outside of their field or like in the
and realistically, like let's be fair. In a lot of places, that's what you should be getting as a minimum wage. It's like $25 an hour.
Proportionately, if
not everywhere, but there's a lot of places in California where that's really the minimum you should be getting to live off of.
Well, I mean, statistically, like with inflation and all that stuff, like this whole idea that inflation is just going to go through the roof if we pay people is just fucking nonsense. Because statistically speaking, like it is fucking nonsense. It doesn't have to do that.
If you regulate and continually raise the minimum wage as the companies try to raise prices to negate that, it isn't a problem. It is a problem if you do it like we're doing it, where it takes Congress like fucking years or decades to ever raise the minimum wage. It should be getting adjusted like quarterly.
The exact, like if the amount of, so like when I had my first job in the mid 90s, I made $5.15 an hour, and that was just after it got raised like the year before or within 2 years.
That's about what I made in 98 when I started working at Sears Auto Center for my first job. Yeah, it was like $5.15, $5.25. We got like a little extra on the top because we got a bonus based on how much business the store did, so we actually did pretty good for most minimum wage workers. Because we got that little bonus on top, so we weren't technically minimum wage, but yeah, it was still like that went pretty far back then too.
Well, dude, like you used to be able to get a gallon of gas at the right place between like 79 cents and $1.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 80-90 cents.
And so, like proportionately, if wages had risen at the same rate as like cost of living went up, you would need to be paid like $22 and change to.
Oh, so I was right. About $25 an hour isn't an unreasonable expectation for minimum wage in the more expensive places to be.
Well, we're just talking about if you take the average, if you take the percentage of inflation over the last decades, and if you raised wages alongside of it to keep the dollar for a person buying something to basically not have their cost of living go through the fucking roof and to equally rise at the same rate is $22 and change.
And really the only impact raising the minimum wage should have is that profits on a lot of these large companies would go down.
Yeah, and that's not a problem.
You know, yes, small businesses would have to raise prices, but so would the large corporations, and it would be on par essentially, and people would make less profit at the end of the day.
Honestly, the large corporations, like depending on who they are, wouldn't even have to do that because
realistically they shouldn't be allowed to. Unless you're going to continually raise minimum wages, you'd have to put some sort of block on it in order for it to work properly. You'd have to somehow, freeze prices, which to me seems absurd. It seems much more reasonable to just say, all right, well then now you have to pay this much. Like you're gonna keep raising the cost of living. We're gonna keep raising the amount you got to pay your workers. Like this isn't. You're not gonna win.
And I'll be honest. If there's a small business that can't afford to pay somebody like enough to live, they can. As far as I'm concerned, they should close their fucking doors. Like I don't know if I'm quite on the same page. Just because. If you were to make the changes overnight, I wouldn't agree with that. It never is really overnight. They always sign it. See, what I'm saying is, yeah, if you did everything on a gradual level, sure, but if you do everything in one night, no. That's all I'm saying. You just can't do it overnight and expect all these companies, like the small companies, to survive. But it also can't be strung out over like a 12-year period because that defeats the whole fucking purpose. Yeah. It has to be done in a realistic way. I just think that you would have to do it in one shot, and then subsidize some of the smaller companies for like a certain period of time to sort of amortize. Oh yeah, but the cost so that they're not all going out of business. You know who you could do it to tomorrow in one shot, and it would be Amazon. Fine. I'm thinking on an even larger scale. I'm talking about like any kind of service that works for tips, where they pay them like $2.15 an hour. Yes, any sort of wait staff in any kind of restaurant. That's for sure. You see all these places that are like, we can't find people to work, and it's like, it's not that people don't want to work. It's the fact that when they'll only take that job when they're so desperate they have no other option, because you don't pay them enough to live, and you work them so many hours that they don't really have the option of working other jobs in order to make up the fucking difference. Like you can't expect people to work 16 hours out of a 24-hour day in order to make enough money to fucking pay rent. And let's be real, obviously trying to tread water, when shit happens, we all would do it or have done it. Yeah. But at the end of the day, what the fuck is the point of working a job for 40 plus hours a week that you can't even pay your fucking bills? Basic. I'm not talking about luxury. I'm talking about normal apartment. Oh, dude, I've been there where I had to get a second job because I couldn't afford to pay my rent. And then even with the second job, I was working 80 hours a week for a good 3-4 months. And I could still barely afford anything more than ramen to eat. Dude, and it was ridiculous. What's super gross to me, unbelievably, I don't know enough words to explain how gross it is that people have been conditioned to sit there and pride themselves on the struggle. I work 80 hours a week for 6 months to be able to get my mom her insulin. Fucking terrible. Well, but you know what I'm saying? You see that shit all the time, where every time you see a post, it's like a badge of pride. Yeah, they're like, well, I worked 90 jobs and split myself in two and went to another dimension and brought the money back, and I did all this to try to keep the roof over my head. And I'm like, yeah, you say that you're proud of it, but that's fucked up. That shouldn't be the situation with the amount of wealth we have in general. Fuck no. There's no reason for people to be living on the street that are willing to work. I am absolutely against the concept of people who refuse to work and just giving them a free ride. I'm fine with people that can't work. Totally fine with that. But I'm not okay with giving people a free ride if they just don't want to do a job. Nah, dude. And see, honestly, that's so few. That's so few people compared to take 310 million people. That's so few people that I honestly don't give a fuck. It's like such a small fucking like drop in the bucket.
The problem is that historically, when that happens, it demotivates everybody that works really hard.
But when has that ever happened?
Anywhere they've put communism into place.
But that has nothing to do with communism. Communism
yeah,
is like a whole
the same thing.
Like, no.
It's working
totally
at the same place, and one guy gets more money than you, but he does less work. Why would you want to do more work? So you do less work.
But that's not.
It's
that's
as
not
basic
even
as
true.
that. That's how it happens every single time. There's historical evidence to
That's
prove
not,
it.
That has nothing-
That's
that has
not
nothing to
even
do with
a
communism.
debate.
That's not communism.
Yes, it is. That's what communism becomes every time it gets put into place.
Dude, listen, you can't even. There is no private businesses in communism. There is no private property.
Yes, and the two people working at the same whatever company or whatever state job they're working at, like, why is the guy who's getting paid the same as the guy that makes 150 widgets a day making 200? Well, he's going to see that, and eventually I'm just going to make 150 and coast. I don't got to work this hard because I'm not going to get more money than the guy making 150 widgets a day.
It's really not any different than you getting paid one thing for a job, and just because I didn't like sit there and argue with them for the extra $5,000 a year that they willfully underpaid me, it's physically no different. We could have the same job, but they're willfully paying one person more, one person less for the same fucking job.
No, that's drastically different because there's no choice to get paid more for doing more work. It's just not an option. And whereas
there's no choice.
You can bargain for more money, then there's a choice to get paid more for doing more work.
But it's not choice. It's not your choice.
Yeah, well, no, you could have bargained more yourself.
But that's still not your choice, because here's the thing, like because it's like a whole culture that's been built. Like, it has nothing to do with communism or anything else. Like, at the end of the day, one of the things that every employer discourages is don't talk about your wages with each other.
Oh, yeah.
They make it sound like a big fucking thing. Like, factually true, like, discussing your wages is verifiably a constitutionally protected right. That because there's like Supreme Court citations about this.
Oh, I don't know how that would work with right to work states, dude.
But
I'm agreeing that it's protected constitution. I'm just saying, like, I think in right to work states they probably could get away with firing you, probably because it's just not worth suing to keep your job. But
they couldn't fire you for that reason, because the right to work state, like, the big thing with the right to work.
Well, no, the whole right to work thing is they can fire you for any reason, as long as it's not a protected class. Right.
But at the end of the day, like, even if it is for like, on paper, it might not be for that reason. But, like, they'll just say, oh, walked in the door 30 seconds late for a shift. Yeah. You know,
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like that in theory is absolutely protected, of course, but in practice, I'm sure companies can get rid of you for it all they want in right to work states. I don't know if there are any states that are not right to work.
Well, there's a lot of them that aren't technically right to work, but they're goddamn close.
Yeah, the right to work, and then what's the other one? The one where they prevent you from being able to sue them. The bullshit. What do they call that?
Like, what's the scenario?
Like your company does some shit and you want to sue them for, like, false termination or something. You have to go through
arbitration.
Arbitration, yeah, where they can force you to go to arbitration, and basically they can rig the whole thing, and you're fucked. Like, you can't sue them.
And like, the good thing about arbitration is that, I mean, arbitration is a good mechanism. It's just not good for that. And the reason why they do it is because it keeps their costs down, like, costs way down. Because a courtroom time is a lot different than sitting down with somebody who is appointed to be the arbitrator, and then usually. Well,
I think arbitration is good in theory, but not in practice.
Only for certain things. Like, for something like that, it shouldn't be arbitrated. If you're talking about arbitrating, like, contract terms and shit like that, or disagreements, or, like, civil stuff, then it's totally cool. But when you're talking about a company,
I've yet to see it effectively work in civil matters.
I mean, it does. It's usually good in, like most sane people can sit down and, like, renegotiate, like, child support without having to go through.
Oh, you're talking about personal things. Okay, I was still thinking about, like, in, like, union contracts or shit like that when you're working with companies. Because anytime there's a business involved, it's never worked because the business rigs the thing.
The only time it's good with businesses if it's business to business, like talking about terms of a contract, like large
Oh yeah, I
companies.
can see that because then they're on the same playing field. They both have the bribing
Right.
power.
But at the end of the day, like in most companies, like factually, I don't know any that don't, except for ones that are already unionized. Is it's like they have little meetings and seminars and shit like that to try to teach their middle management and stuff like that how to keep an eye out for things that could mean that workers are trying to unionize, because legally they can't stop you from unionizing, but they do a lot to try to like propagandize and dissuade people from unionizing.
Oh yeah.
Like at the end of the day, like the reality is like you go into a job, you show them your shit, like they either don't want you or they offer you money. You could say, okay,
I want more money, or okay, I'll take that money.
Those are your options. You either take it, you basically can ask, but usually most places will kick back unless there's somebody they really want, but they always have like this spectrum where it'll be like, oh, here's this position, it's this job, we pay like $47,000 to $56,000 depending on experience. Well, like if you're doing a job and it's the job for that job description, like realistically they should be paying like for that job position regardless, assuming it's like there should be a base level. And just because somebody decides to be like, nah, I'd like some more, or somebody else who's like super stoked to have any fucking income at that moment is like cool, or they're just like a little bit shy or whatever, like ultimately you can try everything you want, but it is at the whim of a corporate decision, which,
well, if you're smart, you'll ask for more because that's just generally good practice.
but a lot of people don't, because the other worry is like,
because I know I did that shit when I worked like my first job, Series Auto Center. They wanted to put me over as a part of my day in the battery bay, and I'm like, sure, give me a raise. And they were like, all right, and then they gave me like 30 cents more an hour. So
But and a lot of places will way undercut you, and then if they assume that you'll ask, or like say there's anything in there, they'll act like they're doing you a favor by paying you what they're supposed to.
Yeah.
It's
ironically, in that same company, one of the guys that was the tire buster there found out I got a raise and got super pissed off and ended up quitting like a week later.
Well, and that's the thing, is like ultimately the fear that they have is that if you and I and everyone are like, yo, I make XYZ dollars.
I did like 2 or 3 cars more a day easily than that guy did. That's why they gave me more money. Like I brought in more money for the company. That's why I got the raise.
But at the end of the day, there is like a fundamental baseline of them using up.
Oh yeah, there should be a fundamental minimum wage. Yeah, like I don't think anybody wants to argue against that. Well, some people do.
I mean, there's a lot of people that do, but a big majority of people are not in denial. But it's like,
it's like there's so many companies that fuck you in California. My brother works for a fucking casino, one of the Indian casinos, and does security for them. And like they actually treat their employees really well and pay them very well. And it's like you kind of have to go outside of the normal corporate like world to find a job that's going to treat you with respect. That's not like way up in the executive part of it. If you're not up in the executive nepotism part,
which is rare, because like obviously casinos make money hand over fist, so they have a little more money to play with. But it's like,
oh yeah,
as it stands right now, there's this whole like capitalist mantra of like needing to perpetually make more. Like, let's say you and I make, we've got like a 4% increase in our profits. We're like banking, millions and millions, if not billions of dollars a year. And it's like, there's this constant expectation that it always
there's sort of a built-in, okay, so there's sort of a built-in sort of like thing with a lot of what culturally we do with consumerism, like that things will make you happy. That's sort of a really solid thing that a lot of people are just sort of indoctrinated into. And it's amazing when you actively try to go against that and you realize, oh, you know what? Things don't make me happy. When you try to find other ways to find happiness, like that's hard for people to do. But in generally, I think it's sort of like an addictive loop. Well, so you start making more money, and then, well, I'm not happy, but these things over here, they'll make me happy. Mm-hmm. If only I made more money. So I need to make more money so I can buy those things, because these things don't make me happy anymore, but those things will make me really happy. Well, and it's just like a continual cycle of like, I got to get the newest, bestest, whatever, phone, computer, car, dog, whatever,
like that is one of the larger problems with like the mentality. Like capitalism on its own is not like it makes sense, and for certain things it does make sense, but in certain areas it absolutely makes no fucking sense. If you
take humans out of the equation, capitalism and communism both sound great.
I mean, at the end of the day,
it's the point where you add humans that everything gets fucked up. Like that's the part that needs to be taken into account for. That's why neither of those systems really work.
Well, and the thing is like, I think it's more important to look at them as like ideas, because if you look at something,
I'd like to see a financial system put into place that's not capitalism or communism or socialism, but is interlinked and has similar sets of checks and balances that can be affected to prevent it from being taken advantage of as much.
Well, and like we technically have that, but the problem is that the people that legislate it and
they basically bought all the people that legislate it. Yeah,
it's like at the end of the day, if you think about it,
like 80% of fucking politicians are millionaires in DC or some crazy shit. Like some of the statistics are fucking staggering when you look at them. It's obscene.
And like if you think about it, like the stuff that people are always screaming, oh, socialism, communism, it's like, health, like the universal health care, or like any of these things where it's like, free, tuition free in-state colleges or community college and shit like that. People are like, oh, it's communism. It's like it's the same concept as like how you have mass transportation, or you have
we have city buses, we have a lot of the park systems, police system, the fire departments. These are all communist in essence. You'll always here's one of the things though. So you know who Steven Crowder is, right? I don't particularly care for him, but it's useful to listen to all sorts of different points of view, especially some of the more extreme ones, because it's a good idea to just hear what people are saying. It's a good idea to be educated in what everybody's saying, because sometimes even it's like a stop clock is right twice a day or something like that. You never know when you might hear something really important because you listen to somebody who's not in the mainstream. No, I would argue that Steven Crowder, that's very unlikely.
And see, no, he's a complete jackass. Like.
One of his things that he'll do is he'll talk about communism and capitalism, and he'll be like, and don't throw the bullshit, the police are communists at me. And like, well, why? Because it invalidates your argument? Because they are.
And it's not even because like communism is a very, very, there's like the difference between communism, socialism, Marxism, and like all the and capitalism and all that stuff. There's like very, very specific things that have to be in place. Like none of those. Like you're not going to have private corporations; they don't exist in communism and stuff like that. It physically doesn't happen. Like everything is state owned and run.
Yeah,
like that's number one. Like
and then socialism. It's not that the state owns everything, but they do basically control the market.
It gets a little more. It gets a little more.
That's the simplest way of putting it. Like they control the market. There are private companies, but
within there's only a certain amount of types of companies that are allowed to exist.
It's very limited. It's one of the reasons why capitalism kind of is preferential in a lot of ways, just because it allows for human innovation more effectively to prosper.
Well, and the thing is it's like at the end of the day, you look at something like the military, right? Like anybody who thinks like essentially crowdfunding something with taxes is like any one of these like Marxist, socialist, any of this nonsense, like it's crazy. It's fucking crazy, like, because there's so much that has to go into play for it actually to be that. And one of the things that people forget is like between our Constitution and our laws, like it's physically impossible for it to exist inside of that spectrum. Like you would have to literally like nuke like pretty much most of the Constitution. You'd have to nuke
to get
all of the precedent over the last 240. Oh yeah, it's physically impossible. It's literally impossible. Because like even something as simple, which I wish it was enforced more, like where like a politician tries to do like the whole thing with the NFL when like Trump got mad at them, or like, you know, you see like senators and stuff like that, like endorsing or disparaging like specific companies to affect their basically like
their stock prices and their
like all of that,
while they're investing at the same time to try to make themselves more money.
Like at the end of the day,
and also like fucking, you know, the government, almost all the government people can do insider trading and it's perfectly legal, whereas nobody else is allowed to.
Well, and
which
like
is insane.
At the end of the day, like a sitting politician is not able to like isn't supposed to be able to, and it's like this is not like a theoretical, like it's physically in our like legislation to basically say, you know, for like let's just say Biden tomorrow goes on TV and he's like, you know what, he's like, everybody should not like shop at Walmart. Like they're like influencing business or stock prices and things like that outside of just regulation, like actually like endorsing, you know, being for or against a company, is they're not supposed to be able to do that. Like in any other point in time, like that would have been people getting sanctioned and censured and like depending on what it was, like looked at getting removed. Like we have all of these concepts that people don't understand.
There's laws in California that when they put out their political statements for the ballot books, you know, the things that come with your ballots, and give you a brief explanation of everything. There's laws about that when politicians are not allowed to lie on those. Like everything they say has to be like verifiably true, and it's not fucking done ever. Like they're never enforced.
And this is one of the problems with this whole states' rights things, because one of the bad sides to it, which like, you know, doesn't mean remove it, it just means like it needs to be more like narrowed a little bit, is the ability to do something that technically, like with the election stuff, right? It's like you have up in Washington state, like they're not allowed to put, there's all these rules about like, you know, what your posters can look like, what this, like how to do stuff. Like there should just be a set of fucking rules. You know, if you really want like I want to see a lot of the money go away too, and I know you do too. But it's like, or most of the money,
I would like to see the money and the commercials and all that frou-frou gone. I would like to see a public channel, like a public network. We already have many of these public networks. I would like to see a specific set number of... I thought we still had public broadcasting channels. Maybe we don't.
I know we have PBS.
Yeah, but something like PBS, essentially, where candidates are allowed to put like a certain length of time speech, and then they have a certain number of debates, and then that's it. There's no,
I would be
traveling totally cool around and running a fucking circus and doing flips and shaking your ass for the fucking people on the cameras. I want people to be able to put forth what their platform is and what they stand for, debate with other people that want to be in the office, and then you make your choice based on that. That's really all there really needs to be.
I would like to see, and I'm sure it would have to be fleshed out with some details, but I would like to see like the private, I would like to see PACs and super PACs like regulated to the fucking teeth, and limited to only being able to do very fucking certain things, like the ability for a bazillionaire to dump money into a pack, and then that pack goes out and has no spending limits, compared to like a normal person, which is capped at like $5,800 per cycle. Like that needs to be fucking addressed. I also think like when it comes to the commercials and shit like that, I'd be cool with it being state funded, to be honest with you. A certain, like, so there's no price gouging, there's no profiteering off of it by private companies, because I mean election cycles are big money for companies, huge. Like it's like when the Super Bowl comes around, like there's all these ads and things like that, it's a boon. And then when the election cycles come around, which they come around every fucking 2 years, so you're always in an election cycle, it's like all these big ad companies, like, or like ad servers, like you know, all the social media, all the websites, all the various things, like they just make fucking money hand over fist. And like that's where you have like people spending like $750 million each for like a presidential run. Like
that's insane. That's definitely something that needs to stop.
Like
because number one, it makes political offices completely inaccessible to anybody who's not wealthy or willing to do whatever the wealthy want in order to get their money.
Rarely do you see somebody that is like, and like,
well, even like grassroots campaigns, those are still a lot. Most of the time, those are still upper class people. They just weren't able to like get the rich people to pay for them, so they figured out clever alternatives. So I mean, it's possible, but it's realistically, if Joe Bob down the street, who's a plumber, who everybody says, man, I wish you could, be the mayor. Like, you seem to know how to fix all these problems. Everything you say makes sense. You should run for mayor. Like, Joe Bob down the street should be able to run for mayor, and it should be about what his platform is, not how much money he can spend on advertising. Because, when you add these huge amounts of money, you just make it inaccessible to a lot of people who would probably do a better fucking job.
Like, honestly, just standardize it. Be like, you could set an amount of time for videos, like out at any time. Set a number of like.
That's what I'm saying. Like everybody gets to make like 2 15-minute speeches and 1 30-minute speech. These will be, available on a website and aired, during these periods of time. I think, and then we're going to have an hour-long debate and a 2-hour-long debate, of anybody who chooses to debate one another. Like, they don't have to debate, but, if they choose to debate one of their opponents, there's like an hour-long debate or a 2-hour-long debate,
And see, I tend to think that the debates, so like I'll just use like
debates should also be based on how many people are involved. Like, if you've got 10 people debating, it's going to have to go for more than an hour.
Well, yeah. And, here's the other thing is like, when like before the primaries start going, you start seeing the debates, like not everybody who is like running for, say, president gets to every debate, right? Even if they're still running. And that's because like there's certain like metrics that go into play, because these debates are usually put on, sponsored by the like the RNC, the
and
DNC,
it's under the guise of well, only these people are relevant because they've met these prerequisites. It would just be a waste of time to put those other people up there.
Right. And like, and I think, it should be there should be a public channel, like you said, where everybody can fucking watch it, whether you have cable, whether you have, just regular
the only reason
dish TV.
Personally, I think it should all be available on the internet, like however many people want to go watch whatever they want to watch, from all these different
it should be available everywhere. Yeah, it could be like
I say
it
still be on TV
because
there's probably still some people out there who just watch TV and don't surf the internet. I don't imagine there's many, but
there's like 13 million people in the United States that have zero internet access.
You should still broadcast it on. You should still have it like broadcast on a radio channel too, because there's just so that there's no reason anybody would be like able to say like, well, I couldn't find out what was going on in politics with these two candidates, I think I would like it more if there were like 6 or 7 candidates, because then you would have less chance of the same group of people running things all the time.
I think a certain basic level of internet should be treated like
like public utility.
like a public utility, 100%, because there's literally like right around 13 million people in the United States that don't have. It's not that they can't afford it, but there's even more people that can't afford it. But there's around 13 million people that do not have access to it. Like, it is not where they are.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's like places in like Alaska and a lot of states, like Dakota.
A lot of it is in the South. A lot of it's in the South.
A lot of it in the South, I would imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, like that shouldn't be a thing.
I was thinking, like, I'm sure there's cities in like Montana that just don't have internet available.
Yeah, and you know, and there's
it's kind of a big state with a very small population.
And there's like tens of millions of people that can't afford, you know, to have a home internet. Like, they might have their cell phone through some sort of plan, not necessarily even Verizon, could be Cricket or one of these small places. But like, everybody should have access to the fucking internet. Like, because
well, I mean, at this point, there's a lot of places that you can only apply through the internet. Yeah,
it's most.
As much as I hate companies like Walmart and Target and the way they treat their employees, like, the only way you can get a job at one of those places, and if you have no other option that's better than no job, you know, is working for those places, you have to have the internet to apply. Yeah. The
only places you can find that don't require an internet connection to apply is like, you know, some dude's like deli that he owns, right? Like, if you go in there, he's not going to have you go on a fucking web portal and do a big thing. It's like every fucking corporation, every company, like, if you go outside and you see a chain or a major corporation, they don't take paper anymore. It doesn't exist. Like,
damn, because when I was in '98, when I got my first job, I got that job by filling out a paper application.
Hell yeah,
taking it in and talking to the manager for like 20 minutes. You know,
dude, I hadn't.
That was before I even interviewed. That was he wouldn't even take my application without talking to me for a good 15-20 minutes, just to fucking feel me out as to whether he wanted to interview me or not.
Yeah, like,
because then the interview was with him and like his two assistant managers, the store manager and the shop manager.
Well, everything past like 2007, like, stopped requiring, like, it's slow. That's when it really started heavily phasing out, and like everything, like, I can't go to Target right now and be like, yeah, I want to like work on your loading dock.
Yeah,
I think, go to the website? I
think places like Target and Walmart at this point now have finally gotten to the point where they just put like kiosks there. There's like usually like 4 or 5 computers where you can sit down and just do all that stuff via the internet, like in the store, ironically, as opposed to a paper application. But some of the shit that people have to deal with when it comes to that kind of stuff is fucking insane. Like some of the fucking questionnaires they got to fill out and stuff.
No, it's fucking bonkers. And like, honestly, putting a kiosk in the store is cool and all for if somebody happens to be there. But like, if somebody needs a job and they're fucking broke and every penny fucking counts, like, do you think that they're going to drive, assuming they have a car, or a car that's legal to drive at that time, or like sit on a city bus for like 3 fucking hours, like, to come fill out an application? Like, that's fucking crazy. Like,
I don't think they should have to, but I think that, like, under the current circumstances, they would, because there's no other option.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like between school, because like there's an abundance of school that is all online, job applications, like even filling out, like, say you need, you know, you want to get Geico insurance or some shit, you don't go to a fucking insurance agent. You can call them, or you just do it all online. And
well, you can call somebody in India who will follow a script with you. It's not an insurance agent. Not the way traditionally you would think of an insurance agent.
And the first thing they're going to do when you're done, whether you called them or not, is they're going to be like, okay, well, we're going to email you your policy and your papers. And at that point, you're like, oh, I don't have that.
The only thing that's happening is they're running through the website for you. That's the only difference between calling them and filling it out on the website. Absolutely. They don't do anything even remotely different than just fill it out on the website. That's all they do.
And they have some, additional access to like look at things or change things, depending. But it's like, they're basically
and also they have more familiarity with what's needed, so they can give you a better idea, like a different explanation than the website might.
Well, but I mean, think about that. So then they're like, okay, we'll email you your card, so you're good, and you don't have an email. Yeah. Then you're like, okay. They're like, okay, we'll mail it to you. It'll be out in 7 to 10 days. Like, what the fuck is that?
15 years ago when I worked at a gas station, like, you didn't get your paycheck, you got paid on a card. Getting a check wasn't an option.
Yeah,
and that was legal. I had to go withdraw my fucking paycheck as much as I could by figuring out where the ATMs that would have no limit and go by fives, so I could make sure to get, only leave like $1 or $2 in the account.
Well, and here's the thing, like all of these like what you just said, that's a great example, right? That's like the dumbest fucking thing in the world. Like it's like,
well, and I took the gas station job because I was on unemployment and I needed any job.
Right.
And so it was like, I didn't have a bank account because I fucking didn't pay my credit cards, and I had some issues with that I cleared up since then. But, so yeah, I literally had no other option than to just take my money out in cash every fucking time I got paid.
And that's the other fucking problem, is it's like, the reason why a business would do something like that is because it becomes cheaper for them to do.
Well, and also they get to recoup some of the funds. Basically, they create and run the bank that does all the payments. So you're taking it out of an ATM from another bank, but they're getting it from that bank. It's not from the bank you're withdrawing the money cash or the cash from their ATM. So
and it's like,
and then if you don't claim that like $4.50, some way, shape, or form, they just get to keep it after like 6 months.
Well, and the thing is it's like, the reason why these things are put into place is because somebody else is making money that set them up with this. Like, there's a company selling them some sort of system of doing things, that maybe doesn't require to have a payroll person at a desk, so they save money there.
Oh, yeah, well, every company I've ever worked at that had timesheets that people filled out themselves ran into the issue where, like, a bunch of people would just rip them off. Put down hours that they didn't work and then just take the paychecks, and there's really nothing the company can do at a certain point other than just fire them. Like, they still have to pay them the extra, like, 16 hours they didn't work.
Well, and here's the other thing. Speaking of getting paid for work, like, I don't think it should be legal in any way, shape, or fucking form, regardless if you're hourly or salary, to work a fucking minute over the time that you're supposed to without getting paid for it. Like, this whole, like people that are exempt from getting overtime and stuff like that.
Well, that's the salaried issue. Yeah, that's the issue when it comes to getting paid a salary, is they can rip you off that way. And then one of the things they do with a lot of the hourly jobs is they'll be like, well, we do it by 15-minute increments. So if they basically put you in a position where you have to work an extra like 10 minutes after. Even
this
though,
is the thing.
yeah, and then they don't have to pay you because it wasn't 15, so you didn't get that 15 minutes worth of pay.
It shouldn't be legal at all. Like, under no circumstance should labor, even if you're paid a certain like blanket amount, labor that falls outside of the scope of what you fucking agreed for your role, be uncompensated. Like, yeah, 15 minutes isn't that.
Yeah, that was one of the things that was a real big thing on the contract when I was on the contract negotiation team for the union I'm with. Was that if you were forced to do the job of somebody who gets paid more,
you get paid that time at their rate
for more than like 1 day or something like that. It was more than like 8 hours in a week. Mm-hmm. You had to get paid at that rate of pay, the higher rate of pay, for the whole time.
And they settled it, like they have an average that they worked out for the industry or at that hospital or whatever the fuck it is. But like, nobody should work.
Yeah, essentially it was because they didn't want managers and assistant managers to push their workload onto the regular staff and then not pay them for doing the job, essentially.
Well, and think about this: if you went to if anybody went to any employer and they were like, yo, I just want to be paid for an extra like half an hour or an extra like 5 hours a week, but I'm just like not gonna work those hours, they would look at you like you're what insane. The fuck is wrong with you? But like, that kind of tells you where it's at, because like, if they don't want to give you money for nothing, why would you do something for nothing? Like, it's the same concept. It's like people want their resource, i.e. their time, or i.e. their money, like, to be in exchange for something. Like, it's not free.
Yeah.
And I think the thing that, like, that shouldn't be a thing. If you work the hours
Yeah, there's a lot of places where people basically get worked hours and hours after their job is over without getting compensated because
hell yeah,
the company has figured out a way to basically get rid of them if they don't.
Yeah,
Satan, we are still going. We're probably going to stop here. I think it's about time to end.
Tell Satan to get in our chat after that, like our normal chat.
Oh, he's in the stream. He's listening. Poor bastard.
But like at the end of the day, like if you work, you should get fucking paid.
Yeah,
and
100% agree with that.
You know, and it's like, I think people forget is it's like there's a like. Everyone has their most precious currency they have is their fucking like time, their lifespan, right? And it's like, if you're spending it to work, it should be enough to fucking like if you work like 40 hours a week or whatever, or 32 or whatever fucking country you're in, doesn't matter because you know the hours change between countries and cultures with it. Yeah. It's like you should be able to fucking afford like electricity and water and food, like. In a safe, clean environment. Like you shouldn't have to like work 2.5 jobs or like, you know, do all this bullshit. Cause then it's like, what the fuck is the point? Like you're basically somebody's basically
you're working all of those extra hours and doing all of this work for so much less compensation so that somebody else can have like 2 private jets instead of 1.
Exactly. And it's that's
what it comes down to.
And I think people need to like, I mean, probably everywhere to a certain degree, but especially fucking here is like realize that like working, like people work so they can live. Like some people work, like live to work because they're obsessed with it.
Well, some people have really like have managed to find a job that pays them decent money just to do what they really like doing already.
But at the end, yeah.
But that's not the rule. The vast majority of people are like, I go to work because I like food and I like an apartment to live in.
most people you could run into to where you'd be like, if you could not have to work, if you could not have to work ever again, but your needs would be met, you know, most people would take that in a heartbeat, like without a doubt. So it's like the idea that everyone's like, well, you know, even when they retire, like, well, I gotta keep doing something. And like for some people it's a good activity because they're good with being busy, but it's like there's this idea that like people live, like essentially that people kind of live to work. It's like, oh, well, you know, if you're not, you just got to be an entrepreneur. Here, sell this Arbonne cosmetics on the side. Like, go get a second or third job.
Or like fucking, you know, with McDonald's tells you to sell your fucking Christmas gifts for that extra cash.
Yeah, fuck all that. Like, here's the thing. Like, I understand some people have a dream of owning a business. I get it. I understand that people like to get money. At the, you know, from the top to the bottom, but it's like at the end of the day, like if you are employing somebody and it's not able to sustain a basic existence, shut your fucking doors. Like, I don't care if it's your dream, I don't care if it was your grandpappy's place that's handed down, like you need to figure it out.
I don't know, I find a lot of the people that claim that they can't pay their employees the living wage are like companies that make billions of dollars.
Of course.
The majority of the people making that claim. There are some small companies that do make that claim, but they're kind of shady fucking businesses.
Dude, it's like
to start with.
You know, most of the places that claim
it's like I run a landscaping job and I run a landscaping company and I can't do my job. I can't run my company without illegal labor. It's like, well, that's because you're fucking underselling and you're not, you know, paying your employees fairly. Like, get the fuck out.
Well, and it's like, here's the thing, like, you know, with people coming here and like, you know, undocumented people working, like,
well, that's not a slam on undocumented people. I'm just talking about like people that, like, a lot of the people that are complaining they can't pay their employees could pay their employees.
Dude, like, and one of the biggest, like obviously construction is a big one and landscaping, but one of the other big ones is like, you know, the restaurant industry and shit like that. They're like, well, you know, like they don't want to pay like a solid normal hourly rate because they're like, oh, my food costs, I couldn't afford to do business. And it's like, well, bitch, then maybe you shouldn't be, because like these people trying to like keep their lights on don't owe you a goddamn thing because of your little pipe dream of like wanting to work on the weekends and have a business and like.
If you're going to run a landscaping company, then you have to like charge realistic rates for the work you're doing. Don't allow yourself to be undersold by, because the problem is you're competing with like rich people, and that's
Well, yeah, and most of those people they don't undercut themselves. They underpay those fucking people because they need the money so baddy, and then they just.
I just know I have a neighbor down the street that runs
things
a
working now?
company. Yes, I can hear you.
I hear you.
Hey, let's fucking go. I'm fucked up. Let's talk economics. Let's go.
It's real easy. We were just talking about how.
Oh, I don't know what we were talking about anymore. It's all fucking confused.
I do. Well, the most recent thing was like
should be a thing, and people who are shitty employers should be fucking priced out of the fucking market.
Well, we're talking about
because shoppers also have a fucking voice in this, and when shoppers intentionally go to people who are shitty employers, and because nobody says shit, or when they do, the fucking buyers go, well, fuck you, because blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, it's the buyers, and it's the employers, and it's the fucking employees' fault. Everyone's to blame when this shit fucking fails.
Stop going to Walmart. That's the key right there. Stop shopping at Walmart, folks.
And for a lot of people,
and Amazon. Why is anyone buying fucking groceries at Amazon? What the fuck is wrong with you? Fucking for groceries, go outside, you fucking hobbit. Fucking hermit piece of shit! Go outside for your groceries. What is wrong with you?
Well, they're not actually buying it from Amazon. Because they bought Whole Foods. Now, if you buy groceries on Amazon, they're like the interface for it. Whole Foods is technically the supplier.
Are they still getting paid for it?
Oh, yeah. You can.
Dude, they own the company. Jeff Bezos is adding another stack of billions.
Okay, then yes. Why are you still fucking paying Amazon for your groceries?
See, I would never buy anything. I would never buy groceries over Amazon. But for like Walmart, for a lot of places, that's like the only fucking place they can go. Like I can give you firsthand examples. Like right now, like up in Ansonia, Connecticut, it's a small place. I think it has like 5,000 people that live there, 6,000 people. Like
because the Walmart has driven all the other businesses that were options out of business.
Well,
in some of these small towns.
Are you talking about the food deserts that exist almost exclusively in the Northwest and or some places in the Midwest?
Food deserts? What the fuck is a food desert?
Yeah. Food deserts are places that don't have they're not third world countries or like impoverished places necessarily. They just don't have access to groceries properly.
Yeah, which exists almost entirely in urban places in the Northeast or in very sporadic places in the Northwest.
Most food deserts are either really, really tiny, like podunk places, like real small, like outskirt towns, or they're inside of large cities that live in an area where there's not
just outside of large cities, where they don't get fucking service because they're just outside of large cities and they don't get fucking service there because the places don't want to service there because there's not enough, because to them it costs too much for them to service it. It's fucking right.
stupid.
It was because all of the because people kept saying that these inner cities, like these food deserts in the inner cities, like that has been proven to be an absolute lie, because if you were in an inner city, even if your rent is astra-fucking-nomical because you live in an inner city, and by the way, you should never fucking put your grocery store in the middle of a fucking a billion fucking people density. Good night. But sorry.
I don't know where you were going. You kind of got lost in the middle.
There was a large fucking thing for a good 4 or 5 years of people saying like inner cities had all these food deserts. Like, no, like that's not where they are. It's in the suburbs outside of major metropolitan areas.
Well, the inner city part is it's a different kind of food desert. It's not just straight access to food. It's a lack of access to food that is not garbage. Meaning a lot of blocks and places, their equivalent, their easily accessible food source is a convenience store. that might have a small grocery area in it, but by and large, it's like you're not going to get a lot of access to like fruits, vegetables, like a normal grocery store.
Get you a syrup sandwich.
What's the biggest city in America that doesn't have, public transport?
Arizona. Phoenix.
I know for a fact which city it is because I live in it.
I mean,
it's Arlington, Texas.
It has zero
public transport, and it's big as fuck.
So not so much as like I'll tell you Phoenix's, and you can tell me if yours is like worse or about the same. They have buses that only run.
We don't have that.
You don't have any bus whatsoever.
No, we have buses shipped out of Fort Worth and/or Dallas that will travel to the, I think, maybe 5 places in Arlington, and mind you, Arlington's a big ass fucking city, like
how big is it
square mile.
Like how many do you think it is?
It's bigger than LA.
See, and Phoenix's footprint, because like technically there's like Chandler and all these, Scottsdale and all that, but really it's all one giant fucking blob that just has like different zip codes. From east to west, the outskirts, like where you start to hit like straight desert, is about 70 miles. And then north to south is, I think it now goes, because Maricopa's pretty developed, I think that's probably about 50, 60 miles. So it's super fucking spread out, because like our tallest building there is like 12 stories. Like it's
okay. In that case, like Phoenix, it's okay. Phoenix is bigger
we call
than
it
I thought
Phoenix
it was.
Metro. It's huge.
Okay, because Arlington proper, like actually city limits, like not anything else. Like, granted, there are 2 tiny fucking cities that you can measure in acres, not fucking square miles.
Right, totally.
Like it's Dalworth and Gardens and Pantego, and fuck, don't drive in those cities because fuck them. But like they're measured in acres, not miles.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It's more of like a small town.
Yeah, but they do sit inside of Arlington, like fucking back to back. They do sit inside of Arlington.
So I think you guys are probably about as bad, like proportionately, because like Arizona has buses that start running at like 6:30 in the morning, or like in between 6 and 8, I forget when, and then they stop running at 9. So basically, if you work earlier than that, you're fucked. And if you work later than that, you're fucked. And so they came out with this thing that they build a light rail. And they were like, oh, it's going to be great. And so, like,
monorail,
right?
Monorail.
It was kind of like that, but it was not the mono part. But what they did, like, check this out. So in concept, it's great. It goes from downtown Phoenix, just west of downtown Phoenix, all the way to the East Valley, which is like a 50-mile fucking stretch. And so, but here's the problem. So it's not impossible to ride. It's not super expensive or anything like that. It should just be fucking free, or damn near free, and just pay for it with the taxes, because not enough people use it anyway. But if you are on it, like, it runs in a straight line, basically, from left to right, let's just say that. And it runs from one direction, and then it runs to the other direction. And, like, I think there's 2 technically that run simultaneously back to back. If you
and quite literally a straight line, they don't make detours, they don't do fucking zigzags, nothing. It's a straight line across one fucking street across the city.
Damn near. Slight curve, but nothing crazy. It's just like one shot.
So it's inefficient as fuck.
Well, their plan was to have it be bigger, but they went over budget, and so they're still expanding it, and that's been out for the last decade and a half.
Government always does, because they don't know how to fucking handle money. Because when you're spending other people's money, just keep spending. It's fine. Oh, we ran out. Fuck it, just spend more.
Well, Phoenix had a lot of problems.
God, I hate the fucking government. I hate them so much more when I'm fucking drinking.
Well, Phoenix is like the 2 biggest blunders they ever had. Well, 3. Was this, a freeway being built, and when they decided to put up the photo radar cameras built onto the freeway. Long story short, is every time they end up going over budget. And part of that was also the fact of the way the companies that they contracted to do it were kind of trying to milk them as well. So it was like a big fuss. But anyway, so if you're on this thing, right, it goes like it's a straight line from one side to the other. There's some stops in between, like where it just pauses, more people can get on, whatever. If you are going, let's say it's heading east to west, but you're getting on it, like it's heading east to west, and where you need to go is east of where you are, you have to ride it all the way to the end and then all the way back to where you're trying to go. If you are on it at the stroke of 11 p.m., if you are on it, wherever its final stop is where it put, like at 11 o'clock is where it stops running. It doesn't take you to the end. It doesn't finish its run. It stops wherever the fuck it is. And what happened is all the taxi cabs and Ubers just sit at all the light rail stations at closing time to pick up people who are stranded.
Hell, that even happens in fucking Philadelphia from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock. They stop doing the public transportation, and it's all just fucking taxis and shit. Like whatever stop they get to, whether they are ahead of schedule or behind schedule, they stop from 4 to 5 every fucking night. And I only know this, and I didn't even believe this at the time. Because like that sounds fucking retarded. Mm-hmm. But I was in Philly with my fucking friend, and it's like, oh yeah, no, we're 2 fucking stops away from where we need to be, and he's looking at the clock, like looking at his fucking phone, like, yeah, we're gonna have to fucking walk. It's like, bitch, we're on the fucking train. We're good. Like, what do you mean? Like, you live like a fucking block and a half away from where the fucking train stopped. We're good. Nah, we're gonna fucking walk. It's getting late. It's like, the fuck. Mm-hmm. Oh, they're stopping? The fuck? Mm-hmm. What do you mean they're stopping?
Well, you want to hear the other extra stupid part? Is the light rail doesn't have a conductor. It's all driverless. So tell me again why it doesn't run all night?
Wait, in New York?
No, in Phoenix, the light rail.
Oh, let's say it was like, okay. Sorry, I was like, first of all, no, they aren't, because they're fucking union, and they're never getting pulled away from their fucking jobs.
Maybe not in New York, but yeah, there's no driver on the light rail in Phoenix.
And they get paid a fucking stupid ass amount of fucking money. Nobody can get those jobs. Like, if you manage to get your driverless job as a driver on the fucking New York subway, you will sit in a cushy job where you do fucking nothing but have to show up to work all day and get paid like $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 a fucking year. It's fucking retarded. They don't do anything, but they get paid a shit ton of fucking money to not do a goddamn thing.
Hey, better them than some other stupid fucking thing. Because, dude, sitting on a subway for 40 plus hours a week, that would suck balls. Even doing nothing. Gotta admit, that would suck.
Be on your fucking phone. Read a paper. You don't gotta do shit. It stops automatically if there's a fucking blockage. You literally do nothing, but because they're a union job, the city can't vote against them, because if you vote against the union in New York, don't get reelected. If you vote against any fucking union in New York, you don't get reelected.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
But. So, you know, this is very fucking New York centric, because granted, I know about 3 public transportation systems, and I know about Philadelphia, mainly because of like us having to walk 4.5, 5 fucking blocks because the time ran out for the next hour. Mm-hmm. New York, because I know a lot about New York public transit, and LA, because LA is the most ridiculous public transit system in the fucking world.
They got a big one.
And I know jack shit about LA public transit, even though I know a lot about LA public transit, just because it's so fucking ridiculous. It makes no goddamn sense. Like, none of it does.
problem is that like one of the challenges that a lot of cities have had, and like it's partially their fault, it's largely their fault, is like a lot of like these older cities were built up at a time, you know, it wasn't planned. The city planning didn't even like have this idea of like, you know, adding in some of these different things. So they're trying to retrofit it in, and I think they should, and I think they should shut the fuck up and do it.
They didn't have the idea of an extra, you know, couple $100 million in mind whenever they started building the city.
Yep.
Or an extra, like in some places, an extra like what, like 300 fucking million, 400 fucking million if you're talking about fucking like LA or fucking New York. Like specifically those two, just because one, we were already talking about those two, but like they're also some of the most densely populated fucking places in the fucking U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Like
yeah.
they had no idea they were gonna get that fucking dense, and they kept trying to build out until it got to a point where it's like, yeah, no one can get to anything, so let's start building up, and they kept building up to a point where it's like, oh no, we fucked up. It's too goddamn crowded. Everything sucks.
Yeah, it's it is very crowded. Like, state of Arizona, what is it? I think Phoenix Metro right now has like 7.5 million people, or somewhere around there, or like 5.7. Sorry.
That's not a small city.
No, it's the fourth biggest in the country.
Wait, is it like, okay? Then my 100-something fucking million was way fucking big. Hold on, how many people are in New York?
New York. I think New York City, like New York City, like itself has like 3 million people just, or 7 million people or something like that, just crammed into New York City itself. Not even the state. They're bigger than Phoenix. LA is bigger than Phoenix population-wise.
Almost 9 million people, and New York is a lot smaller than I thought it was. Jesus Christ, is it really only that fucking big?
Mm-hmm.
Actual New York City, like not like the fucking the 5 boroughs like plus the extra fucking other spots, because it's not just the 5 boroughs, even though that's all everyone fucking talks about.
Yeah, like down to like, you know, the main like Manhattan area is only like 1.5 miles or 2 miles. Like, it's fucking tiny. Physically, footprint wise, it's tiny.
Jesus Christ, this is fucking.
Yeah. It is dense.
Arlington is bigger than fucking New York. How the fuck is my city like square miles bigger than fucking New York?
Dude, most places are. Like, you can, when you're going through the Jersey Turnpike and you look over, like, you can see over the Hudson River, like, to see all of New York in one shot, like the whole side of it. You can see the left side where it starts and the right side where it ends. Like, it's literally like a couple 3 miles in distance.
Well, no, it's bigger than that. Like, it's saying here it's 37-ish. I'm looking at a map with a fucking scale on it, and it's kind of hard to judge it when you zoom in.
I mean, they might be counting like some weird like outskirts that are like what's the word I'm looking for? Like suburb areas, but like in Manhattan, where the bulk of their, you know, Manhattan, Queens, like all that stuff together, that's like you can go from one end of the main city to the other end, like let's just say north to south or whatever, and it's only like a couple 3 miles, like for the main part of the city. Like, it's nothing. And that's where it houses like a bazillion people in like 2 square miles. It's very small comparatively.
Okay, Arlington is actually a lot smaller than I fucking thought it was.
Oh no. Wait. Are you in Texas and you're admitting that something in Texas
on.
isn't bigger than everything else?
They're including a lot of parts of New York that I don't think are actually part of fucking New York. Hold on. That doesn't. That's fucking Jersey. That's not part of New York. What the fuck? Okay, okay. Like, then these numbers are wrong. But what they're saying is that New York is 307 square miles, and that Arlington is 102. And yeah, no, but they're adding a lot of fucking Jersey in this fucking square footage of New York.
New York State or New York City? New York. Because New York State, I mean, it's bigger than it looks on the map. But
this might actually be New York State. Hold on.
Yeah, because like New York City,
Arlington isn't bigger than New York State. God damn it!
Yeah, New York State.
No, yeah, no. This is still saying 302.6 square miles.
Let me see.
But that
doesn't sound right.
I know that city is in like that's part of fucking Jersey. And it has it highlighted and is talking about it being in fucking. I've been to that city. That shit's in Jersey.
So I'll tell you this: Manhattan, the main part of, the big part of the city, is 22.8 square miles.
Is that the 5 boroughs?
That's Manhattan. Brooklyn is.
Oh, Manhattan.
Brooklyn is Brooklyn. Let's see.
You can look up a list on Wiki of...
The biggest one is it Staten Island or Queens?
I think it's Queens. I think.
I mean, looking at this map, it's probably one of those two, but I can't, it's not showing me the exact fucking lines of the boroughs, so it could be either or.
But, like, Manhattan itself, like, if you walk, you can walk from one end down the main street, or one of the main streets, and it's only, like, walking, like, before you're technically leaving the main part of Manhattan is, like, only a couple, 3 miles. It's tiny. Very tiny. Yeah. But it's like, I think it actually might be taller than it is long, if that makes any sense. Like, if you took all the skyscrapers and proportionately stacked them, I think it's probably taller than it is long. But yeah, dude, I was surprised at how small it was, because like I've never been into it, but I've been across the Hudson from it several times, and like you can see the one end and the other end of like where all the giant buildings are. It's just all boop right there. It's like so small.
Yeah, I looked up a list on Wikipedia of largest cities in the U.S. by square mileage, and it starts off with Sitka, Alaska. So I don't know. New York is number 24 on the list, and Arlington is number 118. I have no idea if Phoenix? This makes any sense, because I don't really have any reference.
Where's Phoenix on there?
I do know Sitka, Alaska, as the biggest city in the U.S.
2,870 square miles.
Yeah, no, it's fucking huge.
Population 8,000.
90% of it is uninhabitable fucking land. It's all on the the
reserve.
Actually, the top 4 are all in Alaska.
Okay, it may be preserved, but no one can go out there to try and fucking habitate it, because you can't fucking live there.
So it starts off with Sitka, Juneau, Wrangell, and Anchorage, all in Alaska.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's because the borders are drawn massive. It's like, but like after you negate Alaska, then what?
Jacksonville, Florida, at 747 square miles. Anchorage, for instance, is the 4th largest. So right before Jacksonville is Anchorage, and it's 1,704 square miles. So it goes from 1,704 to 747 in one fucking jump.
You see Phoenix in there?
Isn't
Phoenix is number
Jacksonville
10
like
at
dead center of
516.7
Florida?
square miles.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
did you?
I don't know.
story?
I just this is what Wikipedia tells me, so I don't know how accurate or realistic any of this is. They could be counting a lot of areas that really aren't part of those cities.
Well, I mean,
No, I was saying, like, I was like thinking about like where Jacksonville is in Florida. Like it's almost about dead center of Florida, isn't it? Or is that Orlando?
There's a city called Anaconda, Montana. I just
so Jacksonville is like size wise is like 700 and some square miles,
747 square miles.
And Phoenix is like 516
square miles. And then Arlington is 118 at like, what was it, 300 and some odd? I don't know. 95.9 square miles.
You got more square miles than I did. I was saying it was 107. So
it's 95.9 according to Wikipedia.
It's probably
okay,
correct because that's pulled off of like land surveying stuff usually for that stuff.
It's probably excluding Dalworthington Gardens and Pantego, which are the two little fucking cities that sit inside of Arlington.
Are they really cities or are they just like neighborhoods?
Spell one of them.
They're municipalities.
Spell one of them. I'll see if it's on the list.
They are Pantego, Pantego.
It's not on the list.
Them are the motherfuckers that make more money through fucking tickets than they do through fucking property taxes.
Well, they're not listed as an official city in the United States.
Right,
this
fucking
only goes
next
to
to all the
150.
goddamn bars. So if you drive through Pantego, because you have to fucking drive through Pantego, like for a lot of the fucking places, you get pulled over, and whether you was fucking drunk driving or just you swerved, reckless driving, fuck you. Fuck Pantego.
Let's see. Fresno, California, 112 square miles.
What city do you live in?
I don't live anywhere near Fresno, that's for damn sure.
Oh yeah, what city do you live in?
Detroit, California.
What's your real name?
San Jose is 176.5. God
What's
damn.
your legal name?
John Smith. I thought I told you that already.
I know his real legal name. It's Cukey McRelish.
It's Dickless Bagboy is what it is.
It's Dill Relish. Dill Pickle Relish. That's my real name. I'm so ashamed.
Or no, Dill Pickleson.
Dill Pickles. Yeah, I at one point tried to get my name changed to Poopy Butthole, to sort of capitalize on that whole cartoon thing, but they didn't let me do it.
Which
Did
cartoon?
Really?
Just say the name, faggot. Just say the name. Just say Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty, yeah. Sorry, I fucking forgot the name for a moment.
We just got like 11 more viewers. Let's fucking go!
Oh my god, you're right. No, there's still like one person watching, which is probably one of me.
The one of the weirdest names I ever heard of somebody legally changing their name to, whether they kept it or not, I don't know, because they probably grew up, was they named themselves Trout Fishing in America.
Really?
Very descriptive. You know what? Kudos to them. They made a complete sentence, and that's probably not something that a lot of people can do.
Fun fact: the average reading level.
not if you grew up in American public schools. No.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that just can't make full sentences. So
the average the reading level, the average reading level in America is 6th grade,
which is what I think the laws should all be written in. I don't think they should be able to write laws that are not understandable by the average reading level in the country. Then if they want to get real complicated, they got to improve the education.
There's very little
honestly, I kind of agree with that, not because of any you got to make sure everyone can agree. No, it's just because they can't put in as much bullshit.
I just want to see them pull their fucking hair out trying to figure
out
how to write laws that fuck everyone over in just plain 6th grade English.
How do we fit in all this bullshit
unless you're Joe
like legal
Florentine.
jargonese? If a fucking 6-year-old has to be able to fucking read this, oh no, you can't. Then stop putting it in there, you fucking corrupt pieces of shit. If nobody understands it, then how the fuck are they supposed to vote on it, you jackass?
See, I would just be...
There was recently a bill passed in the Texas legislature. Like, not some city, like, granted, it wasn't federal, but it was the Texas state legislature that was so fucking indecipherable that a lawyer made a decent enough case that a cop had to plead guilty on reckless endangerment because they pulled over someone who did not stop after they passed them going the speed limit in the lane right fucking next to him. Because the law, as it was written, said that if you pass a cop who has their lights on, you have to pull them over. It was written so goddamn poorly.
Wait,
that
if you're in a car, just a regular
was
person,
supposed to pull over the cop who was in the middle of a stop if they do not pull over. Damn it! It was so fucking stupid.
That's
probably
that's
what they
fucking
were
awesome.
trying to do. Is like they were probably trying to do the move over laws where it's like if a cop has his lights on the side of the road, you're supposed to either slow way the fuck down when you pass them or move over to the lane to the next lane over. Like those tickets are super fucking expensive too, and they're just another bullshit thing because
absolutely
you parked in your spot for 1 hour too long. Now you have to give me $500.
And it does make sense, kinda. But
they should just find the cops.
Because it was done so fucking poorly, they literally had to. The police department had to pay the fine to a citizen because the law was written so fucking shittily.
I mean, to be fair.
That's kind of fucking hilarious. Like, I get the frustration, but goddamn, that's funny. Like, the cops are like, all right, we have to give him $50 because,
No. $1,500.
Oh, they had to give him $1,500? Did they actually have to send a cop physically there to hand him the cash? Because that'd be even better.
It was sent through the city, and the cop who wrote the ticket originally and who stopped a felony stop to leave because he was all pissed off the guy didn't fucking stop to go serve a misdemeanor arrest for a $1,500 fine. Yeah, no. He was put on leave and then never put on anyone else's fucking payroll ever again.
Damn.
He's no longer a cop.
You know, it sounds like it all worked out really well, actually.
Didn't, because Texas laws are still written that way, but sure, yeah, cool.
I mean, the cop pulled a dick move that was kind of dumb for everyone involved. And ended up having to like pay this dude $1,500 because of it.
He didn't. The Texas.
Well, the Texas,
the state of Texas did.
Well, they were dumb enough to hire the guy, so I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
But no, it's just.
I get what you're saying.
Okay.
It makes no fucking sense.
And granted, as much as I bitch about this Texas state legislature and just Texas in general. They're probably still in the top 25 for not having the dumbest fucking laws on the books.
Oh, there's all sorts of ridiculous bullshit out there, yeah.
In Montana, where there is not a single fucking lake or ocean big enough to house a whale, it is illegal to hunt for whale in the back of your truck.
I can explain that. I can actually explain that. And it'll make a lot of sense once you hear it, and then you're like, oh,
I doubt it.
No. 100%. So back in the day before cities were electrified, like when electricity was first becoming a thing that was going to be coming in, there was the oil lamps and shit like that, and houses or the street. Well, a lot of those a lot of times were not like kerosene or something like that like you would get from the store. They used to process down whale blubber into oils to burn lamps and lanterns. And the reason why that law came into effect was because of lobbying from competing industry as electricity was coming in. And part of the law also had to do with like not only hunting them, but also like the possession and procurement and sale of like the parts of a whale, which technically would funnel down to oil.
It was a backdoor way of making whale oil illegal.
So
yes. I'm not saying it's a good
basically
law,
it was a very long-winded bullshit political way to say you can't steal whale parts.
Basically, because I mean they do that with like bald eagles and all. And
then it's still.
It's the same concept.
If I want to burn bald eagle fat in a lamp, I should
it's still a dumb law, though.
Oh, I'm not saying it's good, but I can tell that's where it came from. Because I had read that a long time ago, and I researched it because I was like, I need to know why the fuck this is even a thing. And
I just figured they got into a bunch of mushrooms and were like, God damn, whales are cool. Yeah, you should be able to hunt whales, especially not from the back of a truck.
But
and then that got passed.
But like the concept of how the law worked, like the reason is totally protecting corporate interests basically. But it's like with like bald eagle feathers, like if you find a bald eagle feather out in the wild, it is illegal for you to possess it. And the reason why they made
illegal,
like, yeah,
I'm sorry,
but they do that also with different animals that they protect, where it's like even if you found it organically out.
So well, because then people could always kill a bald eagle out in the wild where nobody sees them do it, and then bring home all the feathers and
right.
Like, I just found them on the ground. What are you talking about?
Exactly, and there's only one set of people. Well, actually, two sets of people that are allowed to own it. One is like museums and things like that have it donated, or like gotten through, say a rescue or something has a bird die, they can donate it.
Yeah, they stole that Indian headdress so they could put on a Native American display.
Well, in Native American, no, seriously, or Native American tribes, if it's part of like if it's hawks or different eagle feathers and stuff like that are protected, they are allowed to have them. But other than that,
bald eagles too. And just for the record, modern Native American, like in the last 40, 50 years, are the reason why there are no bald eagles in the Southwest, because all of the reservations, like in the Southwest, and there are a fucking lot there, they keep fucking shooting them down, and they're allowed to, so there are none there anymore.
I'm not sure when they
would have done with the buffalo.
The bald eagle?
No, it's like what the Native Americans did with the buffaloes.
Oh no, wait. The bald eagle has been protected since it's what the 20s or 30s.
No, I just mean killing all of them.
Well, no, the Native Americans would have a hard time calling the entire population of buffaloes, just because
Oh no, not the buffalo. I'm just talking about the bald eagle, but and specifically only in that area. But if they see one, they will shoot it, and because they were allowed to, they fucking do constantly. So
I know that
they don't exist there no more.
I know that they regulate where they can hunt certain things like that. Like if it's on their land, then they can do what they will. But they can't go to national preserves and just start plinking various things. There's a process, but yeah, if it's on their land, they can absolutely do it because it's considered part of their sovereign nation. But
which we don't actually respect, because they're still they're still obliged to follow federal law. But sure, yeah, they're a sovereign nation.
Yeah, well, everything we've basically ever promised them, we've not delivered on. So
we probably shouldn't have promised any of that bullshit because it was one group of people conquering another group of people.
Like, literally, the only places that are allowed to make their own laws, like that are not subject to federal law, is the continental, like everything in the U.S. excluding the continental United U.S. and Puerto Rico.
Some of it, yeah,
like they follow
very little.
Guam, Panama, or our portion of Panama, like
because they're territories.
Yeah, no, like, yes and no. Like we annexed them; they are part of the U.S. They are our territories, but they are not obliged to follow the U.S. federal law, except for Puerto Rico, because bullshit, Cold War bullshit.
I wonder if the three of us couldn't like get a reservation.
Yeah, okay. Like I agree. We blow up California and then we can make Puerto Rico a state.
We should just make them because they do have to. They are beholden to a very large portion of our laws. They just don't follow them the same way as like Arizona or Texas would, but they definitely. There's definitely a lot of crossover there, and they do. There's enough of an influence from our end.
I say we make Puerto Rico a state, but they all got to do 10 burpees.
I think.
Nigga, you can't do 10 burpees, you fat motherfucker.
No, I'm already in a state, so it doesn't matter.
But they should be like our laws and regulations impact them enough to where they should have. They should have statehood with full representation of any other state does.
I almost don't think we should punish them that well.
At least like a fucking like a single senator and then maybe a couple of fucking House reps. Like
we give them a senator, but he's not allowed to vote or participate.
If not
he sits
for like
in a very small
representation, then at least
space.
Fucking
he gets to go to Congress and watch, but he's not allowed to vote.
Symbolic or ceremonial, like whatever you know what I'm trying to say, like ceremonial, like fucking something, because that or they shouldn't have to abide by U.S. federal law. Like it's fucked up.
They get a senator, but he's not allowed to talk. He can only do pantomime.
Well, they already get a quote unquote senator type person that goes.
Can they have Ted Cruz?
Oh my fucking Christ! Yes.
No. Send him to the sun.
I want Ted Cruz to have to pantomime to put in speeches for fucking Puerto Rico.
I just want him to stop talking and only vote, because I agree with most of what he votes for, but god damn it, I fucking hate when he talks. Holy shit, shut the fuck up. Jesus.
Put him into the sun. We'll just get
if enough people vote, maybe we should be able to do a thing where if enough people nationwide vote on any given senator, they can make them participate from that point forward in mime.
Okay. And there's one thing I like Ted Cruz for, and one thing fucking only, is that every time he votes, and every single time he votes, he puts out a fucking explanation to his vote for every fucking thing.
Which a large portion of his reasoning and stuff he says is like either half truths or completely fucking false if you actually read what he voted on.
Okay, like my issue with him always stems from the last 90% of it, because they're always really fucking long. Granted, because there's always a lot of shit in every single fucking... And he does this for fucking federal and state shit, because he still votes for state shit.
Yeah, part of what he does is information overload, so people tune it out. It's like death by 1,000 cuts.
The first 10%, okay, I agree with about 90% of what you said in the first 10%. And the last 90%... either didn't make any fucking sense, I disagree with, or I'm pretty sure that wasn't fucking English.
Yeah, well, if you look at like when he talks about the federal stuff and all that, if you listen to what he says and then you go and actually read what something does, they're usually very fucking far apart from reality. Or it's like something that is like a granule of accuracy, and then he just floods it with a bunch of gibberish that doesn't make any fucking sense. That's
like Ben Shapiro?
Ben Shapiro's a fucking twat.
No, that's what Ben Shapiro just. It's like as long as he talks fast enough, people seem to think he's right. It's like, God damn it.
Well, and as long as he sits there and he like whites hard enough through the camera, then he comes across as convincing because he uses words that people generally are going to consider big. So he talks fast enough and uses words that either don't make any fucking sense or people aren't going to catch on to, then people think that he's right. But he's actually a fucking idiot.
I look at people like Ted Cruz and Ben Shapiro similarly, but not the same as I do Dan Crenshaw. Because with people like Ted Cruz, I look at what he says originally and go, ugh. And then I go, okay, that's better. And then I go, ugh, you're still a fucking retard. With Dan Crenshaw, because he posts a lot of fucking cringy fucking shit, like headline type stuff, like whenever he's trying to just get like eyes, like because he only has the fucking one, so he's trying to get eyes. So he posts this really cringy shit, and it's like, stop, like this weird fucking propaganda bullshit.
Dude,
and then I look at it more and go, oh, that's worse. And then the more and more I look at it, it's like, okay, that's actually better. Like, just start with that shit. Like, stop doing the weird cringy bullshit to begin with. Like, fuck.
He is batshit. Like, he's even embellished about his own military career and his service.
Yeah.
Who in fucking Washington D.C. hasn't?
He's done that. He's done that 2 fucking times, but he's done it both times. He's done it very publicly and very fucking embellished. Like,
I'm just saying, like, it's par for the course for politicians. Like there's probably a few that haven't, but the vast majority of them with any military service do the same shit.
Oh no, like
you don't understand. It would be like me being working in the canteen and claiming I'm like I was a Navy SEAL.
In this shit, like no, like it's so bad. Like the 2 times he told lies, like that I've caught. He may have told more, but I've only caught it twice.
There's more lies than there are accurate statements with him.
The 2 times he did lie, like he went on and on and on about shit. And like somebody pulled up the fucking video and like looked up his fucking record, and a lot of it, because he wasn't doing fucking Black Ops shit,
is public
fucking record. And
I've always wondered about that. The people that lie about the military stuff, and you can just look it up.
Shut the fuck up, you lying mother! Like you weren't even in that country.
The number of people that will lie that you can just look up the lie, and you're like,
here's the thing with the military records. Like, there's a portion of it that people can request get sent to them. The only time where there's not privacy stuff going on, where they won't give you certain things and all that, you have to have been out of the military for 62 years or more, or you have to be dead and there's, I think, no immediate family remaining.
Wait,
otherwise, public. Because I just got done doing this like a month ago.
I thought they changed that 62-year thing fucking like for forever back. Like that was during like either end of Bush or beginning of Obama, didn't they?
Well,
like, that was definitely during the end of Bush, because that was the one of the few fucking things that he fucking backpedaled on the fucking Patriot Act on, is that he actually fucking released like a lot of the military stuff is now public fucking knowledge.
Well, that's okay. So that's like the government, like the military's actions as a whole. If I look up, like, say you were in the military and I go and I submit to find your records, there's only a certain portion of it, the equivalent portion of like if I ran a background check for work, and you claimed a military record, and I was like trying to see if you were dishonorably discharged or that you even served at all. Like, they'll give you that, but the 62-year thing you're talking about declassification. That definitely is a thing, but this is like them protecting the record, the service records of people, to where if you have not been out of the day you are discharged, 62 years later, your entire record becomes public record. And then between that, if you die, your more becomes available if there is not an immediate next of kin, because they want to I guess try to separate it for some reason away from your family, in case you were a total fucking idiot, and maybe prevent harassment. But yeah, I looked up, I requested Joe Kent's. He's a candidate. He's a QAnon candidate running up in Washington State. He claims to be all kinds of shit, but he doesn't actually ever mention. I know that he ran. I know he was in the military. The only two things you'll ever know is that he claims he was special forces, and that the rest of the time he's talking about how his wife died in a terrorist attack in Kabul or some shit like that. He doesn't nobody knows enough of anything about him. He's a real shady dude. And so in my quest to figure some shit out with him, I had to go through the National Archives and the military, the DOD or the Pentagon, I forget what specific department over there, to request it. And basically you have to fill out a Freedom of Information Act file to get more than what is just standard publicly available through a form.
You say it was 62 or 52 years?
62.
Fuck. Alright, in which case, alright. I'm fucking waiting, because I'm... there's one old guy that hangs out at the bar that I go to that talks about being in the Vietnam War.
Oh
and
my god.
I've heard enough his fucking stories to know motherfucker is talking out of his fucking asshole.
Yeah, he just knows he's old enough that people won't question it.
Okay, no, I know for a fact he fucking served, but I also know 90% of what this motherfucker says about what he did in Vietnam was bullshit.
Yeah.
Most people that did extraordinary or extreme things don't readily
Oh yeah, my dad was
talk
in Vietnam.
about it too terribly. My dad tried to go to Vietnam.
He'll happily tell you about his service. He worked in the computer parts in the U.S. and he just switched cards, and then would just fucking clean up old storerooms. That's all he did for his service in Vietnam.
Okay,
See, I always thought that was kind of nice. He's like, yeah, I served for 4 years in Vietnam, and I just fucking switched cards and computers. That's all I ever did.
My great grandfather was a cook in World War II. And this motherfucker had 17 confirmed kills.
Yeah.
Because on 3 separate occasions, the fucking camp in which they were staying in got invaded. And apparently, my great-grandfather was a fucking G and killed a shit ton of fucking Krauts. and as he said to his dying fucking day, Italians.
Oh man, I know my grandfather was in World War II. He was in one of the paratrooper things. He had a Purple Heart and I think it's a Bronze Star.
Yeah, my great-grandfather got a Bronze Star, not a Purple Heart, because he was never injured.
No, my grandfather was injured. There was a thing where
that's one
of the stories he told. He would never tell the story about the injury, but one of the stories he told that always was oh damn, that's some fucked up shit. They missed their drop zone by a mile and a half, so they were way outside of where they were supposed to be. And when they got back to the drop zone, it had a bunch of fucking spikes camouflaged. So had they landed, he would that would have been the end of him. Had they hit the actual drop zone.
My grandfather on my dad's side was too old to serve in that. He was born in 1892.
Damn.
And then on my mom's side, her family, before she was born.
He was just a little bit too young. No, like, well, no, actually, he could have fought in World War II, right? Am I getting the dates right?
Let's see. So 92. So then 1902.
That was like 34 to 45, right?
I think the bulk of it. Well, the United States wasn't in it the whole time. It was. They
yeah, like
came in
we were only up like the last like what, like 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, heavily. It was just the last tail end of it. But he would have been 20. Let's see. He would have been 20 in 1912. So then 30 in 1922.
In which case, like if he was 20 in because you said 1992, right?
He was born in 1892.
Sorry, 1892. Then yeah, like he could have fought in fucking World War One. Yeah, so that was 14 to 19, right?
Yes, or was it to 21?
Damn.
I know it started in 14 because I that shit was drilled in my fucking brain because it was like fucking like August of fucking September, August of I can't fucking remember now, but fucking 1914.
And that
is when fucking Archduke Ferdinand got fucking shot, and then a couple of fucking months, everyone was fucking fighting in like fucking November, December of 1914.
Yup.
Like the beginnings of that war were in the fucking winter, and like that was that was the year more fucking troops died that wasn't from combat than anything the fuck else. That than any other year of the war, the fucking first year, or actually like it might have actually been 2015 in that the first winter. Like fucking January, February, whatever, because December's usually not that terrible. It's really January, February that are the worst. But I think it might have been 1915 that had the most troops that died that wasn't from combat. It was, but yeah, no, I know it was in that first little bit of the war that most people that died that wasn't from combat was in that very first fucking like 3-4 fucking months.
Was it that they died from STDs?
No, that was World War II.
That was World War II. Okay, I was joking.
World War II was the biggest, and the most percentage-wise was Vietnam, just because they were fucking a lot of Vietnamese hookers.
I mean, have you seen Vietnamese women? I can't blame them.
I mean, I've seen Vietnamese ladyboys, and if they're anything to go by, then the women are fucking pretty too.
Then the women are pretty too.
But no, like I think by the numbers, it was probably World War II. But then, just because, actually, no, like wait, no, Vietnam went on for a lot fucking longer than World War II, didn't it? Like, wasn't Vietnam going on for almost 20 years? Like 16, 17, 18 years?
Did somebody just... Oh, he just dropped out, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I was just looking at Vietnamese hookers.
No, but like, no, okay. I thought I was remembering shit, but now I feel like I'm pulling shit out of my ass, so I don't fucking know anymore. I'm gonna stop talking about shit I don't fucking know.
Vietnam War started on November 1st, 1955, and lasted until April 30th, 1975, which is roughly 20 or 19 years.
Okay. So, then yeah. So, okay, then that it was a lot fucking longer than...
Yeah, it was an extremely long war, yeah.
Yeah, no, because I think World War II was like from like 38, 39 to like 45, 46, 44, 40, somewhere in there.
Oh, his power went out. That's why Sheepbot left. And he's out, it looks like. Ooh, what do you want to bet his girlfriend didn't like? His girlfriend was like, "You're out," and just like turned off the computer. I know that's not true, but on the off chance he's listening, like, he can't defend himself. Oh man, I have come up with the best way to get people involved in politics.
Not talk about it?
No. From now on, the internet decides what all the politicians wear.
Okay, there is going to be one or several options for all of them, and that will be it. It's either going to be one of many various fucking ridiculous bullshit costumes, or absolutely fucking nothing. There will be no in between.
No, they have to wear clothes. They have to wear some sort of outfit. But there's no real limits on what that outfit can be.
What? You don't want to see Nancy Pelosi naked?
You could dress Ted Cruz in saran wrap if that's what you wanted to do, and he'd have to wear that to the floor of Congress to do his thing. I'd be 100% behind that because I think everybody would pay a lot more attention to politics.
I definitely wouldn't. I think journalists would because they're fucking vultures and they will go to anything that they think will sell, but I think I would just entirely tune the fuck out.
You don't want to see Nancy Pelosi naked, huh?
No, I really fucking don't.
Oh man.
Like if I am ever forced to see Nancy Pelosi naked,
I'm sure there's fakes out there if you really want to.
I honestly, I will go do a single-handed successful version of January 6th because all of those losers just went out there and fucking yelled and screamed like a bunch of angry fucking LARPers for like 6 fucking hours is what it was, right? No, I'm gonna just go actually aim at politicians if I ever have to fucking see Nancy Pelosi naked. No. I refuse to fucking deal with that shit. Either they all die or I do. Somebody's fucking dying. I hope it's fucking me. I don't want to live with that shit.
Somebody has to die. Oh, goddamn. I just think that a lot more people would tune in and watch the debates if, like, you know, one senator is wearing, like, a bikini, you know, fucking, what's his name? What's the guy that's the big Republican guy? Tim McConnell, I think?
Mitch McConnell.
Oh, Mitch McConnell is in a bikini, and then fucking Nancy Pelosi's wearing a duck costume, and they're arguing, you know.
But by the way, you know, Lyman
I know they're both opposite things.
Lyman has a sock account that's Mitch McConnell's cock, right?
No, I didn't know that. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Like, even though I disagree with the politics of everything it fucking says, I still like the fucking concept. It's fucking hilarious. Because he literally tweets cock as he's Mitch McConnell's cock.
Oh, God. Another day. He keeps slapping me. Every time we're in the bathroom alone, he won't stop.
Okay. It's either him or a friend of his that hosts one of the other meme accounts that they do on, like, because him and a couple of other of his friends host a couple of really big meme accounts on Facebook. But then again, you know, Facebook doesn't really count because it's nothing but, you know, idiots and boomers. But
I don't know. I haven't been allowed on Facebook for years, so it was pretty bad.
Because you kept sending them fucking saucers of shit.
Pictures of that, but yeah, they don't take my email anymore either.
I'm pretty sure you took at least a couple of those.
No. There's
bullshit.
So many pictures of women shitting on dinner plates. You would never have to take a single picture.
At least one of them was you.
No, dude, I'm never.
And you know what?
I have never been angry enough that I would shit on a plate myself. I'm confident enough
to say it's probably either the second or third. I'm not sure, but like 50-50, second or third,
dude. I'm
was
sorry,
you shitting on a plate.
I've never been that angry with anyone. I cannot maintain that level of anger
otherwise.
for any length of time. I
refuse to believe otherwise.
That is so much more work than I'd be willing to do. Now, if I could physically send the plate of shit to them through the mail, that might be different.
I mean, you could.
Oh yeah, I suppose I probably could. I'm not gonna. That sounds like a lot of work. Is that even legal? Can you send like your own shit through the mail? Is that
no?
Like, 'cause I'm sure there's people with weird fetishes that would pay like cam girls. That's why.
No. If it comes from the human body, you cannot send it. There have been fucking grandmas who got like federal charges because they sent baby teeth through the mail.
Wait, baby teeth? Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. I had no idea. I've never been interested in sending a body part through the mail of any kind.
No, like legit, like, and it wasn't even all that fucking long ago. It might have been maybe... Actually, hold on. It might have been longer ago than I thought.
I can understand if it was something like urine or feces, which you might have.
Oh, okay. I was shortly out of fucking high school, so this was fucking like 8-9 years ago, maybe. But I do remember reading a fucking story about there was a fucking grandma from... I'm 90% sure she wasn't from there originally, but she was living in fucking Florida and sending her, like, because she packed all of her shit up with her, and apparently her daughter or son or whatever, if I'm fucking remembering, or maybe it was a fucking great-grandchild. I don't fucking know. All I know is a child was being born, so they decided they were going to send the baby teeth of either their child or grandchild to them.
Okay.
And they got federal fucking charges because they were sending human remains through the fucking federal mail.
Do they actually like go to jail for that shit?
No, like
it got big fine or something like that.
It got worked out well before it got to that point. But the fact that they were charged for it was a big fucking deal.
Yeah.
Because it was fucking retarded.
You can imagine, like, you're a fucking grandma. Like, first of all, why are you sending baby teeth to people? What possible use could they have for that? That's like, I don't need baby teeth to believe that you had a child. You can just tell me that you had one, and I'll believe you.
No, like I said, like it was either to their child. It was either to their child or to their grandchild, and it was their baby teeth.
Oh, she was sending the person's baby teeth back to the person.
Yes.
That's still weird to me. Like, why do you want your baby teeth? What are you going to do with them?
No, like
are you going to try to put them back?
I don't remember the exact
specifics. They're going to collect all the baby teeth and glue them on top of their teeth so they have like double teeth.
Like I said, it was either they were sending it to their child because they were having a grandchild, or they were sending it to their grandchild because they were having a great-grandchild. But I do remember they were sending like their baby teeth back to them as
that
some
kind
of fucking...
That almost sounds like a mafia move. I send to your child the teeth of their own head. You know, like...
It was fucking weird. Like, okay, right? Like
it's so weird, man. It's so weird that it's illegal too. The whole thing is fucking nutty.
The sending of baby teeth is weird on its own, but the fact that like the federal government went, yeah, fuck you, grandma,
fucking baby teeth,
until there was public outcry, like yeah, fuck you, federal government, and we'll go, yeah, okay, fuck us, like maybe we overstepped.
Yeah, in hindsight, jumping down like this 70-year-old woman's throat because she made some weird family gesture might have been excessive.
Like I said, like I don't remember if it was their child or their grandchild, but I do know it was in response to somebody being born. That's all I know.
You know, I mean, at this point, people in response to babies being born just start blowing shit up. You know, I mean.
And
there's like a few guys that have died because like they were like buying like 75 or 80 pounds of fucking explosives for their gender reveal party.
okay, like whenever you say like 75, 80 pounds of explosives, if you're not talking about like TNT or C4 or thermite,
I'm reporting the terms used in the stories like that were written. I don't know if it was fireworks or.
I'm just saying that's not a lot, because other than TNT, thermite, and C4, explosives actually take a lot of weight to make a boom.
Ah, okay. But it's enough that when it all went off together, it killed the guy. So that seems like it's a pretty decent amount. Like that's how the stories got out. So I don't know what that would mean. It would have to be at that point.
Hold on, I walked away from the laptop and you still here?
Oh no!
You can't still hear me, can you?
I can hear you. You're breaking up a little bit, but it's not terrible.
Oh, okay. No, sorry. I walked too far away from my headset.
Ah. Oh, I just said that from the receiver.
Yeah. No, I had to go grab my pipe. I have to continue doing drugs.
Oh, of course. I mean, I just smoked another dab like 20, 30 minutes ago.
Oh no, I'm doing real drugs.
Well, of course.
You're doing weed. That's fucking kiddie shit. Like
I'm alright with
that. They give weed to toddlers now, you fucking pussy.
I'm good with that. It works for me. It makes me happy. I just said that the 75, 80 pounds of explosives was enough that when it went off at one point, like all together, it killed the guy. So it's got to be at least a decent amount.
Fair enough.
Of whatever it is. I don't know. Like I don't know if they were getting like tannerite and they were just gonna like shoot a bunch of tannerite, or maybe it was fireworks, or maybe it was firecrackers. Who knows? All I know is that they killed him. At least 2 different dudes died from like that, roughly that amount. Although I think the one that started the fire in California last year.
Who remembers what tannerite is, you old bastard?
What? It's the stuff you shoot and it goes boom.
Jesus Christ! Like you're not even from the South.
What? Why would I?
That's like okay. You know that because of 2 things. Either because it was around all the fucking time when you were a child and you were an old piece of shit, you were from the South, or you were in the military and y'all shot it all the time because you had access to it. Why the fuck do you know about it?
You're gonna love this. There was a webcomic that somebody from the South drew in like the fucking early 2000s that I read, and that's where they started talking about tannerite.
Of course there was.
I don't even remember the name of the webcomic, but it was definitely not like a cool webcomic.
Right when comics started being fucking terrible. You started reading webcomics.
Well, it was okay, so it was right when webcomics started to get really popular. So probably, yeah.
Actually, that timing does make a little. Yeah, okay, yeah, that sounds about right.
Because there was like a bunch of like independent artists that just drew their own comics that just suddenly got huge over the internet, and I think it was because it was just one guy telling an interesting story that people kind of got into it. Now it's all taken over by companies and production groups and shit like that.
Okay. Yes, and image.
Yes, and image.
you have DC and Marvel. Sorry, like DC, Marvel, Image, and you have Dark Horse. Yeah. And I'm at this point I'll even put Image in with like the DC Marvel stuff. They're on a much smaller scale, but they're still doing kind of the same thing. It's literally just fucking Dark Horse. And occasionally, like the really fucking low budget Image stuff.
Yeah.
That has any kind of we're trying to please everyone, so we please no one appeal kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I guarantee the one thing everyone has been asking for the last like 10 fucking years that they're finally starting to fucking work on, that will be out in maybe 2025, 2024, is fucking Static Shock. It's
Wasn't it like a big comic or cartoon and everything for a couple of years?
Okay. The comic was fucking huge for about like 20 fucking issues, and then it went a little downhill, kind of got a little bit heady whenever they started doing some of the side character stuff with fucking what was his name, the best friend,
I just want to say, I never read the comics. I just want to say there was like a cartoon called Static Shock in like the early 2000s or something.
And it was also really fucking good. A little bit different than the comic, but still.
Yeah, I remember it being
awesome.
like, I remember being very entertaining. You know, it was kind of a different take on superheroes from a lot of the comics that were out there.
And like, granted, yes, it was different from the comic, but it was also.
No, I mean from other comics that were out at the time, and other cartoon characters with the same stripe.
It was still really fucking, raw and visceral, and like they left in a lot of the really fucked up shit that happened in the comics. That a lot of times, like in the cartoon shit, they would just leave out because they didn't want to deal with the fucked up shit. Basically everything except gargoyles. Like they left out anything that involved a fucking gun. And in Static Shock, like it within the first few fucking episodes, there's a fucking school shooting.
Oh damn!
And it was fucked up. And like, granted, nobody dies, but people, like a couple people do get, one dude does get injured. I think it's fucking Static's best friend is the one that gets injured. Mm-hmm. But like they left that shit in less bloody than it was, but they still let that fucking shit in. It was great. Yeah. And the Static comic, the Static comic was fucking awesome. They like I said, like right to like issue like 18, 19, 20 or something, they did do like a weird run that Static didn't show up for a fucking while, and it was a story of the best friend for a little bit, and it was kind of took a downturn. But then whenever Static showed up again, it was good, but they made a choice, and it was just a bad choice.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what comics do.
Okay.
Sadly, it kind of seems like,
the guy who's on the name of the fucking comic, like the guy who's on the fucking playbill, yeah, we're just not gonna let him show up for a couple of weeks.
Yep.
Because fuck him.
Well, I mean, Masters of the Universe got rid of like the title character He-Man.
I mean, they didn't. They just made him fucking shitty.
I thought they killed him off in like the first episode or something. That's what I saw in the review that I watched. I didn't.
Yes and no. Like he's not gone for good. He will be back, but he's still there, which makes him just a tease.
Yeah. Although the one thing I saw that I thought was hilarious was a lot of people complaining about the original He-Man show being like terribly like sexist and bad because they drew unrealistic characters. But it turns out that the whole thing was done by rotoscope. So it was actually drawings over actors that played all the characters. Oh, you're gone, aren't you?
Sorry.
Oh, you inhaled all the drugs and you gotta hold the drugs in.
I was busy doing drugs.
You can't let them get away. They're like little gremlins. If you let them escape, they don't do their job.
Oh yeah, like the little foot gremlins or sock gremlins. What was it you fucking came up with on that weird fucking high you had?
What are you talking about, sock gremlins? I don't even remember this.
Oh, it was like the sock gremlins or the underwear gremlins or some weird shit you kept talking about for hours on end one night.
I don't doubt you. I just don't remember it. I mean, it does sound like some weird shit I would come up with.
I mean, honestly, it was a better story than the fucking like the hobo car wash.
Hobo car wash. I fucking want to make that movie. I just know that there's no way anyone would ever make that film.
For the record, if you ever make that movie, or hell, even if you ever write that screenplay, we're done talking.
So if like 10 years from now you're walking through a fucking store and you look over and you're like, hobo car wash, you're like, I'm deleting Stabby from my fucking contacts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, is there a hobo car wash movie that exists already? Because I don't want to get credit for shit that ain't mine.
I doubt it, because that idea is retarded.
Nope, but there's a hoboincorporated.com.
I don't doubt that.
Hobo is the parent company of both ChemQuest and Triton, who specialize in creating car wash and brewery cleaning chemicals, respectively.
Oh, of course they fucking do.
Christ. Yeah, Hobo Inc. is car wash products. Jesus Christ. It's for those, the ones you drive through where, like, it just, like, sprays your car with this shit. They make that stuff.
I hate you so much more right now than I ever have in my entire life.
But to be fair, I didn't write that, and that's not a movie. Oh, luckily I'll probably forget that by the fucking same time tomorrow.
I hate you.
I am so hateable. It's what I do.
You are. You really are.
Oh my god. Oh, I should probably end the stream.
I'm really fucking high.
Hmm?
I'm really fucking high.
Should I end the stream and, like, we could play a video game or something?
Oh, if you want,